Okay, we are live here, guys. We are streaming live for the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. This is a first, the first time we are going to have live multiple drone coverage of the Opti racing. So we are very excited to be a part of the first. I am Cynthia Demas, and I am fortunate enough to be alongside this wonderful lady, Sarah Newberry-Moore. She is a Team USA athlete. So we're going to get to the race in just a moment when it begins, but tell us what that means so they know what an expert you are. I'm just asking the question. She's got all the answers here.
Well, I'm going to do my best to answer the questions. So I'm a Team USA athlete. That means that I'm on the U.S. national team for sailing. I've been a national team member for 6 or 7 years. I'm old enough now, I can't remember how long, but I'm a professional sailor. It's what I do for a living, for my job, and I love it. And I race dinghies similar to the Optimist dinghy, which we're going to be watching today, but they're actually a little bigger and a little more exciting. I race the NACRA 17. It's a foiling mixed gender multi-hull class.
Nice. And today we're at day 3 of the Orange Bowl Regatta. So what does that mean? How did we get to this point?
Great question. So this event has 4 days. The first 2 are qualifying days. So the athletes spend the first 2 days trying to build the best set of results that they can so that when the fleets get split during finals racing, like we're going to see today is finals racing, they can wind up in the gold fleet. So day 3 today, we have gold fleet, silver fleet, and bronze fleet. There's approximately 65, 66 boats in each fleet, and each of them are going to get their own start on the starting line. So today we'll see gold fleet start first, then silver, then bronze, and we'll be following 3 races around the race course today.
So day 1 and 2 we're just qualifying.
Yes.
And then day 3 they say if you're in the top third you're in gold, the middle third silver, and then the bottom third you're in bronze.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And we have definitely 3 races today, maybe 4 if we have time.
Absolutely. Yep.
And each division goes every time. So it starts with gold, then maybe 5 to 15 minutes later silver starts, then 5 to 15 minutes later bronze starts. So we do that once, then we do it twice, then we do it 3 times and maybe a 4th, right?
Correct.
Okay,
exactly.
I'm a quick study.
I think you're awesome.
Okay.
You've got it down pat. That's exactly what we're doing today.
Okay, so tell me, what's going through the minds of the athletes right now?
Oh my gosh, great question. Yeah, so what we have right now is we have all the Optis queuing up, lining up on the starting line. They're checking the line. They've gone upwind and checked the race course to see what the wind is doing, to feel what the current is doing. And right now what our athletes are doing is making a plan, strategizing about where they're going to go. They're probably, some of them still talking to their coaches to get information on the race course and to make that plan. And they're thinking about, hey, where do I want to be on the starting line right now? And let me make sure I'm set up to get a nice start so I can execute my plan.
Awesome. And just so you all know, we're moving now, so we're going to deal with the sun coming in and out. This is a real fluid, organic broadcast that we're doing here. We have 2 of our drone pilots getting ready to set up. As soon as the sailors are getting ready to take off, they will put the drones in the air and we'll start taking those shots live. We have Captain Tim at the helm. Thank you so much, Tim, for taking us out here and being our host boat for the day. And it really is beautiful. You were saying, what did you call today? Today is?
Champagne sailing.
Champagne sailing, I love it. Oh, we're tipping over there a little on camera. Champagne sailing, what does that mean?
Well, it means it's like some of the most beautiful weather that you could possibly get. It's like gorgeous, beautiful, fun, fast enough, but not too fast, splashy enough, but not too splashy. And for the kids, maybe we call it apple cider sailing.
Apple cider sailing, sparkling cider.
Sparkling
cider sailing for the kids. Okay, that's exciting. So what is the goal for, I mean, the goal is to win, but the goal isn't necessarily to be in first place, which I think is interesting. So explain that psychology and strategy to me.
Yeah, that's a great thing to talk about because in this sport, there's so many variables that to be first in every race is nearly impossible. So if you went into a regatta with the mentality like, okay, I gotta win every race, you would be inevitably disappointed. And I think we all know that when you're disappointed, it's pretty hard to perform well. So when we talk about how to have consistency in a regatta, how to be the winner on a day like today, what it comes down to is being in the moment and focusing on the process and thinking, okay, I'm gonna round the top mark. If my strategy is good, I'm gonna round the top mark in the top 10, and I'm fast enough to be top 5. And a top 5 is a great result because if I put together 4 of those today or 3 of those today, overall that average is probably gonna be a lot better than someone else who maybe made one big mistake. So what we're looking for in terms of consistency and performance on a day like today or any day in sailboat racing is consistency and really just shooting for that nice, good but not perfect result.
Okay, all right. And we do want to take a minute to thank our sponsor. You see right here? What's up, Tucci Racing? We love you. Thank you for being our sponsor, an awesome company based out of South Florida here. So big thank you to Tucci, and a big thank you to what is called officially the organizing authority, Coral Reef Yacht Club. So if you're at the bar at Coral Reef Yacht Club,
Thank you guys.
say, hey, what's up? Give me a shout out. That's right. And anyone who has my number, if you want to text any questions you want me to ask Sarah or include in this broadcast, y'all go ahead and send the questions to me or Sarah.
Yeah,
now, you're in touch with the coaches, right?
Absolutely, yes. I am feeling very lucky. I'm getting some live texts from coaches on the race course with some info on what's happening with the breeze and what their kids are thinking. And so what I've heard so far is that we know that the tide is going to be low soon. And what we have right now is some current going a little bit from the right to the left and sort of up the race course, moving out of the bay. That water is moving out of the bay. And then what we also have is maybe a little bit more pressure on the top left.
Okay.
But that's changing all the time. So that was maybe 15 minutes ago that some of the coaches and myself included were starting to see a little more pressure on the top left of the race course. But at this time, it's really up to what the athletes see and what they're doing.
So now we said the race was going to start at 10, but now it's 10 minutes after 10. So what is that? Are we getting underway here?
Oh yeah, I think we have flight 1. We have Gold Fleet right now racing. We can see them coming upwind. We've got a really good view of the top left of the race course, which is interesting because, like I said, we heard that maybe there was a little bit more pressure there.
Okay.
And we can definitely see some drone footage now of what's going on the course. Trying to get a read on that. Oh man, that's great footage. I hope you guys can see this. Oh yeah, that's a really good spread. Great view. Well, we're gonna have to see how this develops over time. Right now the fleet is a little bit spread out. We've got boats that have gone right, boats that have gone left. They've got leverage on each other, and we're gonna have to see which group of those boats is gonna come out ahead at the windward mark.
Okay.
The breeze at the start of that race was somewhere around 7 or 8 knots, so not super windy, you know, and pretty nice, moderate sailing conditions. And I think what this race is gonna come down to, Cynthia, is which boats get the most pressure. Who has more wind?
Okay, and so how do you become that boat? What's the strategy?
Exactly, great question. Well, once you're on the race course and you've already decided what to do, you might have to adapt your plan at some point, but really what happens is before that start, the athletes are trying to get a visual on what they see. Do they see darker water somewhere, which could mean more ripples, more pressure? And if so, do they feel confident enough to say, hey, I want to go to where that is? And that might be on the left or it might be on the right of the course.
Okay, great. I'm popping back in the shot here. I was kind of holding a few things in place. That was drone 2 we were looking at.
That's great.
And that was a beautiful shot. We saw Coconut Grove in the background there. And we see the race is officially underway. Now, what determines the actual start of the race? I know we started 10 minutes late because why is that? They're just trying to get everything in proper order, or?
I think we may have just, we may be pretty more close to on time than we thought, but what can determine whether or not things go on track is just how fast the race committee can lay the marks and if there are any other challenges in getting the course set up squarely. We can see these boats right now. I think we're looking at some boats on starboard going up the left side of the course. We've got some awesome views of the race course. Yep, we can see right here. We've got two of the boats that are the farthest left there, and you can see that spread. Right, 2 boats leading out to the left. The second from the right on the screen looks like the leader in the left side, and then if we look back toward the horizon, we can see a couple more boats poking out in front in that front row that look pretty good as well. I'd see 3 that I would not mind being right now.
Yeah, okay. And tell me a little bit about this race course. How does it work? It's kind of an unfinished trapezoid?
Right, so it's a trapezoid race course, a modified trapezoid, and I think what that means is that we have one upwind leg. So one first upwind leg, which you guys were just watching there on the screen. We can see boats going upwind. When they get to the first mark, they're going to make a left turn.
Okay.
And they're going to go on a reach. And the reach is one of the fastest points of sail. So that'll be kind of like the moment where they've established their positions and they're really either trying to gain a little bit more with speed or make some separation if they're leading already.
Okay.
After the reach, we're sitting right next to the reach mark over here, and what we're going to see, oh nice, there they are again. Yep, that right side's actually not looking too bad right now. Left side, I can see that it could be tough for all the boats to cross from the left. We're really going to have to see how this plays out. I see boats tacking away onto port. That means that maybe that boat from the left side might be crossing. So we're gonna have to see how it plays out when we get to the top. We're about 75% of the way to the first mark right now.
Okay, and we have a couple people texting in some questions here for us. They're saying which one's upwind and what's downwind. The first leg is upwind.
The first leg is an upwind leg. Second leg is a reach. The third leg will be a downwind leg, and then followed by another upwind leg to the finish.
And then tell me about the markers.
The markers. So we have a windward mark. Mark A is the windward mark. Mark B is the reach mark or a jibe mark, and we have two downwind marks called gate marks. The athletes can choose to round the right gate mark or the left gate mark before they head to the finish line.
Okay, great. We have our what's on program right now. What you're seeing right now is what looks like the first race, and our second drone is setting up what looks like that's going to be the silver group?
Yep, exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
So we'll pop that up in just a minute, but right now we're sticking with the gold fleet that's underway right now, and here we go. So this is silver, and they're on the start line. How do you stay on that start line? That's got to be awfully hard.
It's real tricky. It's totally tricky. These guys have weeks of training to build the skills that they need to hold a position, to fight for the spot that they want. You can kind of see right now there's a little bit of bulge in the line. If you guys look at the middle of that, we call that the banana. And the middle of the line right now is super bulgy. Looks like a lot of boats could be over. And maybe this is going to be a general recall, from what I can tell.
Will they make you start over if too many are over the line?
Oh yeah, if the
Okay.
race committee can't capture all the numbers and penalize the boats that are over early, they will restart the
Yeah,
race.
you can see some of them are turning around right now, so that
Yeah.
seems to be. So this is silver. Silver's trying to get on the line, and it looks like, I guess, do you call it a false start? What do you call it?
You would call that a general recall.
General recall. And then how do you know? I mean, is somebody just out there screaming at you on a megaphone?
Well, that's a good question. Hopefully not. It's
Okay.
generally not the right way to deal with it, but I think usually what the race committee will do is they'll hoist a flag
Okay.
to indicate that it's a general recall, and they'll sound a horn, and the athletes know what that flag looks like, so they will come back. If only one or two boats is over, they'll usually put an individual recall flag, or they'll just straight up penalize those boats.
Okay, so you can see the boats are turning around now. Looks like they're trying to get back on the line. And how difficult? It's a little difficult to get back on the line. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just going to have to restart the whole process. So what will happen is they'll take down the recall flag, and they will prepare for a new sequence, and then the kids will reset their watches and start the whole thing over again. Like full mental shift back to the next one.
So I was going to say, what does that do to your psyche? You're psyched, you're ready to go, and then all of a sudden, oops, nope, too many people started early, turn around.
Yeah, especially if you're one of the people who think you had a really good start, that can be tough. You just have to reset. That's a skill too, I think, that
Yeah.
these athletes have to learn.
What are you saying to yourself? And the clean version.
All right, here we go again.
All right, here we go
Next
again.
start, let's go. That was good. I like that.
All right, so this is pretty. So talk about timing of this a little bit. So we have the three different divisions. Gold already started. Silver's getting back on the line. How long should the whole first race take? Each division.
I would say somewhere around 45 minutes would be good.
Okay.
Okay, we have a new flag going up for Silver Fleet.
Nice.
So these guys are going to be going back into sequence. I think we have footage of that happening right now. You can probably see a lot of opties around the committee boat. That's usually after a general recall or when there's a restart. The boats will all kind of get close to the committee boat again to make sure they can see the new flag.
And it's an awful lot of kids out there at one time. This is, as we say, if you're just joining us, is the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. In this race, we're talking about kids 8 to about what, 14, 15?
15, yeah, 8 to 15.
8 to 15. And it's for kids from all over the world. We're looking at about 20 countries, 196 kids sailing right now. So they're divided up into 3 categories. What's going on here, Sarah?
So this is the footage of the Silver Fleet regrouping, getting ready for their start.
Okay.
We just had a recall on their first start of the day. Just so you guys know, we have Gold Fleet racing right now. Gold Fleet is currently going around the race course. We have boats that should be rounding the windward mark very shortly, if they haven't already. Yep, looks like we're getting closer to the windward mark over there.
Okay.
And
talk to me about the different flags the sailors have to watch for.
oh, so when they're going into sequence like that, like with the Silver Fleet's recall, yeah, they're going to be looking for, there's flags that indicate all kinds of things. So these athletes have to know the difference between a general recall and an individual recall. They have to know what a black flag is. That's a flag that they put up.
What's a black flag?
A black flag.
Sounds
is
bad.
It's pretty bad.
Okay.
It's a flag that the race committee puts up to indicate like a no tolerance policy. So when boats are over the starting line, until 0 seconds usually, the athletes will not be marked over in most cases, unless there's a like a U flag called UFD. That flag is a penalty that becomes imposed at 1 minute. So if boats are over between 1 minute and 0, then they'll be penalized. But if there's a recall, they get no penalty. Okay, so if there's a U flag and a general recall, anybody over who may have been over between 1 minute and 0 seconds, they're not penalized. What happens next is that the race committee's like, well, screw this, excuse me, but these guys are really taking advantage of us. We're going to put the black flag up. And the black flag means that if anybody's over under 1 minute, they will be penalized regardless of whether or not there is a recall.
Okay, what's going on here? We're taking this shot live for you. You see everybody turning around the bend. So what's happening here, Sarah?
So we have our first athletes from the Gold Fleet rounding the windward mark. We just saw 4 boats around the windward mark there. They look like the leaders.
Oh,
and
boy.
Now we're watching the next part of the pack come in. You guys, if you can see this, what you're noticing is that there's a bit of current from the right to the left. The current is making it really hard for the athletes to round the windward mark. So you just watched a bunch of boats there try to avoid the mark. I bet you, Cynthia, we're going to see a lot of boats hitting the mark today.
Wow, they look like they're about to capsize there.
There we go. We got one bailing out, going to make a jibe around and try for it again. These guys have to be really aware of the current. The ones who are the best at this, they're going to know that they need to set up in a position approaching the mark where they can account for the drift.
Right. How crucial is this? How crucial is this moment?
Super important, because you could be like what we've seen over the years is like tons of athletes who are in the top 5 position but don't account for the current. They hit the mark and they have to do penalty turns. And the penalty turns will really take them from that nice position to a place where they have to rebuild their position.
So what's the strategy here? I mean, you obviously want to get close and turn around quickly, but it seems like there's a bit of a traffic jam if you do that. So what's the strategy?
There is. Well, the strategy for sure is to try to get there in the first 10. But if you find yourself in the pack, one of the most important things is to account for the drift, and regardless of what you see other boats doing, you're going to want to tack up high enough on that ley line to round the mark without hitting it. If you tack onto starboard, you have rights over everybody who's on port. So the athletes who get that right, who tack in the right place, who don't drift into the mark, they will have the advantage over everybody else coming at them.
Okay, so we just went upwind and they're making their first turn, and this is for the reach.
This is for the reach. Now we have probably 20-30% or more of the fleet on the reach here. We're still watching boats hit the mark. This is really tough racing when the current is a little more important than the breeze. It can really make it such a challenge for these athletes.
That's a gold division there, and it looks like silver is getting back on the line. So as soon as they get the thumbs up, we'll pop that back in. What are we looking at here, Sarah?
Oh yeah, we're still watching these guys round the mark, and right now from where we're sitting on the media boat, we can see the leaders coming toward the reach mark. But look at this, look at these guys. They are really struggling here. And you can see the ones who went far enough to the ley line, right? You can see the ones who went far enough just sailing by the people who are trapped in that cone.
And this really is a 90-degree turn, correct? You go upwind, and then is the reach a 90-degree turn?
Yes, okay. It would be a 90-degree left turn in theory from from your upwind wind direction. And what's the hardest portion of the race to sail? That would depend, I guess, on what your skill set is. Some people prefer upwind, some people prefer reaches, some people prefer downwind. Okay, this looks like this is silver getting back on the line here. How are they looking now, Sarah? Looking pretty good. I think we might have just gotten a start off here. Did we? Yeah. And hey, Captain Tim, what are you hearing on the silver? Did they get the okay to start?
I did not hear, but
okay. Captain Tim is on the radio with the power, so he's kind of our producer. He doesn't know that. I just told him that. Come on, Tim, get us the goods. We don't have radio access. Okay, let's see what's happening here, Sarah. What do you think's going on? Oh man. Oh, it looks like that's our reach there, I think. So these are our boats coming into the reach mark. I think we're following Gold Fleet right now. Look at that distance between the leewardmost boat, the boat all the way to the left, and the boats all the way to the right. We have athletes that are spread out by 50 boat lengths across the reach, windward to leeward.
And that's going to make a pretty big difference as they approach the mark. Who's sailing more distance and who's sailing less distance with regard to the current and the wind.
The conditions seem great out here. Is this ideal for the race, or would you want it a little stronger? What do you think?
I feel like a little stronger would be even better. But, you know, this is good racing. This is good light air racing, and really allows the athletes who have the best skills in this stuff to shine.
Okay.
So every wind condition is going to favor a different athlete on this race course, and we're going to see how that plays out today. It looks like we have Silver Fleet on the move here. We're looking at the boats that are going to the left side of the course. They look pretty good to me, guys. I'm going to be honest here. I like what I'm seeing on the course left. I like that there's a couple boats here that look pretty punched out in front. Be nice to be one of these guys who has a big fat clear lane with no bad air. Like this boat we're seeing just to the sort of left of the screen here. There's nobody in their way. The whole race course is there for the picking. What we're seeing there in the bottom left corner, that's a tough spot to be in for one of those boats. Struggling to hold a lane, struggling to keep clean air. They're doing a good job hanging on.
Great. And so what's the, oh, here we go. We can actually see them coming up alongside us. So this is Silver here. And they look like they're pretty orderly. We'll see what happens when they get to the first turn.
Absolutely. Well, we have here in first place, we have 19257.
19257 is in first place of the Silver, and then it looks like second place is 22969. Third place
Gandy, first place.
First place, go ahead, Tim.
Harrison Gandy.
Harrison Gandy is 19257. He's in first place of Silver right now.
Jason Folvig in second. And we have our another athlete, Braden Zoyer, is in third here.
Hey, Braden. What's going on?
We're followed by Canada 1818 and 22750. 22750. I think that's Beck Brill.
Andy Kinnear from Canada.
Andy Kinnear here in fourth. So we got a nice little spread between the first place boat and the sixth place boat here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have a nice little jump on the rest of the fleet. There's a gap between the boat number 6 and boat number 1. And I bet that these guys in the second pack here, 6, 7, 8, and 9, are really looking to try to make gains forward on the first pack. I think in 9th place here we might have Charlie Julian.
Yep.
Another local sailor. A younger local sailor.
There we go.
See if he can catch up to the first 8.
There we go. Yep. Oh, they're going past.
Media.
Okay, this is great. So what are we looking at now, Sarah?
Well, we're just watching boat number 11, I think, here around the mark. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boat number 10, 20402. Is that Will?
Will Barnhart.
Will Barnhart.
Will Barnhart. Hey, Holly. That's Holly's son right there. So way to go, Will. I love it. Seeing Beck was out here before. That's Kim and Mike's son.
We've got 19350, another one of our more local sailors here, just behind Will. And
nice.
We see 2 boats jibing away. These are the first 2 boats that are jibing away. First 2 boats jibing away to try to head to the course right on the downwind. And then we've got another big pack right behind them. We've got 22604, Elizabeth Zaitis, one of our national team members. She's here on the course right, the left side of the downwind, kind of leading that pack.
Here we go. You're taking the main camera here. So this is actually the camera that's on the boat. So we are parallel with the sailors here. You get a pretty good perspective, and hopefully you're making out some faces of your kids there, your grandkids, your nieces, nephews, whoever you're watching today. And we can see them coming around. And all their dagger boards are up really high there.
Yeah, that's a great observation. Yeah, that's what these guys do to reduce drag underwater. They're going to pull their board up as high as they can get it. The dagger board on the upwind provides enough resistance to create forward motion, but on the downwind, they really don't need it because they're just going with the wind. So the more that they can get it out of the water, the less drag they have and the faster they're going to be.
Okay, and it looks like we have our drone 1 right over the course right now, getting a great perspective. Actually, that's us in the background of drone 1. Hey, what's happening? So so far so good. It's a beautiful day, picture perfect racing so far. No complaints. Any thoughts? Anything could be different or better, Sarah? What do you think?
Oh man, I wish I was racing today. It's beautiful.
That would be better, right?
Beautiful. We got to see what happens here. You know, what we said before about the current is that we've got a little bit of right to left motion on the current, and so what that might mean for this downwind is that the boats that are jibing away might actually be sailing less distance. They might be sailing toward that current direction. So I want you to watch out for some of these boats that you're seeing, like 20662 that's jibed, you know, and the others as you've seen them jibe away here at this mark. Check out where they are at the finish, because they may be pulling in some good points, you know, like moving their position up the race course by making that decision to sail toward the current instead of with it.
Now you're coaching now also, right, Sarah? Do you coach a little bit?
I occasionally coach when I'm not training myself, yes.
Okay. And so what's the at the end of the day the goal of being part of this and being in these races? And I mean, does everyone want to sail in college? Does everyone want to go to the Olympics? So what do you think? How do you break it down, Sarah?
I think that's such a good question, and I think at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is like enjoying doing this. I think a lot of these athletes just get so much joy out of sailing, out of racing, out of the things that they learn when they're on the water. Imagine if you were 12 years old and you were allowed to drive your own boat.
Yeah, that would
That's
be pretty
pretty
cool.
special.
Yeah.
So I think there's always bigger goals here. Some of the athletes are thinking college sailing. Some of them are dreaming of the Olympics. But at the end of the day,
it's a sport that really builds confidence. I mean, you're out there. It's all up to you.
Yeah.
You know, you make the right choice, you make the wrong choice, and it builds confidence.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's an immediate feedback loop for our young athletes on how they do something well or how they can improve.
Now, is this bronze lining up? What's going on?
Yes, correct. This looks like our bronze fleet queuing up for their first start of the day. As you guys saw in some of the other starts, that current is really playing a factor. It's pushing the boats over the starting line. It's coming a little bit from the right to the left and a little bit from the bottom to the top of the race course as it finishes going out. The tide is going out right now here in Biscayne Bay.
Looking pretty good though so far. Tim, how are they looking there for bronze starting?
Looks good, and we've got Silver Fleet coming towards the second mark here.
Okay, so silver's coming towards the second mark. We have bronze lining up, and looks like we're getting ready to.
Silver Fleet's definitely close to their windward mark here, and bronze is looking closer and closer to a start.
Yep.
Still really nice conditions out here. We're still seeing 6, 7, 8 knots at some times, which is kind of the best end of that range. We'd like to see 8 or 9 would be great.
Beautiful. You know, I got to talk to a lot of the kids yesterday from England, from Argentina.
Wow.
And, you know, I was asking them what are some of the best moments. We actually have some video we'll show you in a little bit of them when we have a break. But a lot of them said, you know, I've never seen a manatee, and I saw a manatee for the first time. And
Wow.
someone said, I met Coach Eric Spolstra. What's the best part of sailing? Oh, I got to meet Spolstra.
That's so funny.
It's just great that they get to be here from all these other countries and really
Hi, I'm Wills. I'm from New York.
offer, you know, on and off the water, really. right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. And imagine being able to travel with your family for the holidays to a warm place.
It's so beautiful.
I don't know. I like it here.
Yeah, well, I'm a native. One of the three natives, right? So.
Well, me too.
Hey, we're 2 of the 3. Hey, we make up
Nice
2/3.
job.
So okay. Well, bronze is lining up. Let's talk a little bit about Sarah. You have a campaign. Is that right?
Yes.
What is a campaign for a sailing athlete? What does that mean?
That's such a good question. You have so many good
That's
questions.
what I get paid the big bucks, Sarah.
Well, we call it campaigning because it's a 4-year process to get to the Olympics. The truth is we're more like F1 racers. We sail in a pretty tight top 20 in the world, you know, racing the same people over and over again. There are more than 20 athletes in the world who are competing in our class, but once you get to that level, you're really kind of vying for these top positions. And yeah, what we're aiming to do is to represent the U.S. at the Games and to win a medal. But at the end of the day, what we're really doing is constantly improving, constantly working toward mastery of our sport, and then traveling and competing at international events to get the best results for the USA that we can.
Awesome. We're going to talk more about Sarah and qualifying for the Olympics. We call her Olympic hopeful here. But right now, what are we looking at to catch everybody back up on the race, Sarah?
It's a great question. I have a feeling what we're looking at here right now, I'm trying to get a good view on this. I'm thinking we're looking at the bronze fleet here. I hope
I
that's
think
correct.
that looks like, is that the,
Start line?
I think that's the
Yep,
bronze,
that's the bronze
start
fleet.
line.
Bronze fleet approaching the windward mark. They're getting closer and closer.
Silver.
Silver Fleet approaching the windward mark, getting closer and closer. You know, they told me it was Fleet number 2, and somehow I thought that was, I don't know what I was thinking. That is Silver Fleet.
It's okay. It's hard to keep. How do you keep track of everything? I mean, that's a great question.
I feel like it's a pop quiz every time you ask me what we're looking at. I'm like, wait a second, let me get a good view on this drone footage. So yeah, so this is the Silver Fleet. I'm sorry for that mistake, but these guys are making their way to the windward mark. You can see the big spread in the fleet from course left to course right, and you can probably see some of that pressure on the water and which boats are getting more of it. It looks like we have some nice leaders here in our fleet already.
Okay.
There's no guarantee who's going to get to the mark first, but we're looking at a tight fight for the top 10, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. And while we're looking at this and we're seeing kind of who's going to pull in front here, tell me, just so back to your campaign, that means that you have a whole fundraising thing going on, is that right?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we do a lot of fundraising on our own. We have had big corporate sponsors in the past, and we're always looking for more of those. It's great to be able to represent, people that we like as we do what we do.
Can I get to one of my favorite parts about you?
Yeah.
Your mom.
Oh, I'm a mom. That's right. During COVID, I took a year off from sport, and I had a baby, and I have a little boy who's 7 months old.
Yep. So she's a mom athlete, and thank you. This is not sponsored by LaCroix, but we're going to pull them in anyway. It is sponsored by Tucci, so thank you, Tucci, again, if you're just joining us.
A great South Florida company. Thank you very much, Tucci.
So, mom athletes, that we're going to talk about that because that's a whole growing division in itself, no pun intended. Let's take a look, though. Oh, we had a great shot there. Raul, you want to go back to that shot?
Yeah,
there we go.
just looking at that shot of these guys coming in the Silver Fleet, and you know what I'm seeing right here is that the boats that are to the right of the pack here, they're looking pretty good. I think there's some boats that maybe were late to the left side, and they're coming in late from the left side, all together on the ley line. Doesn't look so great, but we've got this little pack here on the left side of the screen. I wouldn't mind being one of those boats. We got to see if they get enough pressure to cross everyone and to make it to the windward mark in front. But we're definitely going to get a handle on that in the next few minutes as they get closer and closer to rounding the windward mark.
There's a bit of an age spread here. It's eight age to age 15. So how does an 8-year-old compete with a 15-year-old?
That's such a good question. I think it's really tough. I think they tend to hold themselves to a very high standard because they're looking at athletes that are a lot older than them. So it takes good input from good coaching and a lot of reminders to stay focused on just improving one thing at a time. I think that the younger kids also do get a lot of pleasure from competing with the older kids, though, because when they go well, they can see how much their work pays off.
And it's usually the older kids who end up winning just because of experience, or what's...
Experience is important. You're going to see more of the older athletes at the top of the pack, but every once in a while, and a lot of times, you see some of these younger guys, the 9 and 10-year-olds, who got a great feel for the boat, or they're just a really relaxed, confident kid, and they just make their way to the top quickly. So right now we're looking at these boats coming in the Silver Fleet. It looked like there were some boats from the course left, but the ones that led back to the right early, who are performing the best.
Okay.
I would say the boats that went far right did not benefit, but the boats that went very far left are not the leaders either. So we're looking at maybe top to middle left as a good way to have sailed that beat. And what we're going to see again here, guys, what we're going to see again is a lot of boats bailing out like this one here or hitting that windward mark. Let's see how many of these athletes can take into account the current. If you were 1017 right now, that's a tight spot to be in. Ooh, he just made it around that mark. That is so lucky. Good job.
We saw a couple of our athletes, they didn't make it and they had to circle back around. So how frustrating is that?
Very frustrating. Can you imagine coming back after that? You have to be really resilient. You have to really get your brain back in gear to be okay with losing that position.
Yep, there we go. It's really hard to get around that marker there.
Yeah. Let's hope that these guys at the end of this race have a much better idea of what the current is doing, and we'll see if they're able to translate these experiences into better performance around the windward mark later today. So the other thing to keep in mind, though, is that the tide is going to switch. So we're going to keep seeing this current direction, maybe for one race, 1.5 races, but at some point in the next 2 hours, we're going to see a slack tide and we're going to see less current effect on the race course.
Why? Why is that?
Because we're going to hit low tide, and then it'll kind of, the water will stop moving as much, and what that's going to mean is that in these mark roundings, we're going to see a little easier experience for our athletes as well.
And when is low tide?
I believe it's at 10:45. I think so.
Okay.
So very soon,
So
actually.
in a few
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, and that's on Virginia. I think that's the time for low tide on Virginia Key. If I'm wrong, feel free to text us and correct me. But I think I wrote it down earlier this morning. And the thing about the current in Biscayne Bay is like a very famous sailor here often says, Augie Diaz says, it's a silent killer. So a lot of times people say, oh, current's not a factor. Current's a big factor on this race course. And what's really hard is knowing exactly what it's doing everywhere. There's no way to know exactly what it's doing on the bottom right versus the top left of the second windward beat. You know, so you just have to kind of go with what you see. And if you see boats hitting the windward mark in front of you, you better get to the ley line better than they did.
And for those of you just joining us now, once again, I'm Cynthia Demas, helping do a little coverage here of the Orange Bowl Regatta, the International Youth Regatta. This is the first time ever that we have streamed live with drones. And hey, Sarah, I think so far so good. What do you think?
I think it's going great.
We hope everybody is enjoying this on YouTube, streaming live on the Orange Bowl Regatta channel. And I am alongside Sarah Newberry-Moore. She is a Team USA athlete. She's the one with all the answers, and I'm the one with all the questions.
I love it that way.
Okay, we're a pretty good duo. So, what's going on now? It looks like we're finishing up this portion of the
Yep, the
turn.
Silver Fleet is finishing their rounding of the first mark. They're almost all going on the reach now. You can see we're looking at the
Nice.
reach leg. Once again, I think you guys can notice that there's a big distance spread between the boat that's on the left or the leeward side, the bottom side of the reach, and the boats that are on the top, the windward side. Why are they sailing differently, different angles? Well, a lot of them are trying to avoid bad air. Some of them are trying to get to better pressure higher. And others still maybe aren't aware that if they just kind of sail the rum line here, if they just point at the next mark, they might be sailing less distance. So there's a lot of infighting that goes on the reach leg where boats are trying to get clear air, they're trying to get a nice lane, they're worried about the other boats around them. There's a whole mental game to this, and sometimes just pointing your bow at the mark and sailing the shortest distance isn't always the right answer, but it often is.
What a beautiful shot right here. Look at that.
Oh yeah,
It's
we see a boat
gorgeous.
doing a penalty turn. That looks like there was some kind of altercation there between two athletes. So what we have here, this is the shot, I believe, of the Bronze Fleet starting their first race of the day. And look at these guys who they appear to have won the pin end of the starting line. They appear to have been the leftmost boats on the starting line. And it looks like we got one boat that got off the line really, really well there. I can't get a read on their sail number, but I'm sure you guys can see it. That's not a bad place to be. That's not a bad place to be at all. That's a very controlling position. And if there's any left pressure on that race course, that boat's going to be very happy at the end of this upwind beat.
And so we're about 30 minutes into the race here. We started just about 10 minutes after 10. So we should probably have, when is Gold going to be finishing up? You think they have about 10-15 minutes left?
Gold is getting real close to the finish line here. I'd say we got less than 5 minutes till the Gold Fleet's finishing. But I just want to throw in one more piece of information here that Captain Tim shared with me, which is that the Bronze Fleet had about 20 black flags.
20 black flags.
Well, maybe that's an approximate number, but it sounds like a lot of boats were over.
Now, so that 20 black flags, that means get back in line?
Well, it means actually that those boats will not get a score for the race. They will get a BFD, which is essentially the entire number of points possible to get.
Oh, so
It's a punishment for being over the line early.
Oh wow. So how do you race once that happens?
Well, that's one of the challenges of sailboat racing is you have to finish that race, go back to the starting line and say, okay, it's a new race. Because
Right.
if you have the skills to perform, why not perform?
Right. Okay. And you gotta finish what you started.
You got to finish what you started. You got to go to race 2 of the day, and you got to go refocused and without any concern for your black flag. That's really hard to do. That's hard to do for adults to reset. And let's talk about the fact that we have 8 to 15-year-old kids out here who are doing that every day that they race.
Yep. And so let's just talk some numbers here. Let's just for people joining us right now, maybe they weren't with us at the top of the hour. Tell us just how that we had qualifying the first 2 days, and now on day 3 of the 4-day Orange Bowl Regatta race, you are either in gold, silver, or bronze category. Gold kicked off the race at about 10 minutes after 10, and then the other group, silver, started about 15 minutes after that. And what's going on with bronze now?
Yeah, bronze right now is going upwind. They just started their first race of the day. They're on the beginning of their upwind beat, and we've had a lot of boats that received black flags in the bronze start. Additionally, other things that are happening here on the race course, we have Silverfleet rounding the reach mark right now. We have boat number 22977, and then following them 22199, 23061 from the Silverfleet. I think what we're watching right now, though, on our footage here, and you can probably hear some of these kids in the background, we are watching Goldfleet finish their first race of the day, and what we can see here is really interesting. We have a very tight race here with the top 5. We've got, it looks like 19257 is going to be our leader here. It's going to be a really tight finish between 19257. Looks like they take it. Okay, we've got 19257 followed by I can't get a read on that number. Third place, 22969. Second place, 22750. Beck Brill, third place. Canada, 1818. In fourth,
Harrison Gandy, Jason Colvig, and Beck Brill.
16898. And it looks like USA 7444 is going to be coming in here in our 6th place position.
Tim, go ahead and give us those names again.
22863 crossing the line right now.
Coates.
I see Beck Brill coming right towards us here. All right.
19257. Is that our race leader?
That's Harrison Gandy.
Harrison Gandy, first place.
Hey, Harrison.
Harrison.
Looking good.
You want to tell us about that race? Can you come right here?
Nice.
Think you can hold on? All right, we got our race
Go to
leader
commentary?
right here, Harrison Gandy.
Go to commentary.
Hey, Harrison, how you feeling right now?
I'm feeling pretty good.
What do you think kept you in the lead?
Well,
Commentary?
it was a lot about boat speed. It was oscillating like a lot, and yeah, just keeping your boat moving fast and keeping a smile on your face.
Nice.
I feel like when you get too stressed, you start to lose boats.
Awesome. So how you feeling right now? Pretty awesome?
I'm feeling really good. I went into this race in second, and I'm hoping that that just put me in first.
Nice. What's the plan for the next race?
I'm gonna have to check everything again, but based on what happened last race, I think the right is really starting to pay because of the current, and the wind is starting to clock more southeast, so I'm looking for those righties.
Nice. Looking for the righties, staying
Yeah.
aware of that right side. All right, nice
Yeah.
job, man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great race. Have a great second race of the day.
Go.
Jason.
Jason,
Jason, come on over.
come on up. Hey, we're coming live from the waters of Biscayne Bay. Hey, Jason, how you doing?
Good,
How you feeling?
good.
Tell us why.
It's a great way to start out. Even though it was a close race for first and second, Harrison got it at the end. But it's a great way to start off the racing day.
What was your strategy? How did you stay right there the whole time?
I just tried to have a good start and just make crosses when I could towards the fleet. You know, it was mainly a speed day, so as long as I could get off the starting line, stay with the fleet and have my speed up there, it was going to be a pretty nice race.
That's awesome. I love
That's
that
awesome.
strategy.
We
Yeah,
love your
great job.
enthusiasm and your excitement. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We're proud of you.
All right, so fast.
I'd love to get Beck Brill up here. Beck, can I get you to talk to us? Yeah. How you feeling? Good. Come on up here.
So you hear from a lot of these guys that their main strategy here includes boat speed.
Yep.
No matter what's happening, just staying totally focused.
All right. So how you feeling, Beck? What's
Good.
going on?
Good.
What's going through your mind?
Happy
You're happy? Why?
because I was the only one who made it from the boat end
Great.
start.
Wow.
And how? What's your strategy for the next race going to be, Beck?
Clear start and win.
Yeah.
And wind?
What advice do you have for other kids?
Start on the less crowded end.
Okay, start on that's good advice, right?
All right, cool. Well,
Okay.
we're going to be watching you the next race, man. Nice job.
Beck, super
you.
proud of you. Put it there. Good job, babe.
Bye.
Okay. So there we have it. We've talked to some of the top athletes
That was so exciting.
in the red, white, and blue gold fleet.
Yep.
Super cool information. We heard some really good insider tips from them on what they were doing to get a good performance out of that first race today.
I'm glad they stopped to talk to us. I know that their head's still in the race and they have, 2, maybe 3 more to go. So
Exactly, and you could hear the excitement in their voices. They were still riding a little high from that nice race that they had just had.
So let's look, how long did that take? So they left just a few minutes after 10 and now it's 10:47. So it was about 35 minutes. That's about right. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, 40 minutes or so. Yeah, exactly. That's a pretty quick race. That's a good time. I bet the race committee is happy with that, and they're going to probably keep the race course the same length. That would be my guess.
Okay.
The breeze hasn't changed too much here. And as you heard from and some of our other athletes, that they felt like that right side is starting to pay off. So right here, we're looking at our third start of the day here. We're looking at Bronze Fleet going upwind. And maybe you can kind of start to see a little bit, oh, what is this? We're going upwind, right? Nope, is this our downwind leg? This might be our, let me just get a good view on this. I think this is actually, I apologize, everybody watching. This is our second race of the day. This is Silver Fleet going downwind. First race, Silver Fleet, second start. These guys are going downwind to the gate marks. And so what you can see here is we've got boats on port jibe mostly. And we got some boats on starboard jibe on the course left, but we're gonna see how this plays out. Like, who is gonna come into these marks in a better position? Oh no, we're watching footage of the Gold Fleet sail back down to the starting line. Okay. I need to get on top of which information.
Well,
all
the boats look the same, Sarah. It's okay. I know it's a little confusing.
I'm like, wow,
here.
they look like they're racing. Nope, not racing. Okay, moving on. But I am currently watching our Bronze Fleet go upwind. No, our Bronze Fleet go upwind.
Yes.
And
we
I'm
can see from
currently
here.
watching our Silver Fleet go downwind over here behind me.
Okay.
And what you guys are seeing on camera are the racers in Gold Fleet going back to their starting line to get another race on.
Now, how quickly will Gold start again?
Very soon, I would say probably in the next 15 minutes, they're going to try to get that race off. And for the rest of the day, what we'll see is a constant circuit of racing with very little downtime between for each start.
Okay. And so what? We talked to a few of the athletes who did extremely well. What's going through their mind now to try to kind of hold that position and not fall behind? It seems like there's a lot of pressure, a lot of psyche involved here.
Yeah, I would imagine, you heard a lot of the different pieces of feedback that they gave, and I'm sure they're trying to hold on to the important pieces and also be aware of what may have changed. That's going to be the biggest element of going into race 2 of the day is, hey, what did I do really well? What worked? What do I need to repeat? And also, is something else going to be different? Is the current different? Is the wind different? And is the starting line different? Do I need to make an adjustment? How do I change that strategy to get another good race?
So what is different now? Now we're an hour out here on the water, and how have the conditions changed, and how do you alter your sailing because of it?
Well, from where we're sitting, the breeze has felt pretty consistent, pretty much the same, pretty steady, oscillating breeze, a little bit back left, a little bit right, standard oscillations. And I think that the current is playing a factor, and I think that the athletes notice that. I'm not sure when the current is going to change. That's something that only they can really notice boat on boat as they're going upwind. And the best information they can operate under is that there's been current from the right to the left, and that might keep affecting the race course. Low tide is almost right now, but that doesn't mean that the water has stopped moving in Biscayne Bay yet. That would be low tide on Virginia Key.
All right. And what are we looking at here? This is drone 1 is up right now, catching. What a beautiful backdrop. I mean, just take a look at that backdrop. It's actually
Gorgeous. City of
breathtaking.
Miami.
And what are we looking at here, Sarah? If we can figure it out. I know I keep putting you on the spot, but
That's
that's my
totally
job.
fine.
That's what I'm here for. What's going
That's
on,
totally
Sarah?
fine. I think this is our Silver Fleet going downwind right now.
Okay.
I believe it is, but I'm going to stop going out on a limb here if I don't have a full read on it.
Okay, Captain Tim, chime in here.
Sure looks like it. I'm looking at the Miami skyline. And
Yep,
that's where
that
we
looks
are.
like Silver Fleet to us.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Good.
So these guys, we're gonna go. They're going toward the gate. That's what they may be doing here.
Okay, great.
But big picture here, what's happening across the course on day 3 of Orange Bowl Regatta is that we are about to see Gold Fleet get ready to start race 2 of the day. We are watching Silver Fleet finish up their downwind leg and start going upwind. And we're watching Bronze Fleet approaching the windward mark right now for their first race. So we're in full swing. The breeze is probably between 6 and 8 knots. It hasn't changed very much. We have oscillating breeze, and we've got a boat full of drone pilots
Yep.
And a beautiful, beautiful day on the water here on Biscayne Bay.
Yep, you can even see the moon is out just a little bit still. So that's kind of a nice effect right there, just a little sliver of a moon.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
So it looks like we have one of our committee boats coming up here to say hello. Mike Brill, hey, we're live here. Mike, Kim, how you doing? We had your son on just not too long ago. He did a great job. Yep, great job, guys. Great job. So we have the committee boat right here. We're just popping in to say hi, and everybody's resetting. So give us a kind of the big picture overview of what's happening right now at this time.
So right now we're finished with race 1 for Gold Fleet today, and those guys are heading back down to the starting line, getting ready for race 2 of the day. That's our championship Gold Fleet. They're the top athletes in the fleet right now. And then we have our Silver Fleet that is just rounding the gate mark, getting ready to head upwind to the finish line. Those athletes are fighting really hard. It's light, it's choppy, and there's oscillating breeze. And then we have our Bronze Fleet that they are just rounding their windward mark of their first race of the day right now. So we have things in full swing. Everything's on track. The race committee's got a good length course, and the big challenges out here for the athletes are keeping track of the shifts, keeping track of where the pressure is, what the current is doing, and also, as we heard from a lot of our athletes earlier, just sailing fast when things are challenging. That's one of the biggest, most difficult things for these athletes to do. Is they've got power boats whizzing around the course. They've got their coaches in one ear. They've got their expectations, sitting on the other shoulder, and it's how fast can you just sail when things maybe aren't going perfectly.
Okay, and this is the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. What's the difference between youth sailing and elite racing?
That's a great question. So youth sailing is the beginning of the sport. It's what athletes do up until the age 18, and it's a big, very involved experience. There's a bunch of different racing classes. There's the International Optimist dinghy, which is what we're looking at today. We have the Ilka, we have the 420, we have many youth classes out there, and then elite racing would be after that. Athletes really at a high professionalized level doing the same thing that you do when you're a youth, but the stakes are higher and it costs more money.
Okay, and what a beautiful sight we had there. Oh, it's us again, another beautiful sight. You're looking good, Sarah.
Oh, thank you.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
So
this is a trial by fire right now.
Hey, you're doing great. We say throw into the fire, but we're throwing you into the water there. Okay, so tell me give me the perspective now. People are just joining us. What are we looking at here?
I believe that this is our Bronze Fleet rounding the windward mark, about to round the windward mark. We've been eagerly awaiting them getting to the windward mark. And so we're going to see how this race has played out for them. They look pretty spread out here in the Bronze Fleet. There's not a ton of distance, there's not a ton of boats here in the top 5. They're pretty spread apart. We can really see that the guys who have sailed well have kind of gotten ahead, and then we can see the big differences in speed between the top boats in the middle and the back of the pack.
So we're making this is the first turn here?
This is the first turn of the race, Mark A, windward mark, and these guys who are rounding are now heading down to the reach mark.
Okay, and this is the bronze division that we're looking at?
Yep, bronze division. And again, just like in the other two fleets, there's about 65, 66 boats in this fleet. Everybody out here, regardless of which fleet they're in, gold, silver, bronze, all these athletes are really focusing on the same things, which is like, how well can I sail the boat around the people that I'm with?
Right.
And on the starting line, on the upwind, on the reach, no matter if they're top 5 level or mid-fleet or just learning, they're all trying to accomplish the same task.
So what was it like for you when you were sailing Opties? What was it like then? Were there probably fewer girls then?
I think that's so many good questions. Jeez. You know what? The sport has never been fully gender equal, I don't think, but there were girls racing Opties when I was young, and probably just as many as there are now. But
same.
Yeah, pretty similar. And I think that maybe there's more girls now. I couldn't tell you for sure. I don't have analytics on it, but I think the sport is definitely growing, and I think there are more women getting involved, more girls getting involved, and I think.
What would you say the breakdown is percentage-wise of boys to girls?
I wish I had the answer.
I could
don't
tell.
know.
There are more boys. I
There
can
are
tell
more
that,
boys.
but
Yeah,
I
there
don't
are.
know what the statistics are. We'll have to look those up for you.
Yeah.
So here we go. We're bronze here is making their first turn there at the marker there, and that's it. Look at that. How frustrating is that to be right behind it there and just struggling to get around and
Yep.
getting kind of cut off there.
Yep, and we can see like Argentina 3865 here is doing a good job going past the mark. They're like, you know what? I'm just gonna go around all these folks. And we got 23110. They're making the mark here. That's good. 12234 could be in trouble. Oh, we're on the mark. We just squeezed past, huh? So yeah, this is pretty challenging with the lighter winds, right? On the lighter end, we're seeing 6 knots, a lot of chop and current, and it makes it so hard to get around the windward mark. Right now, although we're looking at bronze fleet right now, we do have our silver fleet getting closer and closer to the finish line. And it looks like they've got a pretty good spread going on too. A lot of the boats seem to be pretty far course left, which is pretty standard for the current going from the right to the left.
And where are the biggest gains made on the race course?
I would say one of the most important places on the course is right after the start. This is a moment where the boats that have had a good, clean start are just going fast, and boats that have had a start that's compromised are making extra tacks. So one of the most important places to establish position is really early on. From there, small gains forward, or looking for opportunities that other people may have not noticed. That's the only way you're going to make a big jump, I think.
So Gold Race 2 is going to start in sequence at 1100.
Okay, Gold Race 2 starting in sequence at 1100. It's a nice round time for our Gold Fleet to start. And the breeze again is still pretty average to light here. Not a windy day. It's softened a little bit since we started. And we have a lot more power boat chop out here. You can probably see how the boats are responding to that in the drone footage. You can see that it's not easy to keep speed up when you're gonna run into chop over and over again.
Again, you are watching live coverage of the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta, streaming live with drones for the first time. And the athletes are looking amazing. It's a beautiful day. We couldn't ask for better weather. We couldn't ask for a better expert here, Sarah Newberry-Moore, who is a professional athlete for 7 years and our expert here on Captain Tim's boat today, bringing us the very latest and explaining what's going on. So if you're coaching these athletes today, what are you telling them? What's your word of advice for these athletes, Sarah?
I would definitely say looking for a nice clear lane off the starting line. I would say be careful with the current going right to left, at least in the first race, maybe into the second race, because it's definitely going to have an effect on the race course on a lighter day.
Okay.
I would say focus on speed, keep the speed up. When you're not sure what to do next, remember that it's pretty steady breeze and keep that boat speed up.
Okay. And what titles do you hold?
Oh, okay, so when I was their age, when I was younger, I won the Youth Multi-Hull Championship.
The youth?
Youth Multi-Hull Championship with
Okay.
my little sister. It's like the youth champs. And so, yeah, we were the top multi-hull team in the U.S. and the first all-women's team to do it.
Wow.
And then in the following years, I've won the F-16 Nationals in North Americans, the F-18 Nationals in North Americans, the NACRA 17 Nationals in North Americans. We were champions at the Miami World Cup. There's more. I can't think of them because it's so hard to be in the top now.
When you think of them, just shout it out.
Okay, I'll
Even
let
if
you
it
know.
doesn't make sense, just say the title.
I'll let you know. But all those
Okay.
titles, actually, the coolest part, the thing I'm most proud of is that in all those titles, I was the first woman to win them.
Oh wow.
So
that's great. So you're really paving the way for women, and we talked about this a little bit before. You have a 7-month-old baby. I know there's a plane passing over and it's a little noisy, so just bear with us here. Actually, let's just take a look at the video while the plane goes over.
So we have these guys just finishing up their rounding here on
Okay.
that windward mark. It would be great. Maybe we can get some drone footage of that Silver Fleet finish. Let's see if we can queue up the drone for the Silver Fleet for start number 2 of race 1.
There we go.
We're looking. There we go. That's our program here. That's our Silver Fleet coming into the finish. We're looking at a pretty tight race in the top here. We've got 2297 leading to the right, and we have 22199 leading our left pack. And we're gonna have to see how this plays out. Looks like the top 3 boats are gonna come from the course right, and they're getting closer and closer to the finish line. And I don't know if you guys can notice this, but There are so many boats on the course left right now. Everybody's gotten pushed course left from the current, and the boats that have been digging into the current, digging into the right side, I think they're going to come ahead here.
Here we have 2297
on port tack, almost at the finish line, getting closer and closer. There we go. We've got our top finisher in Silver Fleet, 2297. Nice work. And we've got ISV 1817. I think 187, 1817. I'm not sure. I can't read the number from here. But ISV is the code for the U.S. Virgin Islands. So this is a U.S. Virgin Island athlete. Whereas you can see on the other sails we have USA. USA is obviously
Looks
USA.
like Howard Zimmerman is in second place here. We're trying to get a name on 2297 to see who came in first place here.
23061 is third.
Felix Moniz.
Felix Moniz. Felix is at what place? Tim?
Key Biscayne, I believe.
Key Biscayne.
Third place.
Third place. Okay,
Okay,
great.
here we have 31 Cayman Islands 31.
Ali Capasso.
Ali Capasso, and 22199.
Aiden O'Gwen.
Who is that, Tim?
Here we have our top 5 finishers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Number 8, 23062 finishing. You guys are gonna be able to see this on camera here, but there are so many boats on the course left, and we have our bronze fleet coming downwind right now. Bronze fleet's coming downwind, and they're going to be intersecting some of our silver fleet. Looking right now from the pin end of the finish line, watching the silver fleet finishers as they come across on starboard here. Now we've got a good view here on our bronze fleet and how they're
Yep, we can go ahead and turn that.
how they are intersecting our silver fleet after their reef mark. USA 21867 coming into the finish line here in silver.
Wait, hold.
Looking at our drone camera number 2 right here, and from our wide perspective, we're getting a little bit of a tighter shot set up for you guys so you can see what's happening here at the finish line. And this is, go ahead just to catch us up on what we're looking at now, Sarah. This is silver coming in on the cross finish line.
Silver coming in crossing the finish line. Argentina 3859 crossing the line right now.
Yeah. What about that?
This is the just the back end of the top of the fleet here. We've probably got around 10 to 15 boats finished. 2316 crossing just ahead of 22777. Look at 11055 sneaking in there. Not sure, that was a photo finish between those two boats.
Beautiful.
You can see how tight this racing is in the end. Don't you think that's interesting? That they can sail a whole race and still be so close together.
They really are tight. There's not a lot of space in between, and
Here we go, 22484, nice little tack there right on the finish line. Boats are still pouring into the finish. All right, 20529 crossing the line. Puerto Rico on starboard, 1389. I'm still feeling pretty strong about this current being a factor here. It's hard to get a full view on it from this angle, but what we're seeing, guys, is that tide that's been going out is going from course right to course left. It's pushing boats up the course a little bit, and it's pushing them from the right to the left a little bit. And the silver fleet has been really affected by it. A lot of boats got pushed out to the course left side by the current, and they're all trying to make their way in now from the left. They're all stacked up from the left side coming in. If I was coaching right now on the water or sailing on the water, I might be trying to think about how much I want to factor that current into my next strategy for my next race. And speaking of next races, I think we have Gold Fleet off. Does that look right to you, Captain Tim?
It does.
it looks like Gold's Fleet is starting their second race for the day. We have a drone shot of that if we want to try to pop up drone 1.
Yeah, if we could try to pop up the footage for Gold Fleet, that would be awesome. We've got just this is the last little bit of Silver Fleet coming in here. These guys are fighting so hard. This is not easy racing.
Nope.
And it doesn't matter if you're in the Gold Fleet, the Silver Fleet, or the Bronze Fleet. These guys are all working so hard, just trying to get a little bit ahead of the boat next to them, just trying to execute their skills that they know, that they have, and to do their best effort, to do their best job. Everyone out here is doing a hard work to make their race the best outcome possible.
It's not easy. And also, hey, why not thank all of our volunteers who make this possible? You know, that we have really hundreds of volunteers in place to pull this off. A lot of parents, a lot of very proud parents participating. And again, a big thank you to Tucci Racing, our sponsor here. You see their names on the markers. That's there by design. And a big thank you to Tucci, and of course to Coral Reef Yacht Club for making this possible every year. It's so exciting, you know, to be able to see the kids and talk to the kids. They come in from all over the world. This is making memories. This is a lifetime experience, and this is something that changes and impacts lives, and we're happy to bring it to you live right here and give you a few bird's eye views and an excellent commentary with Sarah Newberry. Right now we're gonna take
We're taking you to the live drone footage of Gold Fleet starting race 2.
great.
This is, once again, guys, and I know that we've talked about it several times, but for those of you who are just tuning in, we have 3 divisions today. We have Optimist Gold Fleet, Optimist Silver Fleet, and Optimist Bronze, and these are the divisions for finals racing at the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. The Gold Fleet are the top 65, top 66 boats at this event. They qualified for Gold Fleet in the 2 days before our 3rd day of racing, which is today.
Yep.
And now they're fighting it out for trophy positions in the Gold Fleet, Silver Fleet, and Bronze.
So we just watched Bronze wrap up their first race, and we saw Gold begin their second race. So we are right on track here, right on track, and not on tack, on track.
Speaking of being on track, I also just want to remind you guys that as we're calling numbers out here, we're giving you information on boats that are rounding marks. We're mentioning what we see at the finish line, but these are unofficial. They're not results. These are just this is our commentary. We're just telling you what numbers we see crossing the line. We are not an official race committee boat, and we do not have official results. So please don't hold us accountable.
A couple of girls sitting out here observing a few things and flying some drones around to try to bring you the best perspective that we can get you at this time. So yes, we are not official.
We are very unofficial.
We are so
In fact,
unofficial.
I had all the drones mixed up a few minutes ago.
I don't even know where we are, Sarah.
Exactly.
No, we kid around, but we just want people to know that the results aren't final till they're final, and that's up to the race committee, and that's up to everybody tallying the proper numbers. So we're just out here to bring you a bird's eye view and to have some fun with this and show you the excitement of the racing here with the International Orange Bowl Youth Regatta. It's exciting to see, it's exciting to be out here, and it's absolutely beautiful. Makes South Florida look absolutely stunning. And we're so happy we can broadcast this live on YouTube. We know that friends and family are watching in England and in Argentina, and we know that some of our sponsors with Tucci are watching in the Bahamas, and we're just excited to be able to bring this to everyone all over the world, because it is meaningful for the kids who are participating and for their families, and this is what it's all about. So Sarah, here's my big question.
What are we looking at?
What are we looking at?
Okay, I'm going to try to get it right this time. I think we're looking at Gold Fleet, and I think what we're looking at is what happened right after the start. Earlier, Cynthia asked me a really good question, which is where on the race course are the biggest gains made? What is the most integral part of this race, you know, that these kids are all going through? And I said right after the start is one of the most important moments.
Okay.
And I think this is a great example of that. What you can see is that there are boats that have sprinted ahead, that have broken free, that had totally clear air and a great start, and then you'll see that there are boats sort of in the middle of the pack or in the back who maybe had to tack a couple extra times to get clean air. What we see right now is 21853, the leftmost boat on the race course. We have 17255 following to the course left, 19257. I would say this is a great position to be in. This boat was leading to the left, and now they're in a position to come back in a little bit of a left shift and work their way back right to make sure that they square up with the boats to the right of them. 21555, similar strategy here, similar tactics. Gains made by being a boat toward the left, but now Now the goal of this boat is to get closer to that right pack, because everything about sailboat racing and strategy and tactics is about risk versus reward here. So we're happy to go left if there's good left pressure. We're happy to be the left part of the pack if there's a pin end that's favored. But if we get too far away from other boats, we're giving up a lot of opportunities, and we might even get hung out to dry if that left side doesn't play out. So what you're seeing is real-time athletes making these decisions, choosing when they're going to come back at each other, when they're going to try to get better pressure to the left or the right of them, and really like how am I going to get a step ahead in this race? What we see right now is some boats from the right side are on starboard. They're trying to make gains on starboard here. They may have a little bit of right pressure. Maybe they felt that it was the right time to take that cross. It looks like Puerto Rico's doing quite well there to the right side of people. I also just want to go back and mention what we said earlier about the current effect that we've been seeing on this race course. There is right to left and bottom to top current. Very slight bottom to top. The tide is going out. It's going to be slacked soon, but that current is still affecting our race course. And I think that you can see that in how well those boats to the course right are going at moments.
Any surprises that you see, Sarah, or status quo?
Looks pretty status quo. I think it's got a similar layout to a lot of races. I mean, I think we're seeing standard Miami moderate light air sailing with some oscillating breeze. Boat speed is clutch. Can you factor the current in well enough against those shifts and against the pressure changes to stay ahead or get ahead?
So how much of this is, actual gifted athleticism skill, and how much of it is learned behavior?
Well, to be frank, I think that a lot of it is hard work. I think that there are absolutely gifted athletes out there, and I don't want to take that away from anybody. But my gut feeling is that if you work harder and you pay attention and you put in the hours and the reps, you're going to get pretty far in this sport. But talent always helps, that is for sure. In anything, talent helps. But I think hard work is the biggest element that differentiates these athletes from each other.
These athletes are all on their own out on the course, so it's you're flying solo. What's that like?
Oh man, I guess that can be, one thing is if you've never competed in an individual sport or been on your own as an athlete, it's hard to imagine, but self-talk is a really big deal. What's going on in your own head really determines how well you perform.
And what's the importance of coaching the athletes? Like, what kind of advice do they get from their coaches? And if they're on the water, there are some people out there where the coaches are on the water with them. How does that work?
Yeah, so a lot of these athletes are on teams, different teams around the country. They'll have their main program coach, or sometimes they have private coaching and a coach that they work with primarily, and that coach will travel with them to regattas. They'll help them learn the things they need to learn. They'll help them keep on routine or learn a better routine and make sure that they have the right equipment. The coach is not the athlete though. Like between races, the coach is giving information on what they see. Hey, I see this happening with the current. Hey, I see this happening with the pressure. Did you notice that the fleet did X, Y, or Z? That's the best way that the coach can make an impact on the athlete's performance, is by giving information that they might not otherwise have themselves. But
like what?
Oh, definitely fleet dynamic, because when you're in it and you're in those boats, look at this 21853 and 17255. They're right next to each other. They're just thinking about being faster than each other. They're thinking about the course left of the race course. Hey, is this going to play out? Am I going to be able to stay ahead? Or is that righty going to come in? Or is the current going to actually factor in more than I think it did? So at the end of a race, athletes have a very limited perspective, if not a very real, intense perspective of the course. But the coach is able to provide what we're seeing now,
okay.
Which is more zoomed out. And I think that's very valuable, to be able to put your race in perspective. So right now we're looking at Gold Fleet heading up to the end of their first windward beat of the second race of the day. It's looking like there's a bit of a lefty on the course at the moment. I think these boats from the top left are actually looking like they have good pressure and good angle. There was a little bit of time there where the course right looked like it might have been pretty strong, and I think factoring that current in makes a pretty big difference for the right side, but I think we're in a big left shift right now. So there's a good chance that the boats that really banked, bet on that left side might come ahead.
And we did have an opportunity after gold finished last time to get some of the athletes over to our boat and get some one-on-one interviews with them. So we know that everyone wants to see that, so we're efforting that again. It's a little hard to communicate with them, but we have been in touch with their coaches, and we did ask them to head over once the race is complete. So hopefully we'll have those interviews for you again. I know that was exciting for them, and exciting for us, and exciting for everybody who's having the opportunity to watch and follow along here. So very exciting. This is race 2 of gold right now, and looking great, beautiful, strong. No complaints. Any complaints, Sarah?
Oh, I have no complaints.
No complaints.
I'm having a great day.
Great day. Okay, and then what do we expect? So this is day 3, and then tomorrow's day 4. Explain again for those just joining us how the scoring works. Low score wins, right?
Yeah, the lowest score will win. There's I believe 12 races planned. At any event, there's no guarantee that they're going to get all the races in, and the boat with the lowest number of points is going to win. So if you get a first place, you get 1 point. You get a second place, you get 2 points, and so on. And the amalgamated score is what determines your position in the fleet.
So is it cumulative in the end? So you add up days 1, 2, 3, and 4, and
Absolutely.
you get the total score?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. So they add up all of the races of the whole series across the 4 days. There is a throwout, which is sort of like to account for a outlying score, because nobody can be perfect, and sometimes strange things happen. So they add one throwout into that system. So maybe if you had one bad race in the series, you get to toss it. Everybody gets to toss one race. So we're still looking at Gold Fleet here, and what we saw a few minutes ago was just a little bit of what looked to me, to my eye, and again, I'm very unofficial, I have no idea what's really going on, but to my eye it looked like a little bit of left pressure and maybe a little left shift. Before that moment, I thought the right side looked pretty decent. They looked like they were, in the lighter moment there, it looked like the current advantage was playing out for the right side. So we're just gonna have to see what happens as these guys get closer and closer to approaching the windward mark. We have a nice zoomed out view here of our race course and of Orange Bowl Regatta. You can see Coconut Grove there in the background. You can see Grove Isle as well. This is I believe this is our starting line that we're looking at down here, and I think we have our Silver Fleet queuing up, getting ready for their race 2. Once again, Gold Fleet is in the middle, or not the middle, but they're finishing their windward leg of their race 2, and we have Silver Fleet queuing up for the start of their race 2 today.
Great. And as you're back, you took a year off, right, Sarah, when you had your baby, and now you're back. So tell me just a little bit about Athlete Moms. I know there's a group. Right? What's the name?
So there's an organization that was started by a track and field athlete. It's called And Mother. It's started by Alicia Montano and a co-founder named Molly Dickens, who's a scientist. Currently, Allison Felix and a lot of other of these really incredible athlete moms sit on the board of this organization, and yeah, I mean, what the goal is like to create, to move the needle on things, and to kind of create opportunities, and to make sure that women know that they're going to have the resources that they need to continue in elite sport of all kinds after having children.
Right, because typically you think, oh, they had the baby, they're done being an athlete, but that's not the case at all.
Yeah, and I think it's been the minority of female athletes that have decided to continue, and our theory is that if we made it easier to continue, or if we made sure that they knew that it was normal, then maybe we'd have more female athletes with really long careers, and then there's more opportunity for girls in all sport.
Leading the way yet again, Sarah.
Oh, come on.
Sarah Newberry Moore. You are qualifying, or you are going to be qualifying for the Olympics. How does that work? That's in 2024 Paris?
Exactly. We're in the very beginning of our quadrennium, so we are just starting out our 2024 campaign.
Quadrennium? That sounds like an SAT word. What does that mean?
That means the 4-year cycle for the Olympics. But you know what? Now that I think about it, I should take that back, because we had the games in 2021, and so this is actually a 3-year cycle this time around. Okay. So we had a delay for COVID. Yeah.
And so you are training for that and preparing for that and campaigning for that?
Yep. Currently training, preparing, campaigning. Our first big peak event, we're going to be in Europe next spring and summer racing, but and the baby will come with me, which is really exciting.
But not on the boat.
Not on the boat. No. No, with his daddy or maybe his grandparents. But yeah, we'll be racing our first big peak world championship event in Halifax, Nova Scotia next summer.
And how different is it sailing all over the world? The water's a lot different. Are there areas where you think, oh, this is going to be harder than South Florida are easier than, does it size up like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Every place is different. In fact, we do a lot of, and these guys actually, so think about it like this, everybody listening. Your kids came to Orange Bowl to train, or these athletes that we're looking at, they come down here and they train a couple days before the event, they get used to the venue. And as we all know, every year that you come back, you have a better and better handle on what's happening on the Miami racecourse, because you just start to learn what normal things happen here, what's going on with the weather, what the clouds do, what a normal sea breeze direction is like. It's the same for us at elite racing levels. We travel to different venues around the world, and we go and do training camps to learn about the conditions and the venue.
Great. So what are we looking at here? I know I just don't want to lose perspective of the race. We have looks like what division is this here?
This is Silver Division queuing up for their second start of the day, but we also have just heard that Gold Fleet has rounded Mark 1.
Okay.
So we're looking at Silver Fleet queuing up, I believe. Let me just make sure. Okay, yes, I am correct. That's Silver Fleet queuing up for their second start of the day. You can see the pin boat right there. That's the left side of the starting line, and the pin boat and the committee boat are the two ends of the line, and that's where our race committee sits and views the starting line and determines if people are on the line or over the line, or how to regulate the start to make sure it's fair.
And so go over again the flags that our athletes have to keep an eye out for. What means what?
Oh, there are a lot of different flags. And so I think the most important things to note are that a black flag start is one of the hardest starts to have, because if you happen to be over, you are totally not going to get a score for that race. And if you have a general recall after a black flag, you're not going to be able to participate in the next start. There are individual recall flags, there are general recall flags. There's a U flag, a UFD flag, and that's a slightly different rule than the black flag. But the race committee has the PRO has the ability to decide what signals to send the athletes and what type of start it's going to be. And if boats are not queuing up properly, if they're getting over the line early, or if they're being too aggressive, the race committee might put up the black flag, like they have been doing, to say, hey guys, stay under the line.
Have you ever gotten a black flag, Sarah?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, my first Olympic trials, I think I got 3 black flags.
So it happens to the best of them.
It happens to everyone, and it actually happens a lot under pressure. So it's tough to get it right all the time, and I think that the experience of having a black flag is good. It's good for these kids. It means they're pushing the line and they're learning where it is.
And have you sailed in this race before, Orange Bowl?
Yeah, I've sailed Orange Bowl when I was a kid.
Yep. How many times?
I can't even remember.
A lot?
Probably 4 or 5.
How'd you do?
Nothing notable. I don't think I had a very good Orange Bowl ever.
Okay.
I think it was always tough.
All right. And look at you now.
Yeah.
So look, that's a beautiful line. That looks like it's a pretty good start there for everyone.
It does.
What do you think?
That looks like a great line, and you can see boats here tacking away onto port. We've got, in addition to this start that we're looking at right now, just behind us, we have the Bronze Fleet finishing their first race of the day. They're about to cross the finish line. We have sail number 23116 about to cross the line in first. Here we go, first place 23116. Maybe we can get the footage on the on our boat cam here.
Alexander Getzels, if we can, Raoul, if we can take the host camera. There we go, Alexander. He just came in first for our bronze division. Way to go, Alexander. If he comes on over here, we will get a few words with him. Again, these are our vision of what's happening. We have a 1122 coming in 2025. Jack Adderley. And Tomas de la Vega from Colombia with the red sail there. So that's third place from our perspective. Again, these are not the official numbers. It's just what it seems to be from our point of view right now. When we get the official numbers, we will absolutely bring them to you and let you know that it is in the books. So right now we have 23116. Alexander. Okay, pardon our rough camera here. There we go. Hey, Alexander. Hi, how you feeling?
Good,
Why?
because I just won a race.
And what's going through your head?
I'm wondering how my team's doing.
Yeah, that's very nice of you. It's a very considerate thing to think. And how did you do so well in this race? What was your strategy?
It's basically pretty easy. Once you get like a good start, all you have to do, the whole fleet decides what you do. So I just did what the fleet was doing.
Which was?
Like if they tacked and went left, then I tacked with them and went left. If the fleet tacked right, I tacked with them and went right.
How did you, were you in first place the whole time, or was it kind of a touch and go?
I was like rounding the top mark, like fourth, and then the reach, I didn't gain any boats. On the downwind, then I got first, and I rounded the mark, and all you had to do was just like block everyone in.
What's your coach gonna say?
I don't know.
You pretty proud of yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're proud of you too. Way to
Thanks.
go. Congratulations. Sarah, any
Thanks.
questions?
No, good luck next race. Have a great
Thanks.
Do great. We're proud of you.
Thanks.
Come on up here.
Currently, as we're sitting here with the Bronze Fleet finishing up, we
All right,
have
are you
Gold
Jack?
Fleet on their first
Great race, Jack.
reach
Come on
of the second race of the day, and we'll be bringing you that shortly. Here we go. We have Bermuda 1122. What's your name?
I'm Jack Adderley.
How you doing? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty happy about my results. I caught up last second upwind right before the finish line. I'm pretty excited for the following day.
That's exciting. Any standout moments of this race, or anything happened that you surprised you, or anything that stands out?
Well, there was a massive wind shift right middle first upwind, which I kind of lost on. But I played it, went left, and then I got back and rounded the top mark in third.
Have you been in this? Have you done the Orange Bowl Regatta before? Is this?
I've done it 3 times before. Twice in Green Fleet, and last time it was Championship Fleet. But I'm happy to get second in Orange Bowl, so it feels good.
That's amazing. We're so proud of you. Anything else you want to say to your friends in Bermuda?
Oh, hey guys, I'm excited to go back day after tomorrow, I think.
All right.
But it's fun out here, yeah.
Yeah, we got pretty good Bermuda weather going on today, right? Here in South Florida.
Yeah, it's light but choppy, but
All right. Thanks
Nice
so much.
work. Nice
All right,
work.
thank
Job.
you.
Good luck
Proud
next
of
race.
you.
Thank you.
Great race. All right, Tomas.
How are you?
I have a problem. I don't speak
¿Cómo estás?
English.
¿Cómo estás? Bien.
¿Cómo se fue la race?
Estuvo muy bien.
Sí, ¿por qué?
Pues para mí un tercer puesto es una buena regata.
¿Y cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se?
Tomás de la Vega,
Tomás de la Vega. ¿En tú vives a dónde?
en Colombia.
En Colombia.
¿Y cómo están las condiciones?
Me parece que hay poco viento. Sería más divertido con más viento, pero de todas formas es un buen clima.
Okay, yo hablo un poquito de español, es todo para mí.
Congratulations. Muy bueno, gracias.
Nice job. Good luck next race.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think
We
we've
have
got our
one
top
more.
female finisher too.
Hey, top female finisher. Here we go. Come on to this side. 19737. What's your name?
Sienna Nichols.
Sienna Nichols, 19737, top female finisher in that Bronze Fleet race. What we're seeing behind Sienna right now is Gold Fleet rounding that reach mark. We've got 7444 jibed away onto port, and we have 19350 on starboard jibe. So, hi Sienna, how was that race?
It was really good. I mean, the start was definitely not what I wanted, I guess, because for the start, I kind of got rolled because I wasn't expecting because someone rolled over me, so I wasn't really expecting that. But after that, I just kind of wanted to play it conservative, and I think that's how I got my position back.
Nice. Good work, good work. What were the most important things about that race to you? What was making the biggest difference for the leaders?
I definitely think that it was more fleet management, because there are definitely some people that went off, and it did pay off for them sometimes, but otherwise it really wouldn't. So watching the fleet and being able to understand what they're gonna do, or be able to understand I guess their routes, I guess that's really nice, because if you don't really watch that, then you can kind of get pushed out the back.
What do you have to say to other young girls who are considering, following in your wind, I guess I would say?
Just kind of go for it, honestly, because I mean, I have a few girls back at my yacht club, and they're just they're so pumped to see me race. I mean, even if you go and do bad, I mean, at least just go and try, and if you know you're trying, then that's the best you can do. You know?
What yacht club are you from?
Balboa Yacht Club from California.
Oh, wow, from California. So
Yeah.
what do you have to say to your friends out there who are watching right now?
I guess just I'm so pumped to be here, honestly. It's crazy. I'm just, I guess, to Pierce, I guess I believed
because that's what he always tells me to do. Is just go and believe, and that's what I did.
Well, that's awesome, and we believe in you, and we think you're awesome. Congratulations.
Nice
Good
work.
luck
Thank you.
in the next race. That was amazing.
Thank
Keep it
you.
up, keep it up.
That's great.
So that was those were our bronze leaders
Yep.
in their race one today, and those guys are going to head back down to the starting line, and they're going to start to get ready for their second race of the day. Right now, behind us and on the drone, what we have is a view of our gold fleet heading downwind to finish, to get closer and closer to the finish of their race 2. And we can see that a lot of boats behind us here have jibed away. They've jibed onto port. They're aiming into the current. They're working to avoid drifting too far away from the marks.
I think that your top 3 rounders were James Algier, Miles Cundy, and Charlie Julian.
So James Algier, Miles Cundy, and Charlie Julian were our top 3 rounders, and we kind of saw them behind us earlier when we were talking to Sienna as they were rounding that reach mark. The breeze is pretty light right now, so what we heard from those leaders of Gold Fleet after the last race was like, it's really important just to be able to like lock it in and focus on boat speed, and I think the lighter the breeze gets, the more important that is.
And you have to believe, right?
And you have to believe.
Yeah, you got to believe, as we heard our friend from California say.
I love
so.
her attitude.
Yeah, she was
She's
great.
so pumped to be here.
I was
and
inspired.
I was inspired too. I loved it.
She did a great job.
It really, actually, it made me so happy to hear how much she was enjoying racing today.
And great to hear, you know, right after they cross the finish line, you know,
Yep.
what they're thinking. And you know, how long do you celebrate before you get your head back in the game for the next race?
Like 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
But we stretched it out for them. We let them have more time.
And it'll live forever now online. So
Yeah,
that's
and
great.
as we said before, which is so interesting, one of the biggest challenges is like, how do you take that information and then add it to all the things that you're seeing change so
Yep.
that you can make a new strategy.
Yep.
It's pretty tough. So right
It is
now you're like, again, behind us, we're on the host boat here, we're on the media boat, and behind us you're seeing Gold Fleet around their reach mark.
Yep.
We're watching in front of us, we can see the bronze
Actually,
fleet
I'm going to jump out of the way so
going
you get a
back
better
down to
perspective.
the starting line. And then way on the other side of us here on the drone footage, we're looking at Silver Fleet. Oh no, this is bronze?
Silver Fleet is getting up to the first
This is
one.
Silver Fleet. Yeah, okay. Haha, I got it right this time. Okay, they're telling me I got it right. That is Silver Fleet going to the windward mark of their second race. Once again, bronze just finished and they're going down to start their second race.
Yep.
And
we
so we got a lot going on here out on the water.
A lot going on, and we're super excited to be here. This is, just so you know, this is our 1 day of coverage that we are doing for the Orange Bowl Regatta this year. It's kind of our test run because we've never taken live drone footage and streamed it live like this before. So so far so good.
Yeah.
We're super happy to be here and bring this to you. And next year, hopefully, we'll be able to do multiple days and multiple classes. You know, that's kind of the plan. So this is our first go at it, and we're excited to bring it to you. I think it's working out great. We thank Mother Nature first and foremost for cooperating, and we thank Coral Reef Yacht Club, we thank Tucci, and of course all of the volunteers. Tim, am I forgetting anyone?
There's a million people, I'm sure we are.
A million people we're forgetting, but we thank you.
It takes
So
a village.
that's right, it does
Yeah,
take a village.
and thank you to the parents of all these athletes for getting them down here. This is so cool. You heard Sienna earlier saying she's so pumped just to be here, and that's because of parents like you guys and family members who are willing to sacrifice your Christmas to come down and be with us in South Florida. So here we
Let's give
go.
a special thanks to Chris Block. He's the chair of the Orange Bowl Regatta this year.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chris
He's put
Block.
countless hours of work and meetings and planning and preparation, and it really shows because it's been a seamless event so far. We had a difficult day on day one with a little bit of wind, but they were able to get one race off, and it's been just a fantastic event so far.
So thank you to Chris Block for all of your hard work. You heard Tim saying that.
And to his wonderful wife, Catherine, also for pitching in and doing so much. And to all of the parents and everybody who's been kicking in. But Chris Block, excellent job. This was his idea, by the way.
This was Chris's
He came to me and he said, Cynthia, can we do live drone coverage? And I said, yeah, why not? And so here we go. So it was his idea. We did a few test runs. It worked out great. Here we are talking to you. He said, can you help commentate? And I said, I sure can ask a lot of questions. And so then he found our expert here, our USA team member, Sarah Newberry Moore. And so that's kind of how it came together.
So Cynthia, people in Miami obviously know who you are, but we have people
Okay.
watching from across the country, really across the world. Why are you so natural behind the camera?
Okay, I was a news anchor for almost 25 years and worked at every network, and I was most recently at CBS here in Miami for 10 years, and then I left 6 years ago to start my own company. And Cynthia Demas Communications, a very original name. And one thing we do are things like this: sailboat races. We go live. We do video production, stuff like that. So yes, I'm a news anchor turned media maven, if you will. And I get to work with fun people like Sarah and like Captain Tim here and everything, and I love it. Look at this. That's a great shot. I love it. We can see their faces. We can see their numbers. Let's take a look. We see 1080 Bermuda. Is that Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great shot there. And then on Team USA, can't quite catch that number there, but it looks
Well,
like...
I do like that the red, white, and blue outfit we have going on here.
Yep.
22199 USA, trying to hold a nice tight lane above Bermuda 1080, and it's going really well for him. He looks like he's got a really, really nice lane going. He's going fast. I don't know where these guys are in the fleet, but once we get a more zoomed out view, we'll be able to let you know. They look like top athletes here. They look like they're going really well. And on port, in a bit of a lefty, coming in closer and closer to that windward mark. In the last upwind leg, we saw that there was a little bit of current advantage to right-hand course-going boats, but that there were left shifts out there and left pressure, and I think that in the end we saw that pay off at moments. So it's really interesting. Bermuda 1080 tacking back to port, heading farther left. You can see them. Oh, another boat's joining. So we have two boats heading left again. And we're going to have to see how this all plays out as we get closer and closer to that windward mark.
Yep, looking great there. And you can see as our drone pulls out, you can see a wide perspective here of what's going on with the beautiful skyline in the background. And picture perfect. Stuff movies are made of right here.
Yeah, agreed. And once again, like talking a little bit about the technical, boring details here, you know, current has been a factor on this race course. And as Cynthia asked earlier, you know, what are the things that make the biggest difference? Well, getting a good start is a huge one of them. So you can see on these first legs just how important that start is, because boats really get spread out. And the ones who are able to be on the edges, the ones who have clear air, they're going to go faster. So these guys in the middle, the ones with lanes that may have some bad air, some turbulent air from the boats above them, they're going to struggle a lot more to make gains forward in speed.
How do you remain consistent with this? I mean, it's you do great in one. It's kind of like golf, right? I mean, is it the same perspective, the same psyche?
I think it's so similar because golf is also an open field sport with a lot of variables: outdoors, wind, weather. You know, the field itself is open, and in sailing, yeah, it's difficult to create consistency. Is a whole art in itself. That's why we have athletes that perform really well in training and in technical maneuvers, and their mechanics are great, but then when it's time to go on the race course and put together a regatta, they might have different challenges. So I think the mental game is super important in terms of creating consistency. Cynthia, you asked earlier, you know, how long do you think about, or how long do you celebrate a win before you go back down and focus on the next race? That's what it comes down to in terms of creating consistency. How fast can you get back on track and just go on to the next step?
So you don't really exhale.
Yeah, exactly. Or you're always inhaling, exhaling.
You just have to keep it's psychological. They have you know, psychologists who just deal with athletes for things just like this, right?
Yeah. There are reasons why, and I think it's something that more and more young athletes in our sport are getting into and are getting exposed to, and it's a big deal.
Now there's a motorboat passing right behind them. When stuff like that happens, is that distracting, or are you so much in the zone you don't even see it or feel it? Or
Well, those guys, they're looking upwind right now, so most of them won't see it. I'd say there are going to be athletes who get distracted by almost anything, but they're definitely looking forward. They're looking away from that guy. You know, it can be really hard when those boats come across your line of vision, though.
Right.
And that's going back to the mental game. How do you stay consistent? How do you stay fast? You got to stay focused. We're hearing from coaches out on the race course that there are some pretty good moments happening in the top left of the course, and we can see that right now as we're watching Cayman Islands 31 in the Silver Fleet race. And we can really see that top left coming into play. You know, it looks like the right side, those boats that are far right, they're not going to come ahead. They look like they're getting stuck on the right out there. We've got these boats coming in from the middle, top left, 22199. What does it mean to be middle or top left versus far left on the race course? Well, it means that you're just a little more conservative about how far you go from the middle of the course. The farther you go from the middle of the course, the more leverage you're going to have if you get a shift, but it also can result in losses. So we see top left coming into play, going really well here. These boats are leading from the top left, and it's really important to stay in phase. So we can't sail on a header. We need to stay lifted on a day like today in Miami because we have an oscillating breeze that's going right and it's going left. And if you're wasting time on a header, you're not going forward on the boats around you. So we see these top boats in the Silver Fleet right now rounding our windward mark. They're heading on to the reach. You can see, one thing to note, guys, do you see as many boats hitting the windward mark as you did before? I don't.
No,
And
not really.
I think there's two reasons for that. One, okay, maybe these guys are starting to get the message, but it's even more likely that the current is not as strong right now as it has been.
So it's a little more controlled.
Yeah.
Where for the first few turns we saw, it was a little more crammed up,
Yeah.
harder to control, and I was frustrated for them.
Yeah, absolutely. That looked so difficult. And as a coach or as an athlete watching this, I think one of the big takeaways here when we talk about strategy and so forth is like, hey, you know what? If the current is not as big a factor right now, does that mean we need to adjust our strategy? And if so, okay, maybe what we need to be thinking is that right side's not going to pay off as much if there isn't as big a current factor. So boats that were heading right and really digging into the course right side, they were sort of sailing into the current first. And you heard some of our Gold Fleet athletes talk about that when they came onto the coach boat earlier. They said, you know, strategically it's important for them to work their way to the right because the current is coming from the right to the left. Well, now if we're looking at this race course and we don't see as much right to left current, that might be a reason that top left is coming into play. I think talking about this stuff is so important and so interesting because the sport has so many variables, and when we talk about consistency or the ability of these athletes to perform, they need to be able to notice changes happening before anybody else around them.
All right, looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
this is where we're getting a little jumbled up here. This is
Oh,
what we
yeah.
saw a lot on the first few times we took this shot. And what's happened is the wind changing direction here. It seems like it's.
You know what's so interesting about these moments is like it can be as simple as one or two boats that cause a
Okay.
huge pileup.
Okay.
Just like a normal car crash.
So like on I-95.
Yeah, on I-95. It can be one or two boats making the wrong move.
But there are no lanes here.
That's
so
right.
it's even more confusing.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay, but it looks like they're getting around now. And
22484, Colin Garrity rounding the mark. Bermuda 1017, making it around. Here we go. We got some nice footage here. 21699 coming in. Elizabeth Zaitis, a local athlete, a really talented sailor. 21855, another local athlete, Kylie Moore. We got Is that Bahamas BAH?
it looks like it.
I think so. 193. I apologize if that's not the right country code. Argentina 3926, going low on that reach. And 14749 rounding. What we have going on behind us here, while these guys in Silver Fleet are rounding that weather mark and going on the reach, we're over here on the left side of your screen, actually, top left side of your screen in a media boat, and we're watching Gold Fleet coming upwind to the finish line. So if we could get some footage of that Gold Fleet getting closer to the finish soon, that would be great to share with you because these guys are having a nice spread out race to the finish of the Gold Fleet race number 2. As we're looking at Silver Fleet on the reach though, again, I said this earlier, you can see how much they spread out from leeward to windward. Which boats are going to sail the shortest distance and which boats are going to sail the longest distance on the reach, and how much does the current affect that?
We're getting ready for Gold to approach the finish line here.
Yeah, Gold is coming up. I think we're about between 5 and 8 minutes away from a top finisher in Gold Fleet here.
We had our top finishers last time. Tim, who were our top finishers for Gold last time?
Last race it was Harrison Gandy.
Harrison Gandy.
Beck Brill was in third. I'm trying to remember who was in second. Jason Folvig, I believe, was second.
Jason was second. Okay, so we had
Unofficial.
unofficial, but from our perspective, it was Harrison, Jason, and then Beck. So let's see, like you said, it's hard to stay consistent, right?
Absolutely. Let's see if they find themselves in the top of the fleet again.
Okay. Coming in here, we have our eyes set here on the finish line, so as soon as they get closer, we'll take that. We'll let our plane pass right now. Here we go. So just explain to our viewers these boats, the other boats that are sitting out there. They're committee boats, they're race boats. What are all these people? Because you're not allowed to come into the zone here unless you're approved.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have at any big event like this, we have our competitors who are registered and competing, and then we have coaches, we have spectator boats. We're looking at Gold Fleet right now. We're looking at Gold Fleet coming upwind to the finish line of their second race of the day. And like Cynthia was saying, there are a lot of folks out here watching them, us included. Is that us on the bottom of the screen there? No, that's not us. I don't think so. All right, yeah, we got a good view going here of the Gold Fleet finishers approaching, and it looks like we've got some clear leaders. A bit of good pressure from the right side as these boats come into the finish. Looks like our leader, our top boat, is gonna have finished their race in the top right of the race course. They were one of the most right boats on the course, so to the right side of everybody.
Looks like James Algier.
We think it's James Algier, but remember that we are not official resources for results here. We're gonna try to report to you everything that we see, but the official results are gonna be available later. Getting closer and closer to the finish of race 2 in Gold Fleet. It's been a longer race this time. A little longer, little lighter breeze. Sail number 7444.
Okay, that is James Algier.
James Algier coming in, looking unofficially to be the winner of the second Gold Fleet race of the day.
All right, here we go. Who is this coming over here? 744?
James Algier, 7444, tacking onto port, almost crossing the finish line here. Here we go. First place, James Algier, and it looks to me like we have 19350 in second place on port tack, approaching the line.
Finn Granger.
That's Finn Granger. He hails from New York, but also trains and races down here in South Florida, in Miami. So he's a northerner and a southerner as far as we're concerned. We have James heading to the committee boat now. Going to come chat with us. Looking like the remainder of these boats that are coming into the finish in the top 5, most of them are coming from the top right. That pack on the top right has gone really well. I think we've got Charlie Julian here, 22183, is that right?
Yes.
I think Charlie's coming across on port. He's looking pretty good here. Crosses on most people, but taking a little duck there at the very end.
Okay, stand on.
We'll see. He's going to make it into the top 5 there. We've got 2, 3, 4. Charlie might just be 5th. We've got USA 111 on port.
Harrison Gandy was 3rd again.
Harrison Gandy in 3rd place again.
Well, not again. I guess he was
First last time.
And we got
Here we go.
James, and pronounce your last name for me.
Allgaier.
Allgaier, James Allgaier. And how you doing? How you feeling?
Great,
So why?
because I did really well in the race.
How well?
The best I thought I could do.
Okay, you did really great. And so what's going through your mind? How do you feel?
I feel like, I don't know. I didn't have the best start, but I kind of just went out more to the left than everyone else did, and I could just like cross.
And so what do you have to say to the people who helped you, get here to this point?
I just like to thank them because they've been such a big help, because I would not be here without them.
And who's that?
That's my coaches and my parents and all the volunteers at the regatta.
And are you from Miami? Where are you from?
I'm from Norfolk, Virginia.
Norfolk, Virginia? Okay,
Yeah.
Great. And so what club do you sail with?
I sail with Hampton Yacht Club.
So what do you have to say to your friends at Hampton Yacht Club?
Well, I just say try your best, and it's a lot of fun here.
Awesome. How old are you?
I'm 13.
Great. And have you sailed in the Orange Bowl Regatta before?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you going to come back
Yes, ma'am.
every year?
Yeah.
That's what we like to hear. All right, congratulations. We're super
Thank you.
proud of you. Now go get your head in the game for the next race.
Okay.
We're going to be watching, all right?
Thanks.
Thanks, man. Great job. And we see that appears to be our first place winner, but again, we are not the official people to call that, but it seemed to be that way. We have our other folks coming up here. Come on down here, Sarah. And we'll see if they can pop up on the boat here and we can get a few more interviews. As you see everybody else in the gold division crossing the finish line there from our drone shot. We are getting set up here. And how you doing?
Hi, this is Finn Granger. Finn, tell us about that race.
So I had a pretty good start, like middle pin, and I just kept going. I played the shifts middle left, and then on the reach I was in second. I just stayed there, and instead of what James just did, he went to the left of the downwind, I went to the right of the downwind, and I stayed pretty equal with him. But then I went to the wrong gate mark, and I lost to him, so the last upwind I just tried to keep the second.
What was going through your head when you knew you had that loss?
I'm like, dang it, but I just have to keep what I have right now, because then if I don't, I'll just be screwed.
Oh, and where are you from?
I used to be from New York, but now I live in Miami.
Great. And you sail with what club?
Coral Reef.
Coral Reef Yacht Club.
Yeah.
All right. What do you say to your friends at Coral Reef?
Kick butt.
Nice, great advice.
Great
advice.
All right,
Really,
we'll get back to that start
thank
line.
you so much, Finn. Good luck.
No problem.
Good luck.
Hey, and this guy looks familiar here.
Hey, we know this guy.
Top three again.
We're watching right now. You see our drone footage. You see Gold crossing the finish line, but we got another sailor coming up to our side of the boat here, and he looks familiar. Hey there.
Hi.
Well, tell it, you're Harrison?
Yeah.
And how'd you do on this race, Harrison?
I feel like I could have done better. I should have played the left a little more on the first upwind, and I was like top 10 on the downwind, but I was able to make up boats going to the right on the final upwind, and yeah.
So going into this race, what was your strategy?
Well, I wanted to be conservative because I already have like a 25, which I'm dropping, so I can't really afford another bad race, so I didn't really want to go dead pin or like do anything too risky.
And how did your view of the race course, the factors that are creating success, how did that change over the course of this race?
Well, the current died down a lot before the race, which made a big factor, and it really gave the left more like possibility to open up. So I was looking for that.
What do you say to yourself right now, though? How do you feel?
I'm feeling really good. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
You look
pretty
great.
good.
We're super proud of you. You did amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Go
awesome
out
job.
there.
Great info on strategy. You got the next race. Nice job,
Go
Harrison.
King
All right.
Bud. Make us
Good,
proud.
Harrison. We've got our top female finisher.
Top female finisher.
Yay!
Welcome to the media boat. Nice work. All right, tell us your name and where you're from.
I'm Taylor Mertz, and I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And how was that race, Taylor?
Scary. I did not have a good start.
How did you work your way back from having a rough start?
Bang the left.
You banged the left. Can you explain what banging the left means for people who might not know?
You basically just kind of go like all the way to a side. So like if I bang the left, I'm going all the way on the left side of the course.
And is that risky to do that?
Yeah, because if the wind shifts to the right, then you're at the back again.
So what made it pay off? How did that work out?
The wind kind of went left, so it worked out.
Okay, cool. So how is that going to affect your strategy for the next race?
Well, the wind's kind of oscillating, so don't think it's a smart idea to do that again.
Okay, so what's your plan from start to finish? How are you going to sail race number 3 today?
Start at the favored end. Just pick a side that works.
Okay, great. Well, nice job. Good luck in the next race.
Congratulations. Way to go. That's awesome.
So Gold Fleet is just finishing up their race 3 right now, and what do we have eyes on here? I think
We have our drone up.
we have our drone footage up here. It looks like we're looking at Bronze 2. It looks like we're looking at race 2 for Bronze Fleet.
Great. All right. So we had Gold just finish up their second race. They look great. They came in strong. And it looks like we have Bronze getting on the line here for their second race of the day.
Yep.
It's okay. It's a lot of numbers to keep track of, Sarah.
I think we're doing a great job.
Okay, hey, it's a team effort. We got Captain
so
Tim,
far,
we
so
got
good.
our amazing drone pilots who have eyes on everything, so we thank them. Everybody's doing great, and our switcher who's amazing. So, great team effort.
The breeze is a little lighter than it was this morning, and
Quite a bit lighter.
yeah, and I keep saying this, but the chop is a really big factor. What is the chop? The chop is basically the sea state. It's like how wavy it is, and big waves are different than chop. We never get big waves in Biscayne Bay. There's not enough fetch here. It's not deep enough, but we get chop, and we get a lot of motorboat chop, and I think you guys could see that affecting boat speed across the course on all the starts today, on all the race courses today.
Yep.
And I think we do have the official results
Okay.
for race 1 or race 6 of the regatta, race 1 of day 3.
So this is
Posted on the website.
Captain Tim. Go ahead and read our results for us right here.
It looks like first place finisher on Gold Fleet was in fact Harrison Gandy. Second place finisher was Jason Folvig, and the third place finisher was Beck Brill.
Okay, so Harrison, Jason, and Beck officially now did come in first, second, and third for the first race for gold. That was our perspective, and it is now official. So congratulations to all three, Harrison, Jason, and Beck, for that first race. And as we continue to get the official placements, we will pass them along to you. So right now we are looking at what looks like this Bronze here.
Yep, this looks like Bronze going upwind here in their start, heading to the windward mark. What we heard from our Gold Fleet finishers about that race, about the conditions, was that the left side started to feel pretty good, and also that maybe the current has died down a little bit, so it's not as big a factor. So let's see what that looks like for us here on the Bronze race course. You know, if I had to guess, I would say that probably would make the left side of the course very viable. And these boats that are far left that we're seeing right now on our drone footage, they might be some of our leaders. But of course things can change and there's no guarantees, so we're just going to have to see how that plays out as we get closer to the windward mark.
What percentage of the time that you're leading do you actually stay in the lead? I mean, it can be anyone's game.
Yeah, I think the more skills you have, like the more experience you have, often leading does result in winning. But there is never a guarantee, because it's only on a very steady breeze kind of day, like a very steady state kind of day, that you could really say, hey, I'm leading, I'm going to really be able to just cover the boats behind me. Most race courses we sail on, and these athletes sail on, there will be big changes over the course of a race. And if you miss one or two changes, either in shift or current or pressure, you probably are going to be looking to have to make gains back to where you were before.
Amazing. And we want to take, since we have a minute now, go ahead and thank Coral Reef Yacht Club for putting this together every year. It's phenomenal. We want to thank our sponsor, Tucci. They've been around for 20 years now. They design outdoor lifestyle solutions. They create those beautiful, durable, serviceable shades products that enhance our outdoors. How'd you like that for their plug?
Oh, I
Pretty
love
good
it.
little plug.
Great plug.
Tucci, hey, thanks for the hats and thanks for all of the sponsorship for today. We appreciate it, and they are an integral part of everything that you are seeing here for the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta. And it's very international. I had a chance to speak with a bunch of kids yesterday from all over the world, and they're just thrilled to be here. So this is a life impactful, changing moment for so many of these kids participating.
We're looking at Bronze Fleet right now. We were just talking about conditions. And one thing to point out is that I'm seeing on my weather observations here that we have about 5 knots in the bay where we are right now. But outside at Fowey Rocks, at the lighthouse, and at some of our other areas that have readings posted, we're looking at more breeze. So out there in the ocean, there's like between 10 and 13 knots, and in here we have 5. That could be because we're in the shadow of the the Ilka race course here. That could also be because we're in a kind of little down moment in the pressure, and we need to wait for it to build back up. So as we're talking about strategy on this course and what's paying off and what's working and how the current is changing, let's also keep in mind that we might be in a little bit of a down pressure moment here in our day, and that we might be seeing a rebuild in the breeze, which could affect which side of the course comes out ahead, and it could affect who the leaders are in these races. So at the moment, 5 knots in the bay, but potentially building.
It is. It's significantly more calm now than it was the earlier part of the day. How do you want the race to go, Sarah? Do you want it to start out kind of stronger and then calm down, or is it better if it's the other way around?
I think that obviously, you know, the easy answer is that it depends on what kind of athlete you are. Like maybe your weight range matters for that, or if you prefer one condition over the other, you might want to see an increase or a decrease in breeze. But for the most part, if you're trying to win a championship like Orange Bowl, you're probably pretty prepared for either change in either direction, and you would welcome either one of them. The mentality there is so important.
Come on, and we have a third friend here joining us now to give us a different perspective of the race here. Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you? He literally just jumped on the boat with us. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
How are you? I'm Michiel Vanderkreek, aka Monkey. Grew up sailing here on the bay when I was 8 years old and past champion of the Orange Bowl. So I'm real excited for Tucci to be involved with it finally. And it's been a wonderful experience for these kids. It's unbelievable. So these kids from all over the world.
So as someone who's competed before, what's it that and you. That's how rumors
I
start.
got hit by my own tail. That's what happened.
Okay. Hey, we're back in business. We had to change the battery, so thanks for rolling with the punches for us. We're going to start from the very beginning if you missed out on who this is. He's known as Monkey. I mean, everybody knows you in South Florida. And you were the Orange Bowl Regatta champ.
Yep.
A few years ago.
1984.
Okay.
1984.
So let's back up to that point. Then we're going to talk to you as your perspective as a parent. So when you were racing back then, what was it like versus the racing today?
So it's a lot more competitive these days. I would say that, particularly on the parenting side. But it's just as fun. I think the regatta in and of itself, it's a great way to meet new people, you know, make new friends. These kids know each other from regattas and they get to see each other again. It's just a wonderful family atmosphere. From my perspective as a sailor and now as a parent and now having my son gone on to different levels of sailing, it's just wonderful to see them be involved with the sport.
And how has it helped you or affected you through your life, being able to race on the waters of South Florida and all over and winning a championship, you know, looking back at young you, how do you think it helped you through your life and your career?
Sure. Well, we are extremely lucky to have what we have in South Florida, in Miami, in Coconut Grove. What we have here is you don't find anywhere else. You've got sailing all year round. You've got wind. You've got perfect conditions. It's wonderful. So for me, having been able to do that since at a young age, to carry that over to my children, and I think the biggest part is that my father and I and my family, a family that sails together stays together. So a big part of our world is about sailing, whether it's watching the racing, coaching the kids, or just going for a sail with Dad.
Awesome.
It's amazing.
Awesome. And we have our drone shot up right now as we talk to Monkey, a former Orange Bowl champ himself, and you watch your kids sail in this regatta many times as well, correct?
Absolutely.
What's the difference of being a sailor and being a parent?
Well, it's a lot harder to watch as a sailor and a parent, I can tell you that. But you try to keep it in perspective. You always want to stay positive. They're going to have their good races, their bad races. It doesn't matter. Think about where you are. Tell my kid, just have fun, and if you're in the back, well, work on, you know what, I'm going to set minor goals during the race. I'm going to catch 5 boats, and then you've got short-term goals that you fulfill that gives you a positive attitude to going into the next race. So it's very important that you stay positive with the kids. You can tell that they're bummed out. You can tell that, I should have done this. You know what? There's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
Forget about it. Put it behind you. Let's do it right the next time and see what happens.
That's life.
That's life.
So
and that's what they learn.
When you came in here today, I know you just jumped on from one boat onto ours. Did you get to kind of talk to any of the kids or just touch base with anyone out there or no?
I was on the laser course prior to this,
Okay.
and I did speak with Sebastian, and I did speak with a couple of the other kids.
How's it going?
It's going okay. It's going all right. It's super shifty. The wind isn't coming in. So the advice that I give them today is find the pressure. Just find the pressure. Stand up in your boat before you round a mark. Look to windward. See where the pressure's coming from, because that's going to be all the difference today in finding the pressure.
All right, so we're looking at 22549 right now coming up, and it's been a beautiful day.
Absolutely.
Chamber of Commerce weather, or as Sarah says, champagne sailing. Champagne sailing
Champagne and caviar.
And
What was the
caviar. Robin Leach.
Robin Leach.
Robin Leach. So
maybe a little on the light end now.
it's a little light. It's a little light. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is. So it's going to slow things down. So what is this going to do for our 4th race? Do you think this is going to take a little longer now? I don't know if we'll have a 4th race. We're still on track. Okay. So the word
This
we're
is
still on
race
track.
number 7 for them. In total, 2 of the day.
Two of the day.
They had
Race
1
7
4.
total, right.
Okay.
We had 5 qualifying races, and then this is the 2nd race of the championship round.
They had a little bit of a difficult time on the laser course yesterday, in that there were a lot of general recalls.
All right. Sarah's stepping in now. Miss Sarah Newberry-Moore, our Team USA athlete, sitting there with Monkey.
With the Orange Bowl champion.
Hi,
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks
Very
for
cool.
having me.
Monkey, why don't you talk a little bit about the transitioning between one class to the next? So your son Sebastian was in Opties last year, right?
He was in Opties last year. It was easy for me. When your kid stands up in his boat, he can tie his top sail tie, time to get out. When he's taller than the sail numbers, time to get out. So Sebastian knew what his exit was, and fortunately for him, he was able to get into the laser, which is a wonderful fleet. Not everybody can do it based on size, so there's tons of other fleets between the 420 and the 29er, and it's just, there's so many options for these kids. The difference is, though, once you leave the Opti, you never leave the Opti family, but when you leave that environment, it's so big and so powerful, and then you go into smaller environments where, as the kids get older, it's a little more hands-off. If you go from Green Fleet, where you can be out there coaching, to Red, White, and Blue, where you're not allowed to do that, but you can still give them advice, and they still might listen, to now into the lasers and the bigger boats, it's more of the coaching. So you have to step back a little bit, and that can be difficult as a parent.
You're letting them grow up.
But you're letting them grow up,
Yeah.
and you still want to make sure that you maintain that relationship and let them have their space. But that's the difficult transition. I think for me it was from sort of letting them go. But when you find really good coaches and really good mentors, and they're going to spend 16 hours a weekend with them, great.
Yeah.
Let them go, and that's a big part of it. The guys out here are wonderful. The coaches are great. Everybody is supportive of the program. So.
I think you're totally right. I think the instruction you're getting, the people you spend time with, they make such a big difference in who you become. And we have all these awesome athletes out here, and we got to try to give them what they need. Right now, we are looking at boats rounding the windward mark here.
Okay, great.
Got a silver finish.
And we also have, coming into the finish line, the silver fleet. So we're looking right now, I think we're looking at the bronze fleet rounding the windward mark, and we're looking at silver fleet coming into the finish line. We got 2:00:07 rounding the windward mark here. It looks a lot lighter across the course, much lighter in general here, as we said before. And you can probably see that these guys are not drifting into the windward mark the way that they were earlier today. That's because the tide has switched, and we don't have this current effect from the right to the left side.
All right.
We're gonna have to watch out for what happens next.
It looks like we have some boats coming in here for the finish line,
Tight
65-20, and
Great Britain, tight finish here.
Great Britain 20,
He's gonna slam over and take
65-20.
it.
Nice, here we
and
go.
There it is.
USA,
Ooh.
I'm not sure who I don't know who to call for first on that one. We're gonna have to wait for the official word. We had Great Britain 6520, and what's that USA number behind there? I can't quite make it out.
23062, William Rosenthal.
Yeah.
William
Wow,
Rosenthal,
what a
and we
race.
have
Great Britain, it was
Virgin Islands 187.
Unfortunately, I'm going to put my money on Great Britain. They tacked first and came across the line.
I think it was Great Britain. Who's on Great Britain boat, Tim?
22057.
Edwards,
Lila Edwards from Great Britain,
and then Howard Zimmerman from
and Howard Zimmerman from the Virgin Islands, who we spoke to last time.
I think we have Lila sailing up
Come
to
on
us
up.
right now.
Let's do it.
Are you Lila?
Yeah.
Great race.
Great
Good
job.
job. Okay, Lila, how's it going? Okay, hold on. So, where are you from? How you feeling? What's going through your brain?
My name's Lila. I'm from England, and I'm so happy
Tell us why you're so happy.
because I just won the race.
You won the race?
Yeah.
We couldn't quite tell. It looked awfully close. What were you thinking when it was kind of neck and neck?
I was very tense. I knew I needed to get that tack in.
And how did you pull it off?
Extra roll,
Yeah?
and yeah,
How was the race from the beginning?
fun, but again very tense.
How were you doing throughout the whole race?
I progressed forwards in the fleet, so I got better all the way through.
And where exactly are you from?
The south of England, so Dorset.
Dorset. And what do you think of South Florida?
It's very good. I love the weather.
A little different here than England this time of year. Okay, so what's your strategy for the next race?
Forget about this one. I do the same thing.
Forget about this one and do the same thing even though you just won. So congratulations, we're super proud of you.
Good job.
You did great. Woo! Okay. Coming up here, that was fantastic. She did a great job. She was very proud. It was really neck and neck there. Go ahead, Sarah.
We're still looking at these guys crossing the finish line here on the drone footage. And we have all of our top finishers sailing up to the media boat to get some video and to tell us a little bit about their race. Right now, Virgin Islands 187 is coming right up to us. Howard is coming up to talk to us. And in the background on the video from the drone footage, you can see these boats finishing, crossing the line. Some of them are neck and neck. Hi, Howard. How are you?
Good.
Can you tell us your full name?
Howard William Zimmerman.
And then how you feeling? How'd you come in here?
Well, what do you mean by that?
It looks like you came in third. Did you feel that was the case?
Yeah.
Okay. From our perspective, of course, these are not the official numbers. How are you feeling though? Tell us.
Good.
Why?
Because I got a second and then a third. So, feeling really good this regatta too.
Amazing. And what's your strategy?
My strategy is like just go for your best and don't give up until the regatta's over.
That's great. So you have one, maybe two more races left now?
Yeah,
Yeah. And what do you have to say to what club do you sail with?
the yacht club in St. Thomas.
Was St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands?
Yeah,
Awesome. And what do you have to say to your friends down there?
that I am going to almost win this and try my hardest and don't give up on me. Yeah.
No one's giving up on you. You're doing great. Look at that smile. Okay, go have fun and do your best and keep your head in the game. We're so proud of you.
Nice job. That was Howard Zimmerman from the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we have footage right now. You can see this beautiful footage of boats crossing the finish line here. That's his fleet. The rest of his fleet, he had a great race, that race. These guys are just finishing up, and then they're gonna sail back down to the starting line to get another race in for the day. It's a little bit lighter here, but we're hoping that the pressure comes back on.
Okay, I love the excitement in their voices, and then they realize they're on camera and they get a little nervous. So we don't want to make them nervous. We just want them to have the opportunity to, you know, gloat in the glory a little bit.
Absolutely.
So they're super excited. It's really exciting for us too to be able to see their happiness and be part of it as they cross the finish line.
Yeah.
So
What's amazing, every athlete has a different reaction.
yeah, they do.
You know, like a different way of reacting to success, and like all of their minds are so unique. What are they going to do next? We have no idea.
But they're all, it seems kind of collectively that they're also concerned about their other teammates and how they're doing, and it's a very lot of camaraderie.
Absolutely. I
Yeah.
think it's a beautiful thing.
It is. It's great. It's great. So so far so good. We are what are we, about halfway through the day perhaps?
Yeah, I would say we're about halfway through the day.
And it's beautiful. I'm not going to say it's smooth sailing because that would be a little cheeky. But it is going great. Thank you, Monkey. He liked it. No, we're having a great day out here, and looks like they are headed back there to go line up again. So that's it. No rest for the weary.
No,
They just
straight back
race and
into
go
it.
and race and go and race and go.
Absolutely, and we have right now these guys sailing back down to the starting line.
Yep.
But just above us here, you can't see right now, we have our bronze fleet coming across the reach, and they're coming to the reach mark, and they're going to start their downwind leg very shortly.
Okay.
I think there's maybe a small increase in breeze right now, like maybe very slight. Feels like a little more pressure on my face. I can feel it. I can see darker water.
Okay.
So there's a good chance that we have just a little bit more wind for the next race.
All right. So that's exciting. You want to kind of finish big.
Yeah, it's just always nice, you know, to have a little. I guess it's always nice to have a little more pressure to go a little faster.
Yeah.
But I like fast boats, so that might be why I want more pressure all the time.
And
But these
we-
guys look great coming here in Bronze Fleet, rounding their reach mark, heading downwind.
That looks great.
Oh, we have video footage here coming live to us from our drone of our starting line, and we have Gold Fleet on the starting line. Gold Fleet's getting ready for their third race of the day. They look like they're behaving very well, but don't forget that the current has switched, and so we no longer have current. Well, I can't guarantee this, guys, but I don't think we have current pushing us over the line anymore.
So that's good.
Yeah, so that means that we're probably going to have a much easier time. These guys in Gold Fleet and Silver Fleet and Bronze in the next start, they're all going to have a much easier time staying underneath the starting line, which means that the race committee might not always have to go for a black flag start.
It's okay.
So, like I said, we have our Gold Fleet on the starting line right now. We have our Bronze Fleet on the reach. We are right in the middle of our Orange Bowl Day 3 International Youth Regatta.
So those of you who are just joining us now, this is, as you said, day 3. There's one more day tomorrow. We have about 200 athletes sailing here. All the participants are ages 8 to 18. The Opties that we're watching race today, they're ages 8 to 15. This is a legendary race here in South Florida. So the kids are from all over the world. As you've heard, we've interviewed some of the folks to finish in the top, I'd say 5%. And we spoke to someone from Argentina, someone from the Virgin Islands, someone from England. So it's exciting to see and it's exciting to be a part of and share in their happiness. So in 20 seconds, we will be back. So we will keep it right here. We'll be back in 20 seconds.
So we just had a
Monkey was legendary.
Oh, all right. So we're back on with our audio here, and what you have right now is myself, Sarah Newberry-Moore, with Captain Tim Kalaya, who is the father of 2 girls who are racing in Opties at this regatta. He's also generously provided this boat for our use for me I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about your experience as a parent. You shared with us earlier some of the best parts of being an Opti parent, but maybe share them again so that the folks who have just joined us recently can hear.
Sure. So my name is Tim Kalaya. I'm a father of 2 sailors, a green fleeter, Sienna, and a red, white, and bluer, Coco. Unlike Monkey, I was not a sailor, so I don't have that experience. I don't have the knowledge on the water of, when she finishes a race, what was good, what was bad. I leave that to the coaches, like Sarah.
Oh,
So
nice.
Sarah coached Coco last year.
I did.
And she's a wonderful, wonderful coach. And I really, love to be on the water, but my kids started sailing in summer camp and sort of made it through the ranks, and I've gotten closer to the water. I've been able to be out here watching them, having a great time, watching them race, going to great locations for regattas, and enjoying the best that the sailing world has to offer.
So it's really brought your family together around the water.
It has. So Iris and I love to go on the water and watch our kids. We recently got a boat, so this is, we're happy to have the boat be the official drone boat for the day.
And his wife made excellent sandwiches for us.
She did. We're about to have some great sandwiches.
Thank you, Iris.
Thank you, Iris.
The sailing community is great. So before we had a boat, we used to just jump on with friends like the Brills and the Zoyers, and Josh Schwartz would sponsor his boat and be able to have us jump on his boat. And people are just so friendly in the community, teaching knowledge about what equipment to go and buy, which regattas to go to, just the things that you need to learn.
You learn a lot from other parents and former athletes like Monkey and so forth. Well, what we're looking at right now, and I think you just told me this, Tim, this is our 3rd race of the day for Gold Fleet, and they got off the line completely clean. Nobody was over.
That's what the race committee said. I think they're going to stick with the black flag for the day.
Okay.
They want to keep the kids honest, keep them back behind the line, and it looked like a good start for the Gold Fleet Race 3.
Yeah, it's beautiful. That spread on the race course looks great. It looks like we have maybe a tiny bit more pressure. I can't guarantee that, but I'll pull the observations up right now just to make sure that what I'm feeling is real. But it looks like these guys are off to a great start. The leaders in the pack got off the line clean. Looks like we have about 6 knots out there right now, so maybe 1 knot increase from the end of the last race, so that's a little nicer. And I think that now that the current is no longer a factor, it's really going to be a question of who's going fastest towards the best pressure on the right shift. Which sounds very simple, but it's actually pretty hard to do.
I have no idea what you just said.
That's great, good. And I hope my hope was to confuse the hell out of you. That was the goal. So, did I do it?
You did a great job.
Okay.
So for people like me and others watching on YouTube Live, what does that mean? What should the sailors be looking for?
So they're using all their senses on the race course to identify what's happening, what's changing. The biggest factor is, how do I get faster? And speed, let's say you do everything right in the boat, like you're using your hands and feet the perfect way, you're trimming the sail right. Well, then the only thing that really is going to make a difference is if you're in more wind than somebody else. So a lot of strategy in sailboat racing is identifying if you can see more pressure somewhere. And pressure looks different on the water depending on how much of it there is. So like if you look at the water in front of us right now, and even on this drone footage, you can see areas that are darker, and then you can see areas that are kind of more reflective or shinier. And the darker areas are going to be the places with more ripples. And the ripples are caused by wind. So essentially what we teach our athletes, what we teach the kids, is how to spot those changes or the visual elements that show where pressure is. Another really good way to see pressure is if you're on the race course like we're looking at right now and you're one of these athletes, you can look to the right side of you or the left side of you at the boats around you, and you can assess how fast they're going. So the skills that these kids learn in this sport they're so much bigger than the basic technical things we think of when we think of sailing. We think of tacking, we think of jibing, we think of steering and trimming, but they're also learning to process these visual cues and these physical cues in a very unique way. They're sensing the wind on their skin, they're seeing it on the water, and they're having to gauge the speed of their boat versus the speed of boats around them all the time. So they might be looking around and they look to the right of them and they see that the boats to the right of them are going faster. That might be a good sign that the pressure is over there.
It seems like there's so many things the kids need to consider out there, between the wind and the current and the shifts and other racers and the fatigue and all these elements. How do you keep it straight? How do you prioritize what to do on the race course to get better and to sail faster?
I love that question because the answer is actually really tricky. I don't think you can ever get it all right. And it's like accepting. I think one of the biggest things is accepting that you're not going to be able to nail it all, and you're going to have to let some of these things fall to the wayside. And on any given day, you have to ask yourself, what are the most important factors for having a good race? Because some of those things I'm just not going to get to. So what are the things that are the least important? On a flat water day, like today, it's flat water, right? I would know for a fact that one of the least important things is how I pump my boat down waves downwind. But I would also, well, I mean, we want to go fast all the time, and we're always looking for little speed advantages on pieces of chop, but let's be real. The real difference maker on a day like today is going to be, where is the pressure in the first upwind beat? You know? And can I get to it first? So your start's going to matter, finding the pressure is going to matter, and I think boat speed overall, because it's pretty steady today. So focus on speed.
And do you make a lot of adjustments throughout the day after the first course, looking to the second race? I mean, what sort of adjustments do you need to make during the day as you go from race to race?
Yeah. Really, these adjustments are some of the most important things that the athletes learn how to do. And maybe you had a great first race because your sail was set up perfectly for it. But if you don't recognize that the wind has changed, or that maybe there was a way to be faster and make these changes to your sail, like perhaps loosen sail ties a little bit, or maybe tighten the sprit or loosen the sprit, change the bank tension. These are all control lines that change the shape of the sail. If you don't make those changes when they're necessary, you might not be as fast the next race, and then it's much harder to have a consistent type of day.
So, you know, my daughter, she had a top 9 finish yesterday and then a top 30 finish in the next race. How do you get more consistent? How do you get so that you have a more consistent day and you're not seeing those oscillations on the finishing positions?
If I had the answer, the perfect answer, then I would be able to just manufacture champions. But which I try very hard, Tim. But I think that one of the biggest things is like keeping it simple. You know, like she had a 9th. Okay, so how did I get that result? What were the elements that got me there? Which ones can I repeat, and which things do I need to change? And I think that, you know, obviously you said there are all these different factors that these athletes deal with, like from their energy levels and what they're eating to what's changing on the water to if their sail is set up perfectly. Until they build those skills across the board up to a certain level, consistency will be hard to come by. So there's always going to be this, like, let's get to the level where we can actually focus on the sailboat racing game. Once we get to the level where all of our skills are high enough for us to think about the game, which is where do I start? When, like, am I leading this pack of boats back when they tack onto port? You know, am I trying to go past them on the ley line because there's current pushing me right to left? The game itself is what everybody's trying to access. And that actually, going back to a question that Cynthia asked me earlier, what's the difference between youth racing and elite racing? In elite racing, an adult elite racing fleet, the athletes all have reached those baselines and are focused on the game of sailing on the race course. When to maneuver which way around the boats around them, and how to apply the strategic approach that they want to. So I guess it's a very long answer to your question, but until we get athletes to a good baseline, then it's very hard to create that consistency. And I hope that
No, absolutely. So it almost sounds like who makes the fewest mistakes is going to be at the top of the fleet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally. It's actually that's a very good way to say it. Yeah.
This is good, great intel for your kids. You gonna pass it along, Tim?
I'll do my best. And
all right.
For me, as not a sailor, I like to leave that to the coaches. So
all right.
Coach Chris Craven, who's her coach right now, does an incredible job. All the coaches from across the country and all the international teams, they really make this event happen because without their guidance on the water, the talks, the motivation, all of that, I mean, that's so important. The coaches really give back a lot, and we really appreciate that.
Absolutely. I mean, every single day is a chance for these kids to learn something new, and I think Monkey said that when he was talking to Cynthia earlier, and it's really so much like about just taking that all in and making these small improvements and appreciating the day. And we have access to great coaches, we have access to good breeze, we have a beautiful race course here.
For sure. And what about the endurance? So this is a 4-day event. You need to sail a great day on day 1, and then a great day on day 2, and 3, and 4. How do you stay focused for a 4-day event so that you're giving your top performance on day 4?
Absolutely. So first things first, you need to be able to train for 4 days in a row. And I think that's something that a lot of athletes, we don't get to do with athletes this age as much because we basically train Saturday, Sunday. And so we're talking about creating,
Ah, we have a party here. Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
There we go.
So I just want to, just to really quickly, how do you create consistency? How do you stay at a high level of endurance? You need to practice the number of days you race. That's something that's difficult for Opti sailors to do because we don't have unlimited time. We go to school when we're in Optis, right? So there's that, and then there's also like how are we eating and sleeping, which I think is something that's often overlooked by a lot of folks because they're kids, but they are athletes, and we need to teach them the right way to do it. They need to be hydrating and eating well for up to 72 hours before the first day of racing. And a lot of the time, the chaos of getting athletes to a regatta, getting them set up, being there early, they have a new call, it's 7:30 a.m., we got to get down and rig. Yeah, okay, but the real priorities there are like, is my kid drinking enough water at the end of the 3 days before the first race?
We had some athletes yesterday saying, I didn't drink enough water, I was cramping up,
Yeah.
I wasn't going to finish, and that happens, and that's
Those
serious.
are some of the things you can control, right? Those are, as a parent, you can be involved with that side of it. On the tactical side, like you were talking about before, how can you improve on what you're doing? You know, a lot of it's out here is risk-taking too. So, and learning from those risks, and learning from those mistakes that you made in the last race, and having a short memory, saying, you know what, I'm done with this, I'm moving on. So that's how the kids can improve as well, and taking care of themselves. And that's hard to do at this young age, but the hydrating is important, how they fuel their body. You start to see that more and more as they progress into the next level of sailing, to become that kind of athlete. Because sailing takes a lot. I mean, you know it, I know it. When you finish the race, your head is throbbing because you're not only physically working on the boat, but you're thinking the entire time about what am I going to do right? Which way am I going to go? What's my competitor doing? You're exhausted by the end of the race, so you've got to rehydrate. So that it's a constant, you know it as an elite sailor, right? That if you don't do that, then your energy level goes down, your thinking capacity goes down, and
I think that's the part that's really important for people out there listening to this to think about, which is like we often correlate hydration and nutrition with like physical performance as we think about athletes across sports competing. They're running, they're swimming, they're using their bodies. In our sport, it's a thinking sport in addition to being a physical sport. And what you're saying that's so important is like if we're not hydrated and if we're not fed, our brains are not going to work. And that's a big deal in sailing. That's what we see a lot from these young athletes. Right here, we're watching these guys go upwind. We have 22590 just rolling onto port tack here. Nice little tack, good sail trim there, cruising upwind on port. This is our gold fleet that we're looking at right now. And it looks like this boat is making their way into the windward mark of race 3 for Gold Fleet today on day 3 of the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta.
That was a local sailor, Connor Carr.
You'll see a lot of boat movement in the boat by the sailors as well at this point because there's not a lot of wind and a lot of chop. So you'll see them try to go back and forth with it, and need to be careful with that though, because I don't know if they still call it, but in the 80s they called it ooching. I don't even know if that's still a rule anymore.
Rocking, ooching.
Right,
yep,
right? So
still not allowed.
Hey, we do want people to know that I'm getting some notes here from Coral Reef Yacht Club. They want to remind people there's this big raffle that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to draw tonight at 5 o'clock. So listen, what you want to do is go to orangebowlregatta.org, orangebowlregatta.org, and buy your raffle tickets. There's a whole slew of things that you can win. Here are some of the prizes. Sarah, what do you see?
Oh my gosh, look at the prizes in this raffle. We have a whole Opti hull. We have a brand new Optimist hull offered by Simmons Boatworks. We have a McLaughlin Pro Racer Opti hull offered by McLaughlin Boatworks. We have private lessons with super coach Omari Scott. Hey guys, just as an interruption really quick, look at this. We've got the Gold Fleet coming around the windward mark here.
Wow.
Still kind of tight on that mark. We're going to see some fouls happening here. But back to these Opti raffle, you know, these things on the Opti raffle are amazing. So private sailing lesson with Coach Bernat, and Coach Bernat is amazing. He also works down here. We've got zipper pouches, ditty bags. We've got Yeti backpacks.
We have
bags.
Amazon gift cards,
They've got
Titanic
everything.
Brewery, you name it, go buy a ticket. You're going to win big.
And let me tell you, if you're one of those people that buys a raffle ticket and says, I never win this, buy them. Happened to me last year. So, and I won heavily.
And that's the Opti raffle. There's also another raffle for 420s and lasers.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So
great
that's-
prizes, so
hey,
please submit as many entries as you can.
All right, I know a lot of people are showing up right now at Coral Reef Yacht Club for lunch, and so they're just tuning in, you guys. and they're pretty excited about what they see. This is our first time ever live drone coverage of the Opties race for the Orange Bowl Regatta here, and our expert commentator is Miss Sarah Newberry-Moore. She is with Team USA, and we have former Orange Bowl Regatta championship winner here, Monkey, and of course Captain Tim, who is not just our captain but a wonderful parent who has 2 daughters in the races. And I am Cynthia Demas here, helping keeping the conversation going. I have the questions and they have the answers. That's what I like to say. So what do we have? What's going on here, Sarah? This is pretty exciting. This is the 3rd race for gold.
This is the 3rd race for gold. We have our Gold Fleet rounding Mark A. They're rounding their windward mark right now. Everybody's piled up on the starboard ley line here. It's been a little lighter toward this end of the day. We've had 5 or 6 knots instead of the 8 that we started the day with. You can see some of the athletes sitting inside their boats to keep them at the proper heel. We like the boats flat, and these guys know if they sit on the rail, they might be heeling to windward.
Bronze finish.
Check this out. Check this out. We got bronze finish.
18.278. Close race.
Close racing here.
Close race.
2:15.49 is, and then followed by 1:8.278. Good job, guys. Look at this.
Okay, and we're looking up. Hey there, how's it going, guys? They're coming right towards us here. So tell us those numbers again, Sarah.
We have 2:15.49, 1:8.278.
We've got Benjamin White in first, unofficially.
Benjamin White unofficially in first.
Come over here, Benjamin. How's it going?
Great job.
Good to see you.
Great job.
Come here. Are you Benjamin? Yes. How's it going? How do you feel?
Good.
Why?
Well, I didn't think I would get first in the race, or did I get first?
It seems you did. We're not the official boat, but it seems that you did.
I didn't know I would score this high.
Hey, did you have fun?
Yeah.
You had fun. Okay, well, it seemed you got first, but you got to wait for the official numbers. Okay. Tell us, how did you do so well? We know you did well.
I listened a lot to my coach, and I put together a lot of what he was saying.
Which was what?
He said he mainly helped me a lot with my start, how to not start behind boats, how to find a good spot on the line and not fight for it, and to fight for it.
Okay, and who's your coach?
Nico Barbero.
Awesome, and who do you sail with?
Palm Beach Sailing Club.
Palm Beach Sailing Club, awesome. So what do you have to say to your fellow sailors at Palm Beach Sailing Club?
Thank you for being my fellow sailors and helping me practice with you to get here.
Awesome. How old are you?
12.
You're 12 years old. And have you ever come in first place before?
Yes, just not at big regattas like this.
All right. Well, as we said, we're not the official callers of the placing, but it did seem that way, and we're super proud of you. And congratulations. Anything else you'd like to add at this time?
I don't think so.
Okay, great. Well,
All right, great race.
great race.
Great job.
We'll see you soon.
All right.
Who do we have coming over here?
Here's our bet.
Who is this?
Hi, what's 18278?
Emily. Hi, how are you?
Great smile.
What a great smile. 18278. What is your first name? Are you Emily?
It's actually pronounced Amelie.
Amelie.
Like an
Come on up here so
anomaly.
we can see your cute face.
Go on, we got your boat.
Okay. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. A little anxious about the entire race, but I'm
Why
good.
were you anxious?
Well, it was like really tight. I think he might have gotten it, but like I did think I caught up a lot like after what was there. So yeah.
How did you do that? What was your strategy?
So I noticed that if you went on port, you were headed while the other boat on starboard was lifted. However, if you tacked, you would be starboard and lifted. So theoretically, you could use the rules to your advantage to get them to tack. And that's what I was trying to do.
What do you love about this sport?
I love how it's in the outside. So it's a lot of fun with different conditions that you can race in. You can learn a lot of things, and you're just getting to be outside and having exercise.
And how old are you?
I just turned 11 in November.
Oh, happy birthday. And who do you sail with?
I sail with LYC, Lauderdale Yacht Club.
Lauderdale Yacht Club, a great place to be from. And what do you say to your fellow teammates?
I say good good job. You're all such good teammates, and it's amazing to be able to sail with you.
Great. Well, we're super proud of you. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you sail off?
Well, thank you for having this regatta.
Well, thank you for being in it. You're fantastic and you're absolutely delightful. Thank you so much. And we'll let you get back to business here. I think are we doing a fourth race?
Yeah.
Yep, it looks like we are. So go, one more to go, sweetie. You did a great job. All right, hey, who's this? Hey, Alexander, come on over. Let's talk to Alexander here, USA. Let's get that number. Can't see it.
23116.
23116. Alexander, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah, well, you look familiar.
Yeah.
We've talked to you before. How'd you do this time?
Good. Though I didn't get a good start.
Why?
Watch the waves.
Well, I didn't pick a good spot. I started at the pin, and then 2 boats were right above me, so I couldn't tack out.
Okay, so then what was your strategy after that?
Boat speed and hope to get in front so I can tack out and cross.
What do you say to yourself while you're sailing? Do you have a mantra, or do you tell you what do you talk to yourself? What do you do?
I try to stay as focused as possible to my telltales and to the waves, because if you don't focus, then you won't be fast.
So what's your strategy for this next race?
Get a good start and hopefully win it from the get-go.
Win it from the get-go. That's a good strategy. Anything you want to say to any of your friends who are watching, or your family?
Not really, but I hope I do well the next time.
One more to go. You got
Yeah.
this. All right, way
Thanks.
to go. We're so proud of you.
Evan Davis coming over from Bermuda.
Evan Davis from Bermuda. Come on, Evan. Sailing up here in Bermuda. And as we see...
We got some Gold Fleet chatter behind us. They're coming around the jibe mark.
What? Right here.
Right.
Who are these folks?
This is the Gold Fleet. They're just coming around the jibe mark. They're going to head down to the gate again and then come back up this way.
Okay.
That's all the noise you hear in the back.
Hi, Evan. Is it Evan?
Yes.
Hi, Evan. Come on. Can you sit up just a little so we can see you a little better? Yeah. Evan from Bermuda. How you doing?
Good.
How you feeling?
Good.
What's going through your head?
I lost a little bit on the second race. I was in, I think, 3rd or something. But it's all right. I still did good.
You did great.
Yeah.
You proud of yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your strategy for the next race?
I think I'm just gonna have a good start and try to have a good first upwind, and then try to hold it.
Anything you have to say to your folks watching in Bermuda?
No, not really.
No? Just what's up? All right.
Wish you were here.
Have a great last race. Put it there. You're going to do awesome.
partner.
Thank you so much.
And have fun.
All right, Evan. Evan from Bermuda. Doing a great job there. And who do we have here coming up? Looking solid. I love this. Look at this patriotic bathing suit.
Andrew.
I love it. Andrew.
Maybe a little brother of a
I think
finisher in the Gold Fleet.
that's right. This is Andrew. Is your brother sailing also?
Yeah.
I think we interviewed him also. Hey, how you doing?
Good.
How'd you do in the race?
Better than I thought I was gonna do.
Well, that's awesome. How do you feel about that?
Really good.
Yeah? What's going through your head right now? We got your boat, don't worry.
Yeah.
I don't want you to fall in the water. We got it, don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what's going. You look like you got a big smile on your face. Why's that?
Big waves.
I normally have a smile on my face, but this one is just my favorite one because
You're proud of yourself?
yeah, I'm proud of myself.
We're proud of you too. You did an awesome job. Put it right there. How'd you do such a great job?
I just picked the right side, had a good start, and just believed in myself.
Well, you did a good thing. All things right. So do it again, okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Go out there, kick butt.
We're
We're
gonna
so
butt.
proud of you. You did amazing. That was great. So we just talking to some of the athletes here, and I think we have. Oops, we're going to have Monkey join us here and give us a little commentary.
All right, good. Yeah, we've got the Gold Fleet coming down to the gate.
Okay.
They just came around the jibe mark right next to us. I don't know if you heard a lot of that chatter, but they're pretty aggressive in that Gold Fleet, screaming for room and jibing, and you're in my way. But they're heading now down to the, well, if we look at it here, we're heading down to the gate mark. The trick is here, there's probably the top 10 boats are very close to each other.
Let's go ahead and take drone 2. Let's go ahead and pop up drone 2.
it's going to be
There you go.
a number one, a tricky rounding if you're 3 deep. So what they're doing right now, or what they should be doing, is looking for better positioning. If they're on the width of the mark rounding and they're 2 or 3 boats out, they don't want to forego a lot of that distance between them and the mark, because then somebody else can sneak right in. So what they're going to do is try to position themselves best to be the 1 boat at the mark, not be 2 deep, 3 deep, or 4 deep. If they are and they find themselves too far out, they might want to either maneuver, slow their boat down a little bit, and then come in behind. So this is what you're going to see right now. The other thing you should be seeing right now is a lot of them maybe standing up in their boat, turning around and looking for pressure, because this is the direction they're going to go. They're going to come back upwind, right? So they want to see and try to plan ahead what maybe they can see coming across the water. I think Sarah hit on it before, is the darker water usually means pressure. Clouds usually mean pressure. So they can look for these things ahead of time to know sort of which direction they want to go, particularly if they're this close. You can see there's a number of boats coming into the leeward gate.
So who's in the best position right now?
Well, I can't see where the marks are exactly right now. I'm trying to, if they can go to the marks. So,
you can see they literally let their sails out a lot.
Yeah, they're going dead downwind right now. So they're pushing all the dead weight of the boat right now. So you're going to see them leaning the boat over as much as you can to get on what we call the chime.
Okay. Dagger
boards are up. The more experienced sailors, usually the dagger board's pretty high up. So the boat is pretty rocky. You'll see them do this. I can't see the leeward mark right now, but the idea, like I said, is to be as close to the mark as possible.
So this is when the coaching really comes in, right? This is, you're kind of hearing your coach's voice in the head here.
Absolutely.
What's going on?
Well, making the right decisions that can cost you. Look, you want to forego maybe, if you know that you're going to be 3rd or 4th on that mark rounding, let them go.
Yep.
Slow your boat down. Come in behind them, because it's going to be so much worse if you go so much deeper versus waiting a little bit while and coming up. You find that at the starting line as well. A really aggressive starter as well is going to be there. Sometimes it's been more beneficial to hang back a little bit.
All right, so here we have a wider perspective.
Oh, that's a great perspective right here.
Okay, so show us.
You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they're going to come in like this. 5 boats that are all going to be coming in there relatively at the same time.
So we're looking at kind of the bottom left of the screen there. That's those 4, that group of 4, and then we have the one over to the right bottom of the screen there, correct?
Right.
Okay.
So they're coming. Well, I'm sorry, I don't have my perspective right here. I believe, no, okay. Where are our marks?
And Monkey here, he, just so you all know, he is a former Orange Bowl Regatta champ.
So here they come. Here comes 1.
Okay, here we go.
Here comes 2. Now, tactically, which side of the mark did they come to? Do they want to go to the left side of the course, or do they want to go to the right? So you see decisions right now being made.
Okay, so that would be
lots of decisions between.
So let's pop up drone 2, because what our viewers see is drone 1. Now this is drone 2.
Okay,
so
great.
This is what they
so
see.
Here they come, and you can see that there's on the upper mark, on the starboard mark, they're rounding right behind each other. But now you see 4 boats in a row almost. You see the back boat coming towards us right now is slowing down a little bit to come into the stern of this boat, which is a smart idea. Now, they've split. These guys are going starboard out to the left side. Those guys are going port out to the right side.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 we're looking at right here?
Yeah, well, there's some that have gone to the right as well. So I think there were 2 that rounded ahead of them. Critical right now is, as you get to that mark, is you're thinking, what am I doing next? What are my next steps? The boat handling, the handling of the mark rounding, all that's second nature to these top guys. They've been practicing so much that they don't need to worry about that. Like what Sarah was talking about is building that foundation. For some of these kids, that's there. The idea now is to say, hey, let's start thinking, which direction do I want to go? Where do I think the pressure is going to come in? In fact, I feel some right now. You feel a little bit more pressure coming down the line right here on the left side. So
nice, good, nice strong wind.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit more like it did this morning.
And here they come, and as you, and like I was saying, you see how it starts to get really crowded. 1, 2, 3 deep. This guy should slow down, because look, that guy was ahead of him, but he's going to sneak in. Watch, he's going to sneak
on the
boom,
left, and boom.
And he snuck right in there, right?
Looking at that left marker. Yep.
That's the idea, is to try to look for those maneuvers ahead of time. Here you saw somebody luffing right here. They're adjusting their sprit, because when they come downstairs, they loosen their sprit. They want to loosen their sail. They want it to be more of a spinnaker-ish sail.
You were talking about 22688 on that one.
And then when they go back upwind, they need to stop and they need to tighten their sprit. So you've got a split fleet right now coming back up. This is a great shot over here.
Look at this. This is our
That's amazing
drone,
shot.
our bird's
Look at
eye
that.
view. That gives you a great perspective. So look at
Correct.
the look at the left here versus the right. Tell me the difference.
So here you've got the left. Here you've got two boats coming into the right and one to the left. Now, as you can see, though, is there other things you want to look at? These gates aren't always perfect. They're not always perpendicular to the course and the degree of the wind. So as those winds change, that becomes less perpendicular or more perpendicular. And sometimes one of those marks is closer than the other one.
Amazing.
It might be a boat length or two, but these kids see it. They read it. And here you see him shooting on the inside of that guy or gal. And here on the right-hand side, watch the right-hand side here. See all these, where'd he go? Look at all these boats coming into that mark. 1, 2, 3, they're 4 deep, right?
Mm-hmm.
This guy, watch him. He's going to try to come in
From
there.
the right, we're looking
he's
at-
coming into the right, 22906, and he's going to sneak in there. Well, he should have snuck in there.
Wow.
Learn.
Yeah, 1722.
But 1722.
There
You
we
see what
go.
she did?
Yeah.
She just passed all these
Great.
boats
Now,
and is
now
on
there's going to
starboard.
be a little. Oh.
He fouled her. She fouled her. But anyway, but that's the move.
Okay.
You know, wait
So-
a little bit while. Be patient and sneak in there.
8 knots. We're looking
got
at
8
8 knots
knots of
right
wind.
now. Wow, that's great. So when they get the foul, what is the penalty for that?
Well, on starboard port, it's a 720, correct? Yep, 2 circles.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 circles. They have to do 2 circles. Now, if they protest, a lot of times that was a blatant one.
Right.
There's no getting out of that one. You're going to see at the starting line some touching, some things of that sort. That's racing. That's sailboat racing.
Here we
As long
go.
as you
This
didn't
is
put a hole in my boat.
Yeah. here's a wider perspective. Again, this is the first ever live drone coverage of this race, so we're pretty excited to bring it to you here. And we got Monkey, who's a former Orange Bowl Regatta champ himself, giving us perspective and letting us know what's going on as our Team USA athlete, Sarah Newberry-Moore, takes a bite of an orange or something to take a little bit of a break over there.
So we've got the leading boats coming out to the left side in this shot right here. There's a lot of consolidation going on in the fleet. What that means is nobody's really taking high risk right now because they're so close to each other that none of them really want to take a high risk by going a little bit further to the right or a little bit further to the left. They're doing what's called a lee bow maneuver, which basically if I'm coming out to the left-hand side and then I tack, instead of me going past this boat on starboard, having the rights, I'll tack in front and below that person.
Now look at this shot. You can see the water really
it's
well
amazing.
here. So tell me what you see there with the lighter water, darker water, and how that plays in.
Nothing really on the lighter darker than that's a
Okay.
great shot of Biscayne Bay, right?
Yeah.
That's beautiful. And what these boats are trying to do is maneuver themselves to get the shift first. So if they're coming out to the right side or they're coming out to the left side, they're looking for those shifts. They're looking for the pressure. Pressure usually means some kind of help, right?
Right.
You'll also see some boats head out to the corners for a prayer. They might be in 20th and 30th spot and say, you know what? I'm gonna bang the corner and see what happens, right?
I'm just gonna go.
And let me tell you,
that's your Hail Mary there.
that's your
huh?
Hail Mary.
There you go.
And it works sometimes.
Yeah.
Right? It works. and then you got nothing to lose, right?
That's right.
But the boats in the lead are really consolidating their positions. They're lee bowing each other, which means they would get the shift first. If it's a header, they're going to gain. If it's a lift, they're still going in the same direction. So a lot of tactics going on right now in this last leg, particularly with everybody close together. You have to manage the fleet in these cases. These kids are also managing their competitors. Which way are they going? What are they doing? How can I manage them? How can I get the shift before them? So they should finish this race with quite a headache, I think, if they're not hydrated. And they're doing really well.
Here they're coming here off our starboard side of our boat here. Or
I think this is the
This is the
Silver
Silver.
Fleet. The Silver
Silver's-
Fleet, the leading boats for the Silver Fleet. I see Virgin Islands 187 coming in.
okay,
Then you've got 23061 in first place.
they're just off to our starboard side, so
and
that's what we're looking at, guys.
22057, I think it is.
Yeah, he has good eyes. I can't see the numbers this
coming in.
far. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
That's
our
how
silver.
I keep an eye on my kid on the fleet.
That's a good tactic.
So this is the silver coming in, and you'll hear the chatter from them as well. They're gonna come right near us, and they're gonna be going around a jibe mark, and they're gonna give me room and get out of my way.
That's right.
Hopefully things of that sort. Okay.
Look at that beautiful perspective.
Yeah,
right
and
there.
here they come. They're coming up the bay. It's incredible. And you see all the chase boats. Those are all the parents and spectators behind them. The motorboats trying to stay clear of the fleet. But here they come.
How do you control those other motorboats from staying out of the way?
Other ones, they're tough.
Yeah.
Most of the parents and obviously the coaches, they have the etiquette. They know where to be and when not to be. It's the random one that wants to come right between the course. And what you'll usually see is one of the ribs just going right at him and heading him off to get him out of the way.
Turn them out of the way.
And 9 out of 10 times they go, but this is Miami. So sometimes it can make it a little difficult. This is the remaining of this is the Silver Fleet coming down. That's this group right here, right in front of us.
All right.
They're making their way to the jibe mark and to us. And as I see behind me, this is the Gold Fleet coming up to the finish.
Okay.
We did see some gamblers out to the far left of the course. If we pan out on the course,
how far away is our Gold Fleet from the finish, you think?
They're probably...
Look over right to your right, Monkey.
Oh, they're probably a good 15 minutes from the finish
15
at
minutes,
this point.
okay. So we have Gold's going to be crossing the finish line in about 15 minutes, so we're just going to keep an eye on the time, and we'll get our tight shots on that. And in the meantime, we're looking at a Silver here?
We're looking at the Silver Fleet coming to the jibe mark right next to us. They're going to head dead downwind. Looks like 23061 has got a slight lead over the Virgin Islands Sailor, 187, followed by 22057. Very good sailors. I mean, their sail trim looks great. Here comes jibe mark rounding with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 boats. You'll see some of them stay up and head up a little bit to maintain clear air. You might see a jibe, I don't know, because there's a huge blanket behind you. When you're sailing downwind, here's 22484 decided to jibe over to try to get some clear wind over here. Good maneuver when you're really packed in there. You don't want to forego the favorite side of the run though. So he's hedging it for clear air. Maybe not going to the favorite side, but getting the clear air. Here comes the Gold Fleet. 1699898 is a local sailor, Braden Zoyer. He's doing quite well. And you're going to see them trying to maneuver those boats. Unfortunately, tacking is probably the slowest thing you can do in an opti, so you want to avoid tacking, but when you start to get closer to the finish in such a tight environment, they're trying to cover each other every time. So they'll cover you here, you tack, they're going to tack. And then, but think about it, you've got 5 other boats that you have to look at as well.
All right, so tell us, this is the shot that's up right here, so tell us what we're seeing.
That's the Silver Fleet rounding the jibe mark, heading down towards the gate, and the boats you see coming towards us that are trimmed in, coming to windward, that's the Gold Fleet finish.
Okay.
They're coming up to the finish right now. So you're going to see a sort of a meshing of the two fleets right now.
What's the toughest leg of the race?
Toughest leg, I mean, they're all tough.
Yeah.
They're all involved tactics. And it starts with, pre-race maneuvering, the start, the windward leg. It also depends on the conditions. My hardest was always the windward leg when it was blowing 20 knots, because I had to work the hardest, right? In this case, it's light wind, so all of it counts. It really counts, especially right now. One little mistake can cost you.
Great. So we have our Gold coming up. Oh wait, is this our first one crossing
this is
here?
our Gold.
Yep. Let's take it over here, guys. We got Gold.
744. Gold 7444. 22750. That's Beck Brill. That's another local sailor. Followed by 168.
Okay, what do we got? Who's this 7444? Is this
James Algeir? I forget how to pronounce his last name, but he finished as a top sailor.
Okay, looks like James is coming in first here for Gold.
James is having a great day today. We've seen 744 in the lead a lot.
Yeah, James. And there's the second 22750. That's Beck Brill.
227. Okay.
16898, unofficially third place.
That's Braden Zoyer.
So it looks like we have James, Beck, and Braden coming in 1, 2, 3 unofficially. So we'll get James, Beck, and Braden. Great jobs. Is that what we're looking at?
Let's get Braden.
Let's see if we can get Braden over here.
and then send the others.
And Beck, if I can convince him to go on camera again, I did a good job last time.
Tight racing coming into the
Yeah.
finish here. Some guys slamming tacks on each
Let's
other.
see, we're
There,
going
like-
for fourth place, what seems to be fourth unofficially.
Yeah, I would say
Here we go.
22863's got it.
22863.
Mateo.
22863.
Mateo, by the way, recently won the South American Championships in Argentina. Just
Yeah,
finished
a
fifth
few-
place here.
And I know Beck just got back from Argentina, and I believe
Hey, guys.
Brayden did too.
Here we go.
Okay, here we go. Beck, looking solid. Put it there, buddy. Up here for a second. We got your boat, don't worry. How you feeling?
Good.
How would you describe it? Give me some adjectives.
Excited?
Good, you look great out there.
Thank you.
What was going through your head the whole time?
Hopefully I cross, hopefully I cross, hopefully I cross.
And what did you do?
I crossed one of the two boats I wanted to cross.
Okay. And what, now this is, you got one more race. What are you going to do for that race?
Hopefully do good and try and win it.
Yeah. What do you have to say to your fellow teammates? They did pretty well also.
Thank you, good job.
Yeah, they push you guys. That's the best part, is you guys push each other.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Beck, tell me about your strategy for this next race.
To try and stay open more to the left of the fleet because I feel like there's a very good angle there, and try and consolidate and stay on top of the fleet.
Great job.
Awesome. Way to go, Beck. We're super proud of you. Go do it again. All right. Braden Zoyer, come up here, my friend. Braden 16898. All right. We know Holly and Sean are watching right now. They're super proud of you. Those are his parents. Come on up here. Come on.
Good job,
up.
Braden.
Hey, Braden, jump on in here. How you feeling?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Why's that?
I mean, it's a good finish, and I really needed it to keep my scores up like that.
Okay, and how did you do it? What was your strategy?
Really just get off the line in a good position, and then follow the shifts to the top mark.
Is there anything that's changed between the first race of today and this most recent race for you?
Definitely. The winds picked up a lot more. The wind stopped shifting as much, and the waves have gotten a little bigger.
What's your strategy for the next race?
Last one. Really the same thing. Just follow the shifts, get off the line, do as well as I can.
All right, buddy, have fun.
Thank you.
Great job,
Great
Ray.
time. We're proud
See you
of
later.
Way to go.
All right, we've got Sophie De Leon.
Sophie.
Sophie De Leon.
Urban.
Sophie De Leon Urban.
Great job.
Good job, Sophie.
Come sit up here.
Hey, Sophie. So Sophie's one of our top female athletes in the red, white, and blue fleet and gold fleet. Sophie, can you tell us a little bit about that race?
So I started off like in the middle boat, and then I made my way to the left, and I just like played the shifts up, and yeah, it worked out right nice. And then in the reach, a lot of people were going up, like really far up, so I just like played it down, and I beat a few boats. And then and then in the second meet, I just played the left, like the left of the fleet, and I just gained a few boats again, and I just kept like gaining boats.
Why do you think that being to the left of people was working?
I think there were just less people there, and a bit like more pressure. So there was less traffic, more pressure, and it worked nice.
How you feeling right now?
Good.
Yeah?
What are you gonna do for the next race?
Similar plan.
Okay, nice. Well, it was really exciting to watch you, and we wish you the best of luck for the next race. Okay.
Thank you.
Great job. Good job. Put it there.
Great job.
All right.
Sophie, one more race.
Excellent. So we got one more race. That's the gold finishing up right now. We got the last few athletes of the gold who are crossing the finish line as we speak. And pretty good. What do you think? That was the third race for the gold.
I think it was awesome. She said some things that we hit on, right? She said she gambled a little bit, came out to the left side. Why'd you come out to the left side? Well, there were less people to cover me, and there might have been more pressure. So it was a risk she took.
That was the Hail
and
Mary.
she was comfortable with it. Now going on the reach, she was comfortable with it. It paid off for her. So her reaction was, well, what are you going to do the next race? Well, she said, I'm going to do the same thing because it worked for her. It's a positive energy. I took a risk. It worked. That's right. I'm going to keep trying these things. I'm going to keep trying these things, whether it's that risk or on the upwind risk or on the start risk, whatever it is. She's just going to keep trying it. It builds momentum in these sailors, which is a really nice thing, right? right? And they
I'm
learn
gonna turn
from
the
them.
camera just to get you in frame a little bit more. Here we go. That's called working on the fly.
Yeah.
And I think something else we heard from a lot of these athletes is like they're noticing the changes that are happening,
Yeah.
you know, and they're saying, hey, like you said, this worked, I'm gonna do it again. Oh, also there's a little more breeze. Maybe it's not shifting as much.
Yeah.
Oh, the waves are bigger, or the
Right.
chop is bigger, right? So
Right.
they're taking these things into account as they go into the last race of the day.
It's a little more right now like it was first thing this morning, right? We kind of took a dip in the pressure and it picked back up.
Yep, correct. When we came out this morning, it was around 8 knots, and then we had a little dip down to 5. And
Yeah.
right now,
Yeah.
it feels like, and also looks like on our weather, indicator that it is around 8 knots again.
Right.
So
Yeah.
really
But
nice.
they're picking up on their experiences. It's what it's all about. It's learning each time you go out there. This is why it's so important for these kids to practice so much too. It's called time in the boat.
That's right.
The more time in the boat you have, the more experiences you have, the more you learn, the more that reflects then into your racing. They're prepared. Trust me, these kids are prepared to race. It's a matter of, okay, what are my conditions today? And that's the nice part about sailing, is that it's never the same.
That's right.
It might be waves and a little bit one day, it might be a lot of wind, and so it's constantly adapting. And it's true in life. These kids take that in life and being able to adapt into situations.
And roll
So
with
it's
it.
really amazing. Yeah, it's really amazing. And to learn from their mistakes. And look, you're not always going to win. Not everybody gets a medal, right? But these kids truly believe in themselves.
It's all about building confidence.
So right now, it looks like we have a little downtime in between races here. We can see the
Oh.
fleet behind us. Nobody is currently racing on our race course except for our final fleet finishing
You know
right
what?
back here at the gate marks.
If we have a few minutes, we actually did an interview with some of the kids yesterday. If we could cue that up, Raul, give me the thumbs up if we can play that. We did kind of a little interview with the kids yesterday after race 2. I know we're a little crooked here. After race 2 about, how everything was going. So I'm going to get Raul to see if we can cue that up. I don't know if he can hear me.
While we're waiting for that
Can he hear you?
to queue
Okay,
up.
go ahead. Where he's going to.
Hi, I'm Wills. I'm from New York, and my highlight of the Regatta is that it's at a very nice venue.
I'm Hugo. I'm from England, and I love going into a swimming pool after sailing.
Hi, I'm Eliana, and I love the weather because it's a lot colder in England.
Hi, I'm Lila. I'm also from England, and my highlight of the week is seeing a manatee.
Hi, I'm Will. I'm also from England, and my highlight's getting the display boat.
Hi, I'm Sander. I'm from Miami, and my highlight of the regatta so far is probably getting to hang out with my friends after the regatta. It's a good bonding.
Hi, my name is Isla, and I'm from England, and my highlight is seeing the view from where we're sailing.
Hi, I'm Braden. I'm from Miami. My highlight is seeing the race committee call a yacht coming across the course a bogey.
Hi, I'm Noah from Bermuda, and I think the racing today was okay, but I didn't do too good. I did okay, but I didn't do too good at the end. But yeah, but I think it could have been a little bit windier, cause I'm not as good as wind. I'm good in windier circumstances, so it was medium.
So what's going to happen tomorrow?
Hopefully it's windier.
Hi, my name is Violet Carr, and I'm from Miami. And something interesting that happened in the past few days is, the wind was kind of shifting on the first day, and I did really good, but there was only one race, and I got 4th. But today, it wasn't that good. I got a little, the boat was favored, and then I went to the pin, so that race wasn't so good. Then the next race was good. So I think that it mostly depends on your starts, how your race is going to go. If it depends on your start, how the race is going to go.
Hi, I'm Morgan Temple, and I'm from Palm Beach Sailing Club. And a memorable moment that I will never forget is getting more experience every day because of the sailors that keep you on your toes and thinking harder. And yeah, it was just really fun, and I definitely would recommend this regatta to a lot of other sailors who want to have fun and get more experienced. So I hope I can do better tomorrow, and good luck on the water.
I'm Benjamin White from the Palm Beach Sailing Club, and one thing that I really will remember about this regatta is this is my first 4-day regatta, so I've really loved getting to know the sailors and being able to race with them day after day and get better and better. And you have to have good starts, good upwinds, good downwinds, good mark roundings. So it's a very strategic sport, and that's one thing that I really love about sailing. And I hope to come back here next year because I really love this regatta. So, bye.
Hi, I'm Kyla Benish. I'm from Coral Reef, and I'm going to be asking my fellow teammates some questions about their day. So, this is...
Hi, I'm Harrison Gandy from Coral Reef Yacht Club.
Hi, I'm Alfonso. I'm from Coral Reef Yacht Club.
And how is your guys' day today?
Well, I feel like it's a beautiful venue, and I'm really happy to be here. And yeah, I had a pretty good day.
I like the venue. It's pretty nice, and the racing was really good today.
What do you guys think was like working out? Like what side or what was happening on the race course today?
Well, there are a lot of clouds out there, and I feel like the clouds brought most of the pressure and angle. So the right looked like it was usually paying, but it was oscillating pretty nicely.
I think the left was paying off. I started pin, and it worked out. Yeah.
So everything was good today, or how did you guys like the wind? Was it like good wind, or you guys wish it was like heavier and stuff?
I think it was beautiful for the first part of the day, though once it got a little later in the day, it started to die off.
I think it was too light. It had to be a little bit windier, but that's my opinion. I like it windy, but it was okay.
All right, so I hope you guys had a good day. It was really beautiful, so I'll see you guys later. Bye.
And we're on? All right, great.
Welcome back. We're here.
This is great. So I got to talk with those kids yesterday and just get a little perspective of day 1 and 2 for them. And a big thank you to Kyla Benish for being the reporter there for me. So that was great. And they all seem to be really happy. No complaints. Everything's going extremely well. And it seems day 3 is just the same.
What was the biggest takeaway for you talking with those youth athletes? What did you learn?
You know, it was interesting. But not all of them wanted to talk, but they're very focused, you know, and they really think about, you know, what they're doing and how they're doing it. And you can tell it's been a lot of coaching, and, you know, they take it very seriously. So it's great, as any sport would be, to teach kids how, if you do the work, you get results.
Absolutely.
You know, and so it was, and then I loved also just the general comments about how, you know, people from London saw, or from England, I'm not quite sure where in England, saw, you know, a manatee here for the first time, and just other takeaways that are just, you know, looking around, and as people who are from this area, maybe we take it for granted a little bit,
Right,
but
exactly.
being reminded that we live in such a special and wonderful place, and just to get to see these kids have so much fun and develop and appreciate it, because I really think they appreciate it. You know?
I think you're right. No, I think it's a very, very important moment for all of them to, you know, to be able to travel with their families, to learn about new places, to race on new race courses. Super cool. Speaking of race courses, we're looking back at the race course here. We've got eyes on all these boats, and you can see we've got Virginia Key in the background. It's beautiful. We can see Miami Beach on the horizon.
So beautiful.
We are looking, I believe, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Cynthia, I think we're looking at Silver Fleet coming into the finish.
Yep, that's what I'm being told.
Look at that water, oh my goodness,
It's
you can see
beautiful.
everything.
When you get that perspective from that angle, you can just see that the water looks great today.
Yeah, and what we can see here on the race course is that we have some boats coming in really strong from the course right to the finish line. The right side looked like it actually went quite well on this last upwind beat. It looks like there's not very many boats on the left, and they're actually a little bit behind.
They're really spread out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
is that a surprise to you?
I think it's an indication that the conditions are different from earlier today.
And also, this is the 4th race. I mean, you got to be getting tired, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's got to be part of it too. I think some of these guys are definitely starting to feel the effects of maybe not having enough water or enough food. Or maybe it's just, it's a long day. Here we go. We have finisher number 1 in the Silver Fleet, 22057.
Looks like Kai Waters.
Kai Waters, finisher 22057. Kai Waters 23061. Close behind, Felix Moniz. And then we have unofficially in 3rd place, we have ISV 187.
Howard Zimmerman is at the top.
Absolutely, we have met Howard and talked to him today.
A big hello to Jenna Jenkins. She's texting me some stuff, making sure, giving me pictures of folks watching the coverage there at the snack bar at Coral Reef. So hi, Jenna, thank you for that. And she's just saying, okay, what are we looking at here? She said, so this is silver.
This is silver. We have finisher 22192 just coming across the line.
Hey.
We have Kai. Hi, Kai Waters.
Kai Waters, how you doing? How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good after that race.
Tell us why. How'd you do?
Well, obviously, not obviously. It depends on what you know. I got first that race.
All right, it looked like that.
Go ahead. I didn't have a very great start, but I feel like I played my cards really well that race.
How'd you play your cards?
Well, I didn't have a very good start, but everybody tacked off the line, and I kept going to get that pressure on the left, and I just slowly but surely worked my way up.
Well, from our perspective, it sure looked like you got first place there for a silver division. So how does that make your numbers look collectively?
I mean, last race I got a black flag, but I got 4th. I don't know. And the very first race I got a black flag of this regatta. So, not having a very great regatta, but, that race makes me really happy.
Well, you did great. We're super proud of you. Do you want to say anything to anyone? A lot of people are watching right now.
I just want to thank my mom, Rebecca, for getting me into all this, and I'm very happy about this race. This is my first of, since Green Fleet, I guess. So, really happy.
Awesome. We're super proud of you. Thank you so much. Any other questions, guys? All right. Thanks.
Bye.
Thanks so much. Bye. So, coming up next, who do we have here?
23061. We have.
Okay, are you Felix?
We're about to talk with Felix and ask him about his race. He had a pretty good race here in Silver Fleet. He's hopping up on the boat right now to talk to us.
We're watching the other boats cross the finish line as Felix gets into place here.
Hey Felix Moniz, can you tell us a little bit about that race?
So I started on the left and I had a pretty good start, so I port tacked the fleet. And I was first until the reach mark, and there I got past. Then I rounded the gate in 3rd, and I got to pass 187 on the second upwind, and I came in 2nd.
And how does that make you feel?
I could have gotten first, so I'm kind of mad.
Okay, well you did 2nd, and that's pretty good. How are your numbers looking overall?
What?
How are your numbers looking, your placements overall?
Oh, I was doing horrible.
Okay.
I was like 104 at the beginning of the day. Then I got 3rd on the first race. Then 10th on the second race today. I'm talking about today, and 2nd today on this race.
Okay, well that sounds pretty good, Sarah. What do you think?
That sounds pretty good, Felix. How are you gonna take this race and use it to have a good last race of the day?
So I'm trying to. Wait, can you repeat the question?
Howard, what are you going to do on the last race of the day to finish big?
Oh, well, I'm going to test the line real quick, and I'm probably going to start on the left because it's been paying off all day. But if not, then I'll just go to whatever side is favored.
Okay, do your thing. Go stay focused. We're proud of you. Great job. Thanks so much for coming over and talking to us. We really appreciate it here. You see the other boats in silver crossing the finish line right here. You see 205, 29, and the other boats coming across. And we have another friend coming up here. Is he making his way over here?
I think it's so interesting. We can totally hear the disappointment or excitement in all of their voices, and how they're thinking about going into their next race, what it means to get a 2nd versus a 1st. So interesting.
And
how much this affects our performance.
And who do we have here?
I'm Aiden Ogwan.
Tell me your name again.
Aiden Ogwan.
Aiden, how are you? How you doing?
Good.
How you feeling?
Good.
Why?
I've done pretty good today.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I've had a 4, 5, and 4. So I've all been in the top 5.
And how does that feel?
Really good.
Yeah? How would you describe it?
It's really exciting being in the top 5. I'm kind of upset that I didn't make gold, but it's still pretty fun sailing out here with the great skyline behind us.
What do you think about when you're sailing?
I don't think about much besides you're sailing fast.
Yeah, and what's your strategy for this last race?
It was start pin and sort of go to the left and then consolidate across to the middle when I could. But I didn't really execute my plan exactly because I went left and crossed, but I wanted to come back to the left, but I sort of got held at the right, and I forced to the starboard way line a little too early.
Awesome, Aiden Ogwen.
Aiden, what are you going to do in the next race? How does your plan change?
Hopefully I can execute my plan a little better and try to not go all the way to the right and sort of stay middle.
All right, you're top 5. Stay there, okay? All right,
job, buddy.
Great job. We're proud of you. Go get him. Awesome, great job. That's Aiden. He said he's been in the top 5 all day, and he's doing pretty good. So look at this here, beautiful lineup that we see right here, Sarah. This is the third race, is a bronze. So they are lining up, or did they go already? I can't quite tell.
They are.
Oh, they're rounding their first mark.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Rounding their first mark, and this is the third race of bronze. So after this, we'll have the fourth race of gold, silver, and bronze, and we'll be done with the day. And it's been a great day of racing here. It couldn't have gone any better, right?
Beautiful day. It's so nice that the breeze is back up. We are looking at a little more pressure than we had in the middle of the day. It makes it really easy to get a fourth race in.
That's nice.
Yeah, super nice, because as we all know, sometimes it's a waiting game for the weather, and I think today has worked out beautifully for the race committee and for the athletes. And
First place, Mother Nature.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
always.
definitely cooperated today, so no complaints. It's beautiful. It's perfectly sunny. It's not too hot. It's a great, a lot of great pressure. So
Totally. It's great conditions. We're looking at these bronze fleeters coming down the reach leg. We just sent silver back to the starting line, and I have to imagine gold is about to get off the line at some point soon for their fourth race. What we heard from some of those athletes is so interesting. We heard things about their race course, their strategy, what they're going to change, what they're going to do the same. We heard some athletes be excited about their finishes and some be disappointed. It's all very interesting when you have this big global perspective while we're zoomed out looking at drone footage, and then to remember that on their boats they're all alone having their own thoughts the whole time.
I'm getting text messages from parents and grandparents, and a lot of folks have never been able to actually see their kids race, or the grandparents especially, because they don't live here. So a lot of people for the first time are getting to see their grandchildren or nieces and nephews race, and it's so exciting and exhilarating. And and I'm sure the kids are going to be able to watch this too and learn something from it, a little game tape. Everybody's doing great. Everyone's just doing amazing out here. And don't forget that we do have the raffle today that we're drawing, the raffle tickets. So go to orangebowlregatta.org and buy your tickets. We're going to pull at 5 o'clock. There's all kinds of great prizes. So go on there and buy your raffle tickets. You do not need to be present to win. So here we go. So this is bronze here coming in for their third race here. And which leg of the race are they on, Sarah?
We are on leg 2. We're reaching down to the mark B, to the reach mark here, jibe mark, whatever you call it. I don't know, because we don't have those on our race course.
Okay,
but
fair enough.
They're reaching down here, and right now this leg is a lot about speed. It's a lot about positioning. It's about, if you're in front, extending. If you have a chance, passing. And it's a great opportunity to plan your downwind leg and think about, hey, am I going to jibe at the mark, or am I going to continue on starboard jibe? And from there, the race really boils down to, can you recognize what you need to do next, and how do you think about rounding the gate marks? But the big picture goal here is just boat speed. How do I go fast? How do I go faster than the boat next to me? And the things that determine that are how well you're trimming your sail, how you're sitting in the boat, if you're catching little waves or not by doing a little pump with your main sheet. So you're gonna see, I mean, it's hard to get the whole picture here. We're watching just the tail end of the fleet round the windward mark. These are the last boats in bronze rounding the windward mark. Tough to be on the race course all day long and to keep your energy up and to keep hydrated and to keep fueled up and keep your brain in gear. So these guys are all working really hard. If they're the first in gold fleet or if they're the last in bronze, trust me, they're all working hard out here and we can see it.
Do you keep food in your boat?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, I think definitely like we keep some energy gels. So maybe like something that is going to give us energy right away. We keep bars that we like or that we think have good nutritional value. I think everybody's a little different what they prefer.
So for those of you just joining us, I know we've been on for a really long time. Some of you have been with us for the whole time. Some of you are just joining us right now. So I'm Cynthia Demas and I am helping ask the proper questions here to our athletic expert from Team USA. We have Sarah Newberry. And you've been a professional athlete for how long?
7 years.
For 7 years, yeah. Great. And you're going to be trying out for the Olympics?
Yes, we are racing toward the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. The sailing will be in Marseille.
In Marseille? Oh, I was just there.
Yeah.
Lucky
you.
I know. It's beautiful there. So we can't wait to see you sailing there in Marseille. And it's going to be great. So as a professional athlete, what is your, if you could collectively talk to this, there's about 200 kids sailing right now from about 20 different countries, right? And in the Opties. If you had a chance to talk to them after, which you actually might, I wouldn't be surprised. What would you say to them? What's the takeaway?
This is just one day of racing and a really, really long career. If you like the sport, you're going to keep doing this and you're going to race so many races, you're going to forget about race 1 of the day on day 3 of Orange Bowl. So
unless you won.
You still might forget because you might win so many afterwards.
That's true.
But I think that big picture, to me, remembering that this is all about your experience. Are you having fun sailing? And if you're not, how can we have more fun sailing? How can we go faster and have more fun? And those are the big takeaways that I wish I had when I was 12 or 13.
But you sail with a teammate, right?
I do currently sail with a teammate, yes.
And what's your teammate's name?
My teammate's name is David Liebenberg, and he is from San Francisco. We both sailed Opties against each other, and then as we became more professional and wound up as U.S. sailing team members, we found each other and began racing on the same boat. Our boat is called the NACRA 17. It's a mixed gender foiling multi-hull class.
Nice. So let's see, we're looking here, they're making their way around the marker.
Yep, we've got some boats jibing onto port. We've got some boats continuing straight on starboard jibe. These are the leaders of our bronze fleet. We're looking at boats number, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have boat number 9 jibing around the mark right now. 9th place, Bermuda 1122, followed by USA 18278. So we're looking at the top 10 there. That's your top 10. Everybody you just saw rounding the mark. And it's just very interesting to see which decisions they make here. Why do they jibe? Why do they go straight? We know we talked a lot about strategy and tactics earlier, but just as a reminder, some of the ways to make these decisions are, where do you see the most pressure? Where's the wind?
Right.
So these guys must have an idea of why they want to jibe,
But it's interesting because they'll make different decisions and they're in the same position.
That's true. They're all taking input differently. Everybody's got a different level of focus and a different ability to sort out the stimuli that they're getting. So some athletes are really good at seeing pressure on the water. Some athletes are really good at noticing what their competition is doing, or maybe having a feel for if they need to pump on a wave and go a little faster. And so I think there's also an element of course, and not to be harsh on these guys because everybody's learning here, but in the Opti fleet, sometimes we just follow each other. Sometimes kids just follow each other. So there's always that.
What do you mean, literally follow?
Literally, sometimes we get to this point in the race and maybe you haven't decided what to do yet, but you see somebody really good jibe and you think, okay, I'll jibe too.
Okay.
So that does happen, and so I think there's a little bit of teaching or trying to challenge ourselves. If you're an Opti sailor and watching this later on, watching coverage of your racing, I think the real question is how do you challenge yourself to make those decisions on your own, using your own inputs, what you see, what you feel, what you sense, because your intuition is what's going to determine your ability to be consistent over time. Developing it is really important. So we see these guys right now. Look, I think we're looking at a slightly different view here currently, are we not?
Yep.
We've got, I think we're looking at another race coming up in here. My guess is that this is our Gold Fleet.
That would be Gold Fleet coming in race 4 for the day, the Gold Fleet right here. So we're going to wrap it up. They've done a great job. You know, they've got to be a little worn out. They're earning their sushi later today. That's what they're having again. That's what they had yesterday.
They're having sushi?
They had it yesterday.
Wow, you guys, that's awesome.
I know.
So lucky.
Thank you to Sushi Maki, one of our sponsors.
Thank you to Sushi Maki, one of our sponsors. Thank you to Tucci, one of our big sponsor for this. And thank you to Coral Reef Yacht Club for everything. Thank you to everybody who donated also for the raffle. Raffles at 5 o'clock. Go to orangebowlregatta.org if you have not purchased your raffle tickets yet. So it looks like we have gold here, and we have bronze is going to be, what are they doing? Making their last turn down here, and then they're going to come up.
Then they're going to come back. The bronze will be finishing
finish.
up their downwind, and then finishing up their third race of the day. Right now, looking at this Gold Fleet, I think what Cynthia said is so important. This is their last race of the day. Like, they got to be tired. So this is also like maybe one of the best opportunities if you're not feeling tired, like if you've done a good job eating and drinking, then this is a great chance to really send it and get a great result at the end of the day.
And as a sailor, do you have to remind yourself, Sarah, when you're out there, hey, I should probably drink water, hey, I should probably, like, do you put yourself on a schedule, like at the end of every race, I'm going to do this, or is there, how do you do it?
Absolutely. Like in the past, when I wasn't as good at it, or when athletes aren't as good at it, you do forget because you get emotional about your result, you're excited to have won, or you're disappointed maybe with what your score was, and then you kind of forget to eat or drink. So we do have to force ourselves to do that.
So this looks like, this is gold we're looking at?
Yep, this is gold we're looking at. It looks like starboard tack is a good tack to be on at the moment. Lifted on starboard looks to me. I think that, yeah, like we were saying, this is going to be such an interesting race to see play out because it's the last race of the day. It's the chance for the people who've really been enduring or operating at a really high level over the course of the day. It's the chance for them to lock it down and really get another good score. And sometimes these last races of the day, when people are tired, they're the biggest game changers in the regatta results too.
Yeah, you could really, but you do get to throw one score out, right? So let me ask you this: how often is it that you throw out the score from the last race of the day because you're so tired?
Wow, that's such a good question. I don't actually think it's I wouldn't say that that's primarily the race that people throw out, but I think it's not a place where everybody can lose, but it's a place where certainly some people have the opportunity to lose their event or to lose that day of racing.
Right, and then also you got to keep your mind in it, right? You got to keep your psyche up and your spirits up and your energy up.
Okay, great. Right now we're looking at drone footage of the downwind of the Bronze Fleet here. We've switched over to the Bronze Fleet downwind. We're looking at them. You can kind of see these guys going downwind toward those gate marks. Beautiful shot of the gate marks. And you can see actually the little bit of like curve in the fleet there. The boats that have jibed are, they look like they're getting pushed a little bit to the right. See that? Do you see this curve here?
Yeah, you're right.
That might mean that the tide is coming in now.
Okay.
So we might be seeing a little bit of a new current effect on the race course at the moment, and that could play out more important for the silver and bronze fleet than it will for the gold, but it will still be affecting the gold fleet race course if that's the case.
Okay. So we're waiting for the bronze to come in to finish, and then we have gold on their last race of the day, their fourth race of the day.
Yeah, let's cut over, if we can cut over to the gold fleet, that would be awesome. We have some great upwind action.
So let's take drone 2. Let's take drone 2, guys.
Nice, here we go. We're up close and personal with these guys sailing on the gold fleet race course.
That's a great perspective. And is this, are we full out here? Is this our leader here in the center of the screen? I think it is. It's a little hard to tell sometimes.
I think it is. I think we're looking at the lead pack here. These boats just to the sort of left of the screen there, and I'm sure 22863 will have, they're not going to be in a bad position here, but I think the boats just above them look like a little more advantaged.
All right.
And we're getting pretty close to the windward mark here. You can see all those boats up there in the corner at the windward mark.
Is that the right number there? 22863?
Yep.
Okay, looking good. And your eyes are better than mine, Sarah.
19257 just above them, and 228 I can't see that.
I can't.
22820.
Yeah,
22820 just lost their lane, so they're tacking away. They're going to give us a good read. These boats that just tacked, we're going to see if they can cross the boats to the right of them or not. We've got, here's our leftmost boat here, our leader on the left side.
22863.
So he's going to continue. Still going
Yeah.
left.
David Mateo Coates.
David Mateo Coates still going left.
Hey, David Mateo Coates, if you want, if the parents of David want to give a big thank you to Chris Block, it's a good idea. This was his idea to set this up and have our live drone coverage, and he's the head of the Orange Bowl Regatta, so a big thank you to Chris. You're doing a great job, working nonstop. He's working so hard he probably doesn't even hear us right now, but we'll tell him we gave him a shout out.
Nice.
He did a great job. Look at that beautiful
So
perspective.
22863, and also I think as we saw David, still going left on this race course. They're getting pretty close to ley line. Here we go, 19350. I think that's Finn Granger. He's coming back from the left side. So we're gonna see here if these lefties are still on the race course. A lot of the athletes have told us that they like the top left pressure. We're gonna see how that plays out here at the end of leg 1 of race 4 of Gold Fleet. Here we go. We've got our 2 farthest left boats are on port tack heading toward the windward mark. And now we are just really quickly snapping back here to our, I think this is our bronze fleet, heading into their gate marks.
Yep, they're a little bit away still. It looks like they're going to be at least 5-8 minutes away
There
from
we
coming
go.
up to the finish line.
So we have these guys going for their roundings again, and earlier we had a Monkey on board, another athlete, a former champion of Orange Bowl, who was telling us about these gate mark roundings and how important the technique is here.
And he did a great job. I loved his perspective, I loved his knowledge, but I loved his enthusiasm most of all.
Absolutely.
It was great. No, Monkey does not lack in enthusiasm. He earned his beer today, I tell you.
So here we go. We've got these guys coming down here on port jibe into what is on the screen the right gate mark, but downwind would be the left gate mark, making left turn Great Britain 6402 and Great Britain 5292. Coming around the mark, nice rounding from 5292, just barely staying in a clear lane, tacking away for clear air. 2 more boats rounding here.
USA and Argentina 3804.
Argentina's got a tough spot there. They should probably get out of their bad air. Oh, well, USA solved that problem for them. Now Argentina has clear air. More boats rounding the mark here. So we can see a lot of our bronze fleet is going upwind. We're getting really close to a windward mark rounding on our gold fleet. So we have our bronze rounding the gates, and we have our gold almost at the windward mark. And we're gonna be able to see very shortly if that left side has paid off for the gold fleet or not. So we'll see here. We've got USA 8834 approaching what is the downwind left gate mark. Silver Fleet is in sequence going to Black Flag for their start of race 4 of the day. Okay, let's get that drone footage of Gold Fleet. We're getting really close to the action here in Gold Fleet, really close to the windward mark. Nice. Here we go. So we're going to see how this played out. Now, if you guys remember, there were 2 boats that were pretty far left, leading the fleet to the left side. And we're going to see if they're able to come out on top here. More and more, that top left is looking good. We heard that from the athletes, but it's looking true.
Looking like, absolutely.
Let's see, 19257 tacking onto port. Now the farthest left boat at the moment. Sometimes it's fun when we're watching racing like this to imagine which boat would you like to be, you know?
I'd like to be in front.
Yeah, that's usually the right answer. That's usually the right answer. So we have 22863. Looks like a tight cross on this boat, maybe no cross at all on 7444. Really tight, not going to happen.
What's going to happen
Here we go. That's what we call a lee bow. That's going to make it a little harder for 7444 to be fast. You can see that tiny gap between them. And this boat that just lee bowed is really putting a hurting on 7444. We've got 19257.
That was close.
Very
Yikes.
well played moves here. This would be a good time to cover, guys. Up, and they're coming back.
All right, that looks amazing.
Really, really good stuff here. Great racing from the top of our fleet. Getting closer and closer to the windward mark.
Great shot. Here we go. 22863 again, followed by 7444, and then rounded out by 19257.
Very well played by 22863. That was a nice move, nice lee bow there.
Is that David?
I think
I believe it is.
I think it may be. I'm afraid to call anyone's name out because I don't want to get any of their names wrong.
I know. and again,
David Coates,
It is
there we
David
go.
Coates, yay.
That was our boat that we were following earlier, as you could see, going into the left side, that top left pressure paying off. And now we have these guys coming in on the starboard ley line, rounding the mark, getting their dagger boards up, those boards that they keep in the center of the boat. They're getting their dagger boards up, getting a little less draggy to get boat speed on for the reach leg. Right now, while we have Gold Fleet rounding the windward mark, I think we have, do we have Silver Fleet in, Silver has started their race 4.
Okay.
Maybe we can pop over to drone number
1.
Drone number
It looks
1.
like drone number 1, if we could take that. There we
Here
go.
we go. Oh,
Oh, nope. That's 2.
that's good.
There's
That's
1. Nope.
That's good.
Okay.
Let's. Hey, this is great.
Hey, musical drones. We love it.
It's perfect.
Okay.
We can't
Let's
go
get a
wrong
better
here.
perspective here.
We can't go wrong here. This is our Gold Fleet.
This is gold. Okay. So gold is looking great, but this is a great shot also here from drone number 2. So this is drone number 1 we're looking at of our Gold Fleet, and drone number 2. If we want to take that, look at that beautiful line though here from gold. It's just they're all like almost single file.
Yeah.
That's it. That's great. All right, and we're looking at David here leading the pack. We'll see if he can hold that. Beautiful perspective. Go ahead, guys, and take drone 2. Go ahead and take drone 2. And we can see them rounding the marker. Oh, that's a great shot there.
Beautiful shot of these boats racing. You can just really see all the detail up close here now. These guys are so close together, only a boat length between them, a boat length and a half between them. That's not a big margin to win by, but you know the interesting thing is that you don't need to win by a lot. You only need to win by a little bit to win.
That's right.
So
1 is 1 and 2 is 2.
That's correct. Here we go. This is great footage of our windward mark rounding, and these boats on the ley line, the ones that are fetching the mark, these ones are on starboard, and those boats that you see there kind of getting a little caught up down there, they were on port, trying to figure out how to get onto the ley line.
You really learn a lot from looking just straight down, right? You see how look how it's so hard to try to pass the boat in front of you. Do I go right? Do I go left?
Yeah.
You see them, and this really gives you a perspective that the sailors don't even get, you know, really.
Absolutely.
But once they can take a look at this later, they'll be able to analyze themselves in a new way, in a new perspective.
Absolutely. And you know, if we're right that we know that the tide has switched, we just don't know how strong it is. One thing that these athletes are going to be watching out for is being pushed from windward to leeward, so being pushed basically down on the reach, because the tide will be coming in, pushing them down.
Look at this, 22863 David is really holding his spot there. What seems to be the number 1 spot again. Remember, we're not the official deciders on that, so but
I like that American flag.
You like that?
Lycra, very cool.
For sure.
I'm a big fan of the American flag.
I do too. Can't get enough.
So here we go. We can see these guys. Some of them are going pretty high there on the reach. Yep, we see that, and then we see the low boats as well. So we're going to see how that works out for everybody.
And who
we
is
go.
this?
We
Is
have.
this-
It's hard to see that number, but I think they look very familiar. 7444.
Yep.
Here we go. Gold Fleet 7444. A very consistent sailor today. We've seen them in the top a lot. A lot of good racing. Now, what we were saying earlier, look at that dagger board. It's up, right?
It's up.
That's
So
just,
that helps what? Reduce the drag?
Absolutely, yeah. So these guys, if they left it down, they would be a heck of a lot slower. James Algair.
James Algair, right. And we talked to his little brother, Andrew, I think was his name too. So that was James. He's been very consistent. And he looks like he's in 2nd place right now, so we'll keep an eye on him and see what he's doing.
So far, so good. That line looks pretty straight. Those boats that are high, you know, higher up here, these ones in the top line, I kind of like that position. I feel like I would be inclined to have gone a little high on this reach if I thought maybe the tide was going to be pushing me down.
Which boat would you want to be on, Sarah?
Oh my gosh. Well, definitely the one in first. Now, I think being anywhere in that top pack is fun because at the end of the day, you know, being first or being 5th, what you're really doing is playing this awesome game against the boats around you. And so top 5 position is so much fun. But the truth is, like, you can play the same game anywhere. And if you enjoy it, you're going to go really well. Sometimes fighting back from 25th is a great experience. You can talk to some of these kids and hear them say that they've had some of their best races might not be the races that they were first in, but the races that they were performing their best in.
Really, when they come up to the markers, that's the real spot where you can kind of change your place in line, right? I mean, that seems to be like here, everyone's sails are about the same, the wind's about the same, But it's when you start going around those markers that, you know, that's when everything can change. Is that right? Am I onto something here, Sarah?
I think you're onto something.
Okay.
I think that you're absolutely right. The reach leg is like, it's not very tactically complex.
Yep.
You just kind of need to hold position or try to go faster than the boats around you. And then basically once we get to this reach mark, if you choose to go straight, like, you know, stay on starboard, or if you choose to jibe, those are big decisions because one can put you ahead or one could put you behind depending on which side is favored of the downwind.
Now is James out front here, 7444? I can't quite tell.
Oh, I think that might be what you see. Yep.
Penalty on 22863.
Oh.
720.
Oh,
What-
so a
we missed
penalty
that.
on 22863, so there was a penalty on David, so maybe it does look like James might be in first place now because of that penalty.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, and he's quite ahead. He's pulling out there in first.
So while we're watching these guys on their reach, you can see behind them that the bronze fleet is finishing race 3 of the day.
All right.
And we have boat number 22404. Looks like they're leading, coming into the finish line.
Bronze 22404 looks like he's coming in, and we're gonna hopefully get him here crossing the finish line.
Yeah, check this out, guys, because the top left looks pretty good on this race course too.
Let's see, this is the finish line, and it looks like he's coming right in here.
Yep, we got two boats leading.
22404
from the course left.
Grant Chin, 22404. Grant Chin looks like he is coming in first here in the bronze. 22404. Grant Chin. And then it looks like coming in second is 22754. Dylan Tomko.
Dylan Tomko, shout out to Dylan Tomko. His dad, John Tomko, is a longtime catamaran sailor.
Oh, yeah?
And an amazing athlete.
What's he thinking right now, his dad?
Oh my gosh, I can only imagine. John, you gotta hit us up with a message. Send us a Facebook message or a text message. My number is, just kidding, I'm not gonna give it to you.
But if you have it, send a text. Okay, hey, way to go, guys. That's number 1, number 2 for bronze. Looks like they cross the line coming in at number 3, 23116.
Unofficially, Alexander Getzels.
Alexander Getzels, 23116. Or maybe not, maybe not. Wait, we may have number 3, third place, unofficially. It looks close, but yep. Alexander, there we go. I don't know, I'm not going to call that one. 23133 also crossing the finish. All right, hey Grant, looking solid. Jump up here, my friend. Great job.
Thank you.
So, how you feeling?
Really excited.
Yeah, tell me why.
Because it's probably my first time I've won a race in like a big event like this.
That's awesome. Put her there. Okay. You so proud of yourself?
Yes.
We're proud of you too. Tell me
you.
how it feels inside right here.
I don't know. I'm just really excited about it.
Yeah. What are you gonna do to celebrate?
Well, my team is having a pool party at the hotel tonight.
That's a good way to celebrate. How'd you think you did throughout the day?
Good.
Yeah?
Yes.
What's been the best part?
This race probably.
What is that?
This race probably.
This race is the best because you won?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. And who do you sail with?
Cert. Team Cert.
Where your team is in New Jersey, yeah?
Out of New Jersey. All right.
Coach Mike?
Yes.
So give Coach Mike a shout out.
Right there, look at the camera and say what do you want to tell Coach Mike?
Thank you.
All right, go back to the
Proud of
finish
you.
line. We
Good
got one
job.
more race.
Way to go. Congratulations.
All right, come on, Dylan. What are you doing? Come on up here.
Come on, Dylan. Dylan's coming up to the boat as we see our everyone else is finishing up the race here, crossing the finish line. Dylan, pop up here. And we'll put you right here. Are you with LYC, Lauderdale Yacht Club?
No, I'm with Lakewood Yacht Club.
Oh, Lakewood Yacht Club, the other LYC. All right.
Yes.
Okay, out of Texas. So how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
How you feeling?
Pretty good.
Why?
Well, I got second place, but
Okay.
it's not gold flake.
That's okay.
That's okay.
It's still tough racing, buddy. Racing is racing. Second place is awesome. That is really good. You should be really proud of yourself, okay?
How does that feel to come in second?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
But not as good as first.
Well, well, what's going through your brain?
I'm gonna try and go do my last race. If we don't race tomorrow, it's probably gonna be my last race ever on an Opti.
Why is that?
I'm 110 pounds.
Oh, okay. So that's it, 110, 111 and you're out? Okay, and then what will you do, move up?
Going to the NACA 15.
Okay, well, great. So, hey, make this last one count. Anything you want to say before you do your last Opti race?
No.
No? Anything you want to say to your folks in Texas?
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck to you. Thank you so much. Great job. Enjoy it. Enjoy every second. We're super proud of you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Alexander?
Come on up here. Hey. I know this guy.
I've seen you before.
Yeah, he's a regular.
Pretty consistent at the top of the fleet.
Yep.
Why don't you tell us real quick what happened on that race?
So all I did, at the beginning of the start, I crossed like the whole fleet, and then all I had to do was just do what the fleet was doing, and just keep them in my window.
That was your strategy?
Yeah.
Are you pretty proud?
Mhm.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I've gotten first, third, and third, which I'm happy that I'm pretty consistent.
That's amazing. So, well, what do you attribute it to?
I don't know.
Your coach and your parents?
Definitely.
Yeah, right answer. And a lot of practice, right?
Yeah.
A lot of time in the boat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's it. They have one more race.
One more race, right?
One more race for gold. Yep. Put it there. Do great. Okay. What were you first, third, and third?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens this time.
All right, we've got one more top finishers. We've got one of our top female finishers. Halsey Carter, is that you? Halsey. All right, come on over here, Halsey. Just come on over here. I'll grab the boat and you hop on.
How you doing, Halsey?
Good.
How you feel?
Good.
Yeah. How'd you do in that race?
I did well.
Yeah. Do you know what place you came in?
No.
No.
What?
Well, we don't know. We don't know. We're not a wealth of knowledge here.
Top 15.
Top 15? Okay, so how does that feel?
Good.
Yeah? What was your strategy during the race?
Well, on the downwind, there was some guy who was trying to talk to me the whole time, and I just ignored him because that's what my coach did when he did Optis.
Was he talking smack? What was he saying?
He was just trying to distract me and saying there was animals in the water.
Is this a common tactic?
Kind of, a little bit.
So did you say anything back or no?
No.
Do you think there are animals in the water?
Well, yeah. But like,
so that's a smack talk of sailors right there. There are animals in the water. Well, we know there are some. I don't think there were any to be concerned about. What's your strategy for the last race?
well, my coach said that one of my other teammates who was on Blue Fleet went like left middle, so then I just decided to go left middle.
Awesome. All right. Hey, have a great final race, and don't worry about the animals in the water. All right. Thanks so much, Halsey. All right. Great job there. Woo. And here we go. Taking a look at the last few boats coming in and crossing the finish line right here.
Yeah, and we have also behind us. We're just from one race to another.
Woo! We can't stop. We're on
So many
fire.
different athletes, so much going on, and right now behind us, the Gold Fleet is going downwind. They're going to be coming into the finish line very shortly. So we just saw Bronze Fleet finishing race 3.
Yes.
They're going to head back down to the starting line and get ready for race 4. That'll be their last race of the day. But the other people who are doing their last race of the day are the Gold Fleet and the Silver Fleet.
Okay, wait, back up, slow it down, do that all again. Where are we?
We are finishing, Gold Fleet is about to finish race 4 of their day.
Last race of the day.
Done.
And they will earn their sushi, maki, or whatever they get.
Absolutely, they get to go to the raffle.
Okay.
And behind them, about 30 minutes behind them is the Silver Fleet. They're
Okay.
also on race 4 of the day, and
Yes.
after that they're going to be done. And Bronze Fleet, who we just spoke to, they're the last flight, the last fleet, the last division. They're heading back down to the starting line right now to start race 4.
Okay, all right. Whew, that's a lot. We did it. 4th race.
I know, we're keeping
almost
track
there.
of it.
We
so
are.
far, so good.
She is. This is our first ever live drone coverage of this sailing event, and we're really excited to bring it to you here and be able to speak with the athletes as they come across the finish line here. They've all done just a tremendous job. It's been a Chamber of Commerce weather day out here with the glistening sun and conditions that we can only dream of. And here they are. Our dreams are coming true here in South Florida. No surprise whatsoever. Sarah is getting a close-up look at our shot right here from the drone, and she's going to fill us in right now. Sarah?
Well, we're looking at the downwind leg of the Gold Fleet, their last downwind of the day. And these guys are all vying to improve their position from the reach leg and to kind of set themselves up for a good gate mark rounding to try to get a little jump on the boats around them, maybe gain some positions. Maybe if they're in the top of the fleet, they're just trying to defend. So what we're seeing here is this last downwind of the day that's going to make it's going to be a big deciding factor in how everybody's day wraps up in Gold Fleet. You guys can see in the background, we have a beautiful shot of downtown Miami.
Yep.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous shot of downtown Miami. We've got the 2 orange gate marks there. Boats are just starting to round. I think we have maybe 5 boats around the gate marks, maybe a few more.
Jenna Jenkins Staley just wrote me a question. She said, are you doing a different fleet tomorrow? The answer, Jenna, is no, we are not. Not this year anyway. So this was kind of our test run, you guys, this year. This is the first time ever that we've had live drones cover this race. So it was our test run. I think it went pretty well. So hopefully next year we're going to do more than just this one day. But yes, this is our one day this year. Don't even remember how we picked today, but this is what we picked. And we're glad we did because the weather was great. And Chris Block, head of the Orange Bowl Regatta, said, hey, let's give this a go. He made it happen, put it together, gave me a call, and we were able to work it out. And it's been a pleasure working here with Sarah and getting her expertise and her knowledge on all of this. Oh, and my camera. And we hope to see her in the 2024 Olympics. She is a Team USA athlete, and she will be trying out for the Olympics for Paris Olympics. Actually, she'll be sailing in Marseille. I say she will because obviously she's going to be there. And she's running her campaign right now, which is all about sponsorship. So we support her in that in every capacity we can. And we thank our sponsors here today, Tucci, and everybody else, or Core Reef Yacht Club, of course, putting this all together, and everybody who donated to the raffle. The raffle is at 5 o'clock today. That's in just 3 hours. So if you haven't gotten your raffle tickets, I believe it's orangebowlregatta.org. There are different classes. You can buy raffle tickets for the different classes, and there's really something for everyone. There's a lot to give away there. So Sarah is analyzing. I mean, she is about 3 inches from the monitor right now, folks. I think she's reading every number there. Sarah, what do you see?
That is true. I am about 3 inches from the monitor, and I am watching these guys go around their gate marks. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking what? If I was on the race course, I would want to have made a right turn at the gate marks, just like these guys that we see here, because that gate mark just looked a little bit favored to me. It looked like a better place to be. It looked like it was closer to the finish line. And it looks like starboard tack is the lifted tack, or is the long tack here. So it seems like getting on starboard quickly, and then maybe being a little advantaged right after those gate marks in terms of distance sailed is a great way to end up your last windward beat of your last race of the day.
And we are looking at
Gold Fleet rounding the gate marks. We have these boats making right-hand turns, getting onto starboard tack quickly. That's what I would like to do. I'd prefer that approach if I was racing. And you can see, looking up the race course there in the background, the boats that have already rounded the windward mark, the ones that are in the top of the fleet there. We have these guys in the pack here rounding the gates. You can see so many different sail numbers and different athletes. We have a German boat, 1722, rounding the gate marks. So nice of you guys to come join us in the U.S. for Orange Bowl Regatta. Thank you.
It's amazing. You see, we have 20 countries represented here with about 200 sailors, and that is just in Opties. So it's amazing, the turnout and what everybody gets to learn from each other when they come to these regattas.
Well, check this out now. Now so many boats have rounded that right-hand turn that it looks like there's maybe a little less pressure over there. So a tough call sometimes, you know, things change. There's good air someplace, and then all of a sudden more boats go there and there's bad air. So we need to be on our toes all the time on this race course, especially in Gold Fleet. There are too many fast athletes to stop paying attention here. And so we see these guys getting pretty close to the finish line of their last race of the day in Gold Fleet at the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta here in Miami.
Ooh, yeah, this is the 4th race of Gold. We've seen some familiar faces popping in here. Just had a boat go by, so we are switching and swaying here.
Thank you to the 60-foot boats.
Wow.
Through the course, we appreciate it.
Yep. Someone obviously didn't see or didn't care.
I think that's probably it.
Yeah,
the very far end of that drone footage, you could see us getting totally rocked there by boat race. We're up here by the finish line. We're waiting for these guys to finish their last race of the day in Gold Fleet. The whole fleet looks pretty far to the course left. They're most of them on starboard tack. There's some boats really far left here. These guys, look at this little pack here. We've got a bunch of USA boats here. It looks like a tight lane for this boat on the far left of the screen. They're just hanging on. Maybe a good idea to get out of there. Bad air. And we've got a nice little pack here coming into the top of the race course heading to the finish.
You know, they've been at this for 4 hours now, so it's been 4 hours of nonstop sailing. Their fourth race here, we're watching Gold come in on their fourth and final race, and then we will watch Silver come in and Bronze come in, and day 3 of the Orange Bowl International Youth Regatta will be complete, but we're not quite there yet. So we're still monitoring Gold as they are coming in. What do we see here, Sarah? Who is this here? 22195 I see here to the right.
We're looking over our shoulder here. We are looking at the Silver Fleet.
Yep.
They're coming down the reach leg, and Cynthia's right. It's 22195 in the lead of Silver Fleet. 23061 appearing to be second, followed by 14655, 213 100, 23100, 23215. We see
all USA.
All USA in the top here. We see Bermuda 1017 and then Canada right behind them.
Yep.
So the Silver Fleet are almost halfway done with the last race of the day here. Getting close, and Bronze is back there on the starting line, and they're getting queued up for their final start.
So this is the fourth and final race. Gold probably has about 15 minutes left, maybe about 15, maybe 20. Silver coming in right behind them, and then Bronze. That's my guess, Sarah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we'll see Gold finish here very shortly, and then yeah, I think you're totally right on those time estimates. But I'm really feeling it right now, Cynthia. You keep talking about like how tired they must be, and dude, we're tired.
I'm tired, and we're tired. We just sit here talking to each other. I'm not tired talking to you, Sarah.
No,
it's a pleasure.
Talking to you is great. I totally agree. That's not the tiring part.
No,
but these guys are troopers. I mean, it's a long day. They do this 4 days in a row.
Yep, they're doing an amazing job. Tomorrow's the fourth and final day. The regatta used to be 5 days, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think it's been, from what I can remember as a young athlete, I think it's been 4 days for a long time.
It's a typo.
But that's a lot of time to be sailing when
it is.
You're 12 years old or 15 years old. Really impressive. And I think earlier we were saying some things. So if you're just joining us, we've talked about so many different things while we're watching these guys. But one thing that's come up a lot is like, how do you make it through a whole regatta? How do you maintain consistency in your results? And how do you keep your body operating and your mind operating at a really high level? So
as an athlete, you probably have kind of somewhat of a system, right? Or so what is your system?
Well, so for sure, I was saying this earlier, like up to 72 hours before race day 1, we want to make sure we're eating and drinking enough and that it's the right stuff.
So do you do like racers where you have carbs the night before, or no? Is that am I talking about 1985? What's going on?
We do love to say, well, I mean, it's always great to have an excuse to eat a giant plate of pasta.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean, sometimes we'll eat more carbs than less, depending on how much energy we expect to burn. But the truth is, we try to keep our diet pretty consistent. And those 2 or 3 days before a regatta, we're really just looking to make sure we're eating things that are like going to help keep our minds sharp. So maybe we're eating like I'll have salmon like maybe 2 or 3 nights before, maybe not every night, but I'll have something that has that kind of like omega. And then we'll also do a lot of greens, and we'll do some carbs. But the goal is to just get the right stuff in your body, because you're going to be using your mind so much. So that's I think that's a big thing, and the hydration is so important.
So important. I know I talked to one of the athletes yesterday, and he said, I didn't hydrate enough. I knew I didn't hydrate enough, and I almost bailed out of the race.
Yeah.
But he finished it, and I said, well, what did you learn? And he said, well, I'm going to drink enough water next time.
Totally.
So, you hear it, but you got to do it.
Totally, it's so true. And then the other thing to add, if you're parents and you're watching, or if you're an athlete and you're watching, is like, just eliminate the stuff that is not going to help. Maybe
Right.
you don't have to do some special carb loading, or maybe you don't have to eat the exact right food, but take the fast food out of it, or take the really sort of super high in fats and like unhealthy stuff out of the picture. That way you can make sure that you're just getting better stuff in your body before racing.
Yep. So we, as we said, well, let's just do a little recap. Let me make sure the camera doesn't fall. A little recap. Orange Bowl Youth Regatta, International Regatta. We have sailors here from all over the world. In this division for Opties, it's ages 8 to 15. The whole regatta is ages 8 to 18. In the Opties race, which is what we're covering today, we have 196 athletes participating. This is day 3 of the regatta, and this is the 4th and final race. Gold is about to cross the finish line. The finish line is over our right shoulder here.
Yep, we're very close
and
to
we're
a
really
finish.
close, so we're gonna get ready to turn the camera around on that. And then we're gonna have silver come in and bronze come in, and it's gonna be a picture perfect day. And hopefully we have some picture perfect endings for you as well. We're gonna know just momentarily. So we really couldn't have asked for anything better, huh?
No, this has been the most beautiful day. Like you said, Gold Fleet's about to finish. We were just looking at some drone footage of Silver Fleet rounding the mark, heading downwind. And then and Bronze Fleet is our last flight of the day. They're just getting started with their final race. So they're down at the starting line waiting for their final race to begin.
Yep.
They'll be the last ones in.
Oh, here we go. I think we're gonna get gold here.
Today.
So let's go ahead and see what we see with gold coming over here. We see 22863 again coming up strong. 22863 coming in strong. 7444 again coming in strong. 19257, and this is all over my shoulder here. There we go. And
some great footage of the finish line here. Yep.
Great footage of the finish and a chance to see what's happening here. And it looks like 7444, then 22863, then 19257, then 22820. So it looks like this is the end here. Then we have 19350, and we are ending the gold division here. These are the first five boats to cross the finish line here, and they look amazing. Everyone's doing such a solid job. We have 22969 coming across here next, followed by, what do you see there, Sarah? 22650.
22650, yep, that's right. That's right, we're having, it's not actually, that was a bit of a tight finish there for the top 10, but it looks like there's a little gap between them and the rest of the pack. So we're gonna see how that shakes out. These boats seem to be pretty happy. These guys seem to be happy to finish, some of them top right here. We got boats from both sides coming in. We'll have to see what happens, you know, when we talk to athletes later on to know exactly what was working best on the race course. But it looks like on that upwind leg, you could come from either direction, and as long as you're going fast and, you know, positioning yourself well on the fleet, you're probably going to make some gains.
Okay, we got 22650, I believe, who's coming on up. Come on up. Whoa.
All right, come on over here.
We got 22650 coming in.
William Wooden.
Hop up on the booth.
Hey William, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, how'd you do on that race?
I got like 6 or 7.
That's amazing.
It was nice to get put back on top.
What's going through your mind?
Honestly, like yesterday I had a bullet in a second that I was really proud of.
Say that again, tell me again.
I had a bullet in a second yesterday and I was really proud of that. So having this in Gold Fleet is really, really proud of myself.
What's it like sailing for 4 hours straight?
Oh, it's not that much fun, but it's a nice day to be on the water, so that's all that matters.
What are you going to do now?
I'm probably going to go home and swim around. That's all I'm going to do, and relax.
Okay.
Relax.
And get ready for tomorrow, 4th and final day. You ready for it?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you did an amazing job. We're super proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Go relax. Thank you so much. Amazing job there for 22650, wrapping up the day. Says 4 hours was quite a lot out here on the water, and who can blame him?
Alfonso Lanceros.
Alfonso coming up. Alfonso 22588. 22588. Alfonso. And he's a local, is that right, Sarah?
Yeah, Coral Reef Sailor right here. Alfonso, can you tell us a little bit about that race? What was working? How did people make gains?
So I think that at the start, the pin was crossing. So obviously I want to start it closer to the pin. And in the first beat, I thought that the left was working out, but I was pushed out to the right, but it still kind of worked out.
Wait, what happens if you get pushed out to the right side when the left is working?
You just have to wait for pressure and hope that you can cross.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so that happened, and then what? Then what happened on the next upwind leg? How did you make those gains?
I realized that the wind was gonna switch from southeast to south, so it was gonna go right. So I just went, I rounded the gate to go right, and I just went right, and I made gains.
Wow. Okay, that's really interesting. Which gate mark was favored? Which turn did you take?
Heading downwind, it was.
You made a left turn and you went to the course right?
Yeah.
Okay, wow, great. So that looks like that was a nice way to end the day, and tomorrow you go into the last day of racing. Are there any goals that you have for tomorrow?
Just get top 5 in races and hopefully win some.
Okay, well, I hope you get some good rest tonight, Alfonso. Nice sailing. Thank you.
Thanks, Alfonso.
All right, James, come on over.
Okay, we've got USA 111 showing up on the coach boat here, ready to chat a little bit about their race. Hi, James. How are you?
Good.
Want to tell us a little bit about yourself and about that race?
Yeah. Well, I started at the pin because of the current, and with the current pushing this way, our people had less room on the right, so I thought it was better to be lured to the fleet on the left because it gave you more options. So if there was like a shift or a pressure, you had more chances on the left. So yeah, I started pin. I didn't have a good start at all. So then I was able to find the lane pretty fast and open to the left. And then I was able to find the lane, and I just stayed with the fleet, playing the shifts.
So how are you feeling right now?
I'm good. I didn't do the best, but I did okay. I was pretty consistent. So.
And what you playing for tomorrow?
Just to be consistent, because it's supposed to be 3 more races, so just to be consistent, like top 5s, top 10s. Yeah.
Awesome. Anyone you want to say hi to, or any of your teammates you want to say anything to?
Yeah. My coach, Happy. Thank you for coaching me. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great job. Have a great day tomorrow, okay?
Nice job, James.
Thanks so
Great
much.
attitude.
Yeah, and he used that word that we've been talking about all day, and that's consistency.
Yep, absolutely. Consistency is so key, and it's interesting to hear from some of the top athletes going into tomorrow that that's just another goal again for tomorrow is consistency.
They did 4 races. They have no problem just sailing right up and just popping up on the side of the boat. I mean, how do you don't run out of energy?
We eat a lot of protein bars on the water, and then lots of water too.
We were talking about that. So do you have a strategy for how you do that?
Well, I just go up to my boat, like my coach right away, and just grab food. And while he's talking to me about my race, that's when I eat.
That's good. That's a good strategy. How you feeling
Sadie
today?
Bolton, right?
Sadie Bolton.
Yeah.
Sadie, how you feeling about today?
I did okay. I thought I was going to do a bit better, but I think at the end I pulled it off. So.
And who do you sail with?
I sail with Sarasota.
With Sarasota. And do you want to say anything to your friends in Sarasota?
Good job, everyone on my team. I think we're all doing well, and yeah, just have a good day tomorrow.
Awesome.
Nice job, Sadie. Thank you so much for chatting with us. Good luck tomorrow. Kick butt.
Okay. All right. So that was awesome. That rounds out our gold, and we're popping up here. Thank you, Sadie. Have a good day tomorrow. So we're going to finish up. We're going to have silver, and then we're going to have bronze, and then we're going to be done for the day. What do you think about day 3 here?
I think it was a great success. I think the race committee did a really good job getting the races off on time. I think the fleet did a good job adapting with the black flag starts and all these changes on the starting line. And I think we talked to so many athletes who had such a great attitude and who had a really good outlook for each race. I was really impressed.
What do you think it could have been done differently? Anything?
I could have been sailing. I wish I was racing.
No,
I'm just kidding.
I would be here with no answers. That would be a terrible idea.
I'm just kidding.
Yes, we have a question from a newcomer on the boat. Just one moment, please.
Why is everybody so dry?
What? Oh, dry here?
And out there.
Oh, they're not wet.
All the competitors are so dry.
Why are they so dry, Sarah, our expert?
Oh, it's pretty light today.
It's light.
I think
Is
it's
the
not
answer.
not quite windy enough for big splashes.
Okay. Are you usually sopping wet?
Occasionally. It depends on how windy it is. I would say a couple more knots if you're hiking. Yeah, you're going to get sprayed a lot.
Yeah. we got a little wet when this giant boat whizzed by us.
Yeah, and when I spilled my
rocking.
water bottle on myself.
But
like,
that was it.
That was it.
Just the water bottle
That was
situation.
But today was an awesome day. It was so cool to watch racing from a zoomed out perspective.
Yeah.
To get to see drone footage. Like,
Yeah.
I bet you all you guys who are watching are having the same experience, which is just like, whoa, it's a totally different perspective to see the race course from above. And it puts everything that the kids are doing into perspective.
Especially when it was, I mean, everything was interesting and the angles were great, but it's from literally looking straight down, and you could see, you know, exactly how the boats were shifting. As a sailor, when you look at that after the fact, how does your perspective change? Because that's a view you never get. You can't look down on yourself.
I know. There's two things. One, there's something I had a coach tell me many, many times. Actually, several coaches, and they say, you know, if you're having a tough time on the race course, imagine that you got dropped there by a helicopter.
Okay.
Which is like a similar concept. You know, you're looking down from the drone, and you're like, hey, this is not so hard. It's not that complicated. We're just in a boat. We're going next to another boat, and we just need to do a couple things. And so I think like that zoomed out perspective is great because it shows you that you're just one of many, many boats on the race course, and all these deep emotions and, you know, all the excitement, all the fear that you're feeling. It's all very relative, and you know, you can zoom out.
So tell me, because you used to sail Opties back when you were younger, and not that you're old.
Very old.
But when you were younger, and now what do you sail, and how is it different?
So I race a boat called the Necra 17. It's a 17-foot foiling boat, so it's a lot faster. A very different set of tactics and strategy because we go so fast. We go like 25 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
So these guys are probably, to put that in perspective, they're going probably like a fifth of that speed. So that's different. So our strategy, our tactics are different. But I mean, in the big picture, racing is racing. It's how you think about the sport. It's how you prepare yourself to get off the starting line. How confident you are making decisions. How well you know the game, and how excited you are to play it any day.
And you obviously are consistent because you are at the top of your game, and you are trying out for the 2024 Olympics to sail, and the Paris Olympics you'd be sailing in Marseille. How did you, or I should ask you, when did you get your stride where you were consistently in that top 5, that top 10, and it was consistent, and you said, I got there?
You know, I never feel like I've gotten there. I think I'm still trying to get there all the time. The better you get, and the better the fleet gets. Like as you go from Opties to lasers or 420s or another boat at a high level, every fleet you go into, there's going to be things you have to learn. And so like maybe you're sailing really well at the top of one fleet and you transition, and now you need to learn a whole new set of skills. It's a constant game of, you know, that's why I think being really good at the sport is about enjoying that process. Because if you're cool with like, I need, you know, relearning, learning, adapting, trying to find that consistency, then you're going to have a great time and you're going to get there. But I still want to be there. I'm still looking for it every day. I'm actively thinking about all the stuff we're talking about. How can I be better?
And
you know?
you are on Team USA now.
Yes.
And then will you stay in your division forever, or will you at some point move on to a different one?
This is kind of like so in terms of Olympic sailing, this is like my class. I could choose to one day decide to change it up and get a different job pretty much and say, oh, I want to try a boat that's different, but this is pretty much it for me.
Okay. And, you know, we like to let the viewers know what's going on. Our drone batteries are complete now for the day, but we are going to keep you right here on this camera, and we are right by the finish line here. So when silver and bronze cross, we will have them crossing, and we will grab those sailors and have a minute to chat with them. But right now, since our drones are done with their batteries, we have a chance to chat with Sarah Newberry-Moore. And one of the most interesting things I think about Sarah, aside from the fact that she's an amazing sailor and she will likely be going to the 2024 Olympics, she's working her campaign now. That means she needs great sponsorship. My favorite thing about you, because those are all great things, is that she is a new mom and has a 7-month-old adorable little baby.
You met him today.
I did meet him, and we got along very well. 7 months old. And there is, I don't know if you'd call it a movement, but definitely a lot more awareness of mom athletes. Yeah. Because a lot of people think, oh, she's had a baby, now she's not going to be an athlete anymore. But they never say that about men. So let's open the conversation here on The View.
A woman after my own heart.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I don't know. I think like, you know, in life we do these things and we do we go where life takes us, and then all of a sudden we realize maybe we can make an impact with our own experiences.
Yep.
And for me, I knew I wanted, you know, I always knew I wanted to have kids, but I used to think, oh, when I retire. Like,
Right.
oh, when I retire,
Right.
I'll be like 35, I'll have my kids. And then I had this epiphany during COVID, like so many people did during COVID, where I was like,
life is
wait,
short.
why do I need to retire? All my male friends in the sport who have kids haven't retired.
Right.
It just seemed like a logical jump to make at the time. And so my husband and I decided to have a baby. We did, and I resumed training in the gym about 6 months ago, and things have been awesome and on track. But in this whole process, I realized I wish I had known more women when I was growing up who had babies who were still sailing at a high level, and they were still professionals and they were still elite athletes. And I just don't think that I ever saw that. So all that I want to be able to do is to just like demonstrate to my athletes, my younger athletes, the kids that I coach, like just I'm here, this is what I'm doing, it's totally normal, and we don't need to retire to start a family.
And it's not just you, there's actually a group of these, I call them athlete moms. I don't know if that's the
Totally.
right term.
That is totally the right term.
Okay, and the athlete moms, what is their, you have a name?
So there's probably a lot of different versions of this movement, but for sure there's an organization that I'm an ambassador for and closely aligned with, and it's called And Mother. It was started by Alicia Montano and Molly Dickens. Alicia is a track and field athlete. Molly is a scientist and a mom. They're both moms. And then some of the board members are some of these like very, very accomplished record-breaking athletes like Allison Felix, who probably was all over the news. You've probably seen her on the news during the Olympics. She is one of the winningest athletes in history in her sport, and a mother.
We're going to pause right there because we have some folks coming
Check
across
this out,
the
guys.
line. Silver finish. Let's
Here
get
we
this
go.
over here. And let me get in as tight as we can. Am I on the money, guys? Jump in.
Here we go.
Here we go.
22185, 22195, 22195.
22195.
Elena Bizzoni. Is it on
Elena
Felix
Bizzoni.
Modis.
And Felix 23061. Thank you, Iris, for being our eyes on the water there because Sarah and I wouldn't stop talking. So we have 22195 and 23061. Coming in, this is silver. Coming up next, 23215.
Connor Mertz.
Connor Mertz, 23215, looks like 3. And right behind that in 4th place looks like 23100. Again, that could have been switched, but from our angle, that's what it looked like, but we are not the official record keepers. We just go, hey, come on over here. Look at this. And we have coming up 1833 and 14655 crossing the finish line back to back. Come on over here.
A familiar face.
A familiar face. I love the familiar faces. So bear with us as we swing around our camera here. And we say, hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Go ahead and give us your name again.
I'm Felix Moniz.
Felix Moniz, how you feeling, Felix?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Why?
I placed well.
You did place well. And how did you do overall today?
Overall, so I got first race, I got a 3rd. Second race, I don't know if I got like 13, somewhere around there. 3rd race today, I got 2nd, and this race, I got 2nd again.
So that's pretty great, huh?
Yeah.
How do you feel? What's going through your mind?
Well, I don't really know, maybe go home.
Going home? What are you gonna, yeah.
And like rest, I'm kind of tired.
Yeah.
So, and yeah.
All right. Well, we know you're exhausted. What's it like sailing for 4 hours?
I mean, like I've sailed for more, so.
You sailed for more? Okay, so it's just another day on the water here. Hey, Felix, thanks so much for your time. Go get some rest. Have a great day tomorrow. You did an amazing job today. 4 hours on the water, but not the longest he's ever sailed. Okay, let's see who do we have here? We have 23100 USA.
Jackson Wilcox.
Jackson Wilcox.
All right, here we go. Jackson Wilcox coming up to the coach boat, 23100. At the finish here of the Silver Fleet.
Sailing great.
Last
4 hours,
race.
4 races, they don't care. They sail right up.
Last race of the day, exactly. Hey Jackson, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your day today, how that last race went, and what you're thinking about for tomorrow?
Sure. So I was thinking just like, I wanted to start at the pin and try and get some pressure on the left and then tack and cross over to the right and then tack onto the upwind mark.
How did that work out for you?
Pretty good. I rounded in 4th.
That's awesome. That's awesome. What does that mean for you tomorrow? How are you going to approach tomorrow?
The conditions are similar. I might do the same. It's probably going to be a little different, so I'm going to test and try and find what's better.
Yeah, go out and test and see what it's all about and what you can do tomorrow, huh? Okay, why don't you get some rest tonight? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when you get back in?
De-rig, take a shower. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, great job, Jackson. Thank you.
Great job.
Awesome, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Come on over here, Connor.
Connor coming up here. Great job. So silver just finished. Let me see. We still have some boats crossing the finish line for silver, and then we'll wrap up with bronze. Talking to some of the great athletes in silver, and scoot up here so we can hear you real good. And go ahead and tell us your name.
Connor Mertz.
Connor, 23215. How you feeling?
Good.
Why?
Because I just got third.
You got third. All right. So what's going through your brain?
Just happy.
Just happy. And what are you going to do now that it's 4 hours and 4 races are over?
Go back in, and yeah.
And do what?
Just probably go home.
Go to Disneyland? No. You are going to just relax, and you have another race tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you going to prepare for that?
Just eat well, drink well, and get a lot of sleep.
That's the name of the game, Sarah, right?
Oh yeah, that sounds like a great plan to me.
All right, awesome. Go take it easy. You've got some well-deserved rest coming your way, and we'll be watching you tomorrow. All right? Thank you so much.
Connor, nice job.
Come on over. Come chat with us.
Elena, 22197. She has an awesome boat. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it is sparkly green. I feel like, I don't know, I would really like, if I could have had one of those when I was in Opties, I think I would have really enjoyed it.
The sparkles?
Yeah, the sparkles.
On it? Does
The
it
sparkles.
give you a little extra oomph?
I don't know, does it? Are the sparkles important for boat speed?
Nope.
But how
They
did
look good though.
How'd you get those cool green sparkles on your boat?
I actually bought this boat for my friend, and it was pretty fun.
That's nice. And how'd you do today?
Pretty bad until today. Very bad until this race.
Yeah, what happened on this race?
I don't know. I got a good start, and I didn't get anxious.
You didn't get anxious. Okay,
Yeah.
so you think on the previous races you were a little anxious?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you going to take from this race and carry with you tomorrow?
To believe in yourself.
That's right. All right.
That sounds like a great plan. Nice work, nice work.
Easy.
Bye.
We're so proud of you.
Racing. Get ready.
Great job.
All right, come on over here, Cal. How you doing? Good. How are you?
Cal, 19147, 19147.
How you doing, buddy? How was your race?
It was a very good race. Best ones out of the day to finish it off well.
So tell us how that went. How did you get a good score in that race?
Well, it started off great from the start. My starts in the beginning were not the best, but started off great with the last race and played the shifts right and ended up in, I think it was like top 10.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So are you feeling pretty tired at the end of the day today, or you still have a ton of energy?
Well, I get these, I get my second one once I get in, because that's, after the day's over and I get excited to do other things.
Whoa, so what other things are you gonna do today?
I'll probably go fishing.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Won't leave the water.
That is awesome. Nice. Well, I hope you have a great time fishing today, and then tomorrow I hope you have an awesome day on the race course. Do you have any ideas about what kind of strategy you're gonna have for tomorrow going into the last day of racing?
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna start off, maybe get a good night's sleep and eating well and making sure I come tomorrow ready to go. And can't wait to sail.
That's awesome, man.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Really, really good job today.
Take care.
Thank you.
Awesome. And pop back into place. Here we go. Great. And as we said, our drones are done for the day, so we're just getting the folks crossing the finish line here, and we have bronze. They're going to be coming in momentarily. Let's see where they are. Where do you see bronze?
We've got Bronze Fleet. Bronze
Yep.
Fleet is just getting close to their windward mark right now. They're a little bit behind these guys.
Okay. So they'll be coming up, and then that'll be it. So we're waiting for bronze, the last race of the day. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna come back in about 3 minutes. Should we do our video again? Okay, listen, Michelle Benish was texting me. She didn't know Kyla did the interview with the kids. We gotta roll the whole thing again. And we know you wanna see your kids again. So I had the privilege of speaking to a few of them yesterday when they were done with their races. And we're going to show you that in just a few moments. Whenever you got it ready, Raul, you just go ahead and roll it.
Hi, I'm Wills. I'm from New York, and my highlight of the Regatta is that it's at a very nice venue.
I'm Hugo. I'm from England, and I love going into a swimming pool after sailing.
Hi, I'm Eliana, and I love the weather because it's a lot colder in England.
Hi, I'm Lila. I'm also from England, and my highlight of the week is seeing a manatee. Hi, I'm Will. I'm also from England, and my highlight's getting the display boat.
Hi, I'm Sander. I'm from Miami, and my highlight of the regatta so far is probably getting to hang out with my friends after the regatta. It's good bonding.
Hi, my name is Isla, and I'm from England, and my highlight is seeing the view from where we're sailing.
Hi, I'm Braden. I'm from Miami. My highlight is seeing the race committee call a yacht coming across the course a bogey.
Hi, I'm Noah from Bermuda, and I think the racing today was okay, but like I didn't do too good. I did okay, but I didn't do too good like at the end. But yeah, but I think it could have been a little bit windier, cause I'm not as good as wind. Like I'm good in windier circumstances, so it was like medium.
So what's gonna happen tomorrow?
Hopefully it's windier.
Hi, my name is Violet Carr, and I'm from Miami. And something interesting that happened in the past few days is, well, the wind was kind of shifting on the first day, and I did really good, but there was only one race, and I got 4th. But today, it wasn't that good. I got a little, the boat was favored, and then I went to the pin, so that race wasn't so good. Then the next race was good. So I think that it mostly depends on your starts, how your race is gonna go. If it depends on your start, how the race is gonna go.
Hi, I'm Morgan Temple, and I'm from Palm Beach Sailing Club. And a memorable moment that I will never forget is getting more experience every day because of the sailors that keep you on your toes and thinking harder. And yeah, it was just really fun, and I definitely would recommend this regatta to a lot of other sailors who want to have fun and get more experienced. So I hope I can do better tomorrow, and good luck on the water.
I'm Benjamin White from the Palm Beach Sailing Club, and one thing that I really will remember about this regatta is this is my first 4-day regatta, so I've really loved getting to know the sailors and being able to race with them day after day and get better and better. And you have to have good starts, good upwinds, good downwinds, good mark roundings. So it's a very strategic sport, and that's one thing that I really love about sailing. And I hope to come back here next year because I really love this regatta. So, bye.
Hi, I'm Kyla Benish. I'm from Coral Reef, and I'm going to be asking my fellow teammates some questions about their day. So, this is...
Hi, I'm Harrison Gandy from Coral Reef Yacht Club.
Hi, I'm Alfonso. I'm from Coral Reef Yacht Club.
And how is your guys' day today?
Well, I feel like it's a beautiful venue, and I'm really happy to be here. And yeah, I had a pretty good day.
I like the venue. It's pretty nice, and the racing was really good today.
What do you guys think was like working out? Like what side or what was happening on the race course today?
Well, there are a lot of clouds out there, and I feel like the clouds brought most of the pressure and angle. So the right looked like it was usually paying, but it was oscillating pretty nicely.
I think the left was paying off. I started pin, and it worked out. Yeah.
So everything was good today, or how did you guys like the wind? Was it like good wind, or you guys wish it was like heavier and stuff?
I think it was beautiful for the first part of the day, though once it got a little later in the day, it started to die off.
I think it was too light. It had to be a little bit windier, but that's my opinion. I like it windy, but it was okay.
All right, so I hope you guys had a good day. It was really beautiful. So I'll see you guys later. Bye.
3, 2, 1.
And we are back live here on Not Today. That is the name of the boat we are on. This is Captain Tim. I asked him to pop in here real quick. He has a list of sponsors. We want to thank, of course, our lead sponsor, Tucci, the ultimate in coverage. Oh, that was good. We should all like bow like that. There we go. They actually just came by and said hello. But who are other sponsors we definitely want to mention?
No, of course, thank you, Tucci, our Platinum Plus sponsor. Our Platinum sponsors are the Orange Bowl, McLaughlin, Zim, Lon Gundy, Team 1 Newport, Simmons Boatworks, Yeti, Extreme Sailing Performance, PSA Sailing, and then our gold sponsors are US Sailing, Continental Travel Group, Miami Optimom, Grove Scuba. And then our silver sponsors are Max Cycle, Sushi Maki, of course, which the kids will enjoy when they get on shore, Origin Construction, and Miami Boat Locker. And then our bronze sponsors are Pritchard Griffin Advisors and Proteus Yacht Club. And then finally, we want to thank our photographers who are on the race course, Capizano Photography, that's Matias Capizano from Argentina, and Tim Wilkes Photography, who do a wonderful job capturing these moments.
And thank you to Felipe and Anthony and Raul, who are our crew working with me today on our first live broadcast, Live Drones. Woo! Great
What do you say in the comments? Next year? Should we do it again?
So this was our first, this was our test run, the first time ever doing live coverage of this kind with drones. We did one day this year, see how it goes. So next year, I think hopefully we'll add some more. And it's been a pleasure getting to know Sarah Newberry, who is trying out for the Olympics for 2024, an expert sailor with Team USA. I know the plane's going overhead, but a few final words for us.
It was such a pleasure to be on the road with you, and amazing to watch these kids race. This is what it's all about. The game is the same at this level as it is at a very high level, and it's so pure and so exciting. And we just really, really thank you guys for bringing them here, for letting them have this experience, and for, you know, to the Orange Bowl event and the committee and the Yacht Club and Chris Block, our chair, just everyone who put this together. This is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about. So on behalf of Sarah and Tim, everybody with the Orange Bowl Regatta, I am Cynthia Demas. Day 3 is a wrap. One more to go. Thank you for joining us live from Biscayne Bay. That's a wrap. See you next time, guys. Woohoo! Yay!
Are we clear?